Welcome back to day two. History Declassified, a follow-up on the new files and researchers summit and roundtable discussion. I am your host, David Knight, with Project JFK CSI Dallas, and in association with the JFK Historical Group and Olney Central College, we are doing something for the spring here, April 18th and 19th of 2026, and we are coming to you live on Zoom. We are in day two of our researcher summit. Sometimes we have been referred to as a virtual conference. Today we are going to be doing discussions on JFK and Vietnam, Axie, Morales, and Harvey. Before we get started here, I want to point everybody to the Project JFK website. Let me do a quick share here real fast. Here we go. And there we are, the projectjfk.com, Project JFK CSI Dallas website. This is the place to go to find everything that you need to that you want to learn about when it revolves around the JFK research community. It's a plethora of information, things that you're not going to see anyplace else online. And this is also where you're going to find the replay, a little easier than trying to search it up on YouTube. So if you go straight to projectjfk.com, click over here on past conference videos, it will be listed as the top video for yesterday, and then today's replay, which will be available sometime between tonight and tomorrow, will be listed under past conferences. For those of you that are looking for what we're doing in the future, the events tab is where you're going to find any details about upcoming events. This is where we're going to have a lot of information posted for Dallas, and there'll also be information on the JFK Historical website at jfkhistorical.com. And anytime that you want to sign up for our events, there's a little button here called Eventbrite. We do everything through Eventbrite between the two groups for advertising e-tickets. Also, where you can buy your in-person tickets for Dallas, it's all through the Eventbrite tab. When you click on that, it's either going to take you directly to Eventbrite, or there's going to be a link going to the jfkhistorical.com website, and that's for the Dallas only. But we put that button up there on the Project JFK website. This is also where you're going to find your schedule. So if you want to see what we're doing today, times and so on, this is where you're going to locate that at. And the last shameless plug that I'm going to do is back on the home page. We have the Help Our Cause tab. This is the location where you can make a donation through the secure and encrypted Donate Now button done through PayPal. We're a community, and as a community, we can't afford to do all of the things that we want to do, but with your help, we can continue bringing you great events for the future, journey meetings, spotlight series, things that you're viewing today. So if you would like to go in and make a donation, it helps us keep the lights on, as they say. Still many people in the room. But yeah, with your help, we are able to keep events like this coming to you. There's also a Donate Now button tab on the jfkhistorical.com website, and those donations help bring the students to Dallas, to the events. I'll have Dave talk about that here in just a minute. But you guys are the community that's helping us, and we want to continue doing what we're doing. But in order to do that, things cost, and we need help to pay for those expenses. So if you can help us out with that, give till it hurts, as they say. With that, I am now going to turn this over to David Ditton, and he's going to introduce Dory Wiley. And Dory is a great guy. He's been with us in Dallas many times, and they're going to be talking along with Casey Quillen for the next hour and a half on JFK and Vietnam. With that, Dave, go ahead and unmute yourself and take it away.
Uh, Dave, I think I am unmuted, correct
Yep,
now?
I can
Oh,
hear you perfectly.
okay, good. Well, uh, let's just point out that, Dory has been a guy that's been interested in this case a long time. Uh, he's he's from Texas. He's at the heart of this thing in many ways. He gave a terrific presentation on the whole issue of JFK in Vietnam. A lot of things have been written about that. He gave that presentation down in Dallas. Again, this is going to be a kind of a follow-up. I think all of you look forward to hearing what he has to say. And then, as I said, I'm going to follow up with a few comments and things I've come across, and Casey as well. So Dory, let's go ahead and get started. I'll just turn it over to you, man.
Sounds great. Glad to be here. While I'm trying to uh, turn, okay, is that on, David? You have it?
Yeah, it's coming up on the screen, and yep, you're in the slideshow. We see your very first slide, JFK's last stand.
Okay, sounds great. One, thank you guys for putting this together, David and David. If you're dyslexic, it's David and David. Um, and it's a great format. I encourage it, and I hope we do more of it. It's really good, and it's a great way to kind of keep up with the ever-changing world of research. Uh, there's been plenty said on NSAM 263, 273, and Vietnam, but sometimes you dig into details and you find little clues that they're really kind of interesting. So it's something that's been weighing on me for a while. So I did a speech on it in November, and then Jeremy over at Covert Magazine has been kind of sitting on an article version since January, trying to find the right spot. It's kind of paralyzed me, so I haven't been able to send it around, but I've got a footnoted version that's pretty long. That's pretty interesting. I tried to summarize and hit some of this for today, since most of you are pretty much experts or at least, somewhat schooled on the subject. I don't have to get into a lot of basic details. And I thought I would just kind of scan a few things that I covered, and then hopefully we'll get this magazine article out that is footnoted and pretty long, and maybe it's pretty interesting to you. Now I have to figure out how to change the slide.
Try just your
There we go.
right arrow
All
button.
right.
There you go.
So, first of all, I want to have a little caveat that because of NSAM 263 or perhaps other things, there's been a lot of conclusions drawn that, um, you know, JFK was killed because of the Vietnam War, and that was the goal. I'm not saying that at all. Okay. And in fact, I really don't think that is the case. I think it's bigger than that, much bigger than that. We'll talk a little bit about that. What I'm really trying to focus on is, a few things. One is the conventional historical debate has been, is this JFK's war or LBJ's war? Okay. So, the mainstream historians want to say it's JFK's war. When I was in school, it was LBJ inherited JFK's war and he escalated it. And so, who owns the war or not has kind of been a historical debate. And that debate has been because, the war was obviously a failure and that they don't want it on LBJ's record. And of course, JFK's not around to defend himself. The only group that's been able to defend him is the research community on the assassination. But there's another thing about this debate that makes it more interesting, particular from the research side. And that is, when does the war start and how does it start as far as an escalation? Because that gives us clues, certain clues that are about the assassination and the cover up and the conspiracy behind it. So the debate about whose war it is actually a cover up or affects a cover up of some important clues for us. So some things I'm going to be focusing on are who drafted the reversal before Kennedy was buried, who excluded Kennedy's own policy architects, of 263. And I got to get rid of this thing here because I can't see my slide. Hold on. There we go. And who does official conference? Why does the official conference record, the Honolulu conference, omit the country Bundy was already targeting? All right, this is a very busy slide. I'm not going to go through all of it. And the conventional reason, I mean, the reason, principal reason is because, um, you already know most of this. Okay. So, uh, I want to make sure that uh, you kind of see some of this. The Joint Chiefs of Staff had an indictment of Kennedy for numerous reasons, right? LeMay and Lemnitzer pushed nuclear strikes on Cuba. Kennedy walks out. These people are crazy. Northwoods, the university speech, the test ban treaty, Bay of Pigs, on and on and on and on. Okay, so the Vietnam withdrawal was just one symptom. The Joint Chiefs of Staff had already concluded Kennedy was unfit to command the Cold War, if not was an obstacle to putting the country at risk in a treasonous way because of all the back channels that he had with Khrushchev. RFK met 35 plus times with a Soviet officer, bypassing JCS entirely, and much of it in the open, and having him visit him at his house for dinner. And they were just very, very blatant about it. And this was extremely offensive to the Joint Chiefs of Staff and the command structure. And of course, you know about all the evidence in their own words, which would be, kind of secondary or conjecture, but it does tell you a little bit about the attitude, But now Kennedy himself says, hey, 1965, I'll be damned everywhere as a communist appeaser, but I don't care. And he's referencing pulling out of the Vietnam War. But this didn't just start in the 60s. In 1951, you got to remember uh, Kennedy and his brother Robert and his sister Patricia traveled to Vietnam. And he visited with the U.S. officer there in Saigon. And they had great respect for him as a family friend. And the guy said, hey, in 20 years, there'll be no more colonies. The French have lost. If we come in here and do the same thing, we will lose too for the same reason. This had a profound effect on Kennedy and his thoughts about not just Vietnam, but foreign policy in general. So in his journal, he noted U.S. support for France was making America more and more colonial minded in the minds of the people there. Robert Kennedy uh, wrote also and said that this experience was very, very major in shaping his brother's foreign policy vision. And in November 1961, he uses these exact words uh, as he rejected the Joint Chiefs of Staff for push for combat troops in Vietnam. So NSAM 263 is not a sudden adjustment. Okay. It was 12 years of settled judgment finally acted upon. So let's talk a little bit about the kind of evidentiary architecture of NSAM 263. Now, for this audience, the withdrawal intent isn't in dispute. What matters is the paper trail that forecloses this ambiguous argument revisionists rely on. From September 24th to October 1st, 1963, McNamara and Taylor traveled to Vietnam at Kennedy's direction. October 2nd, they deliver the report. October 11th, Kennedy signs NSAM 263. The McNamara-Taylor report, section 1B, contains 3 specific recommendations Kennedy personally approved. Train Vietnamese to assume U.S. functions by end of 65, withdraw 1,000 personnel by December 31st of 63, and announce it publicly. His handwritten annotation on the cover memorandum, this action should be carried out, it's not a marginal note, is a presidential directive in his own hand. Okay. So this is not a speech. It's not a private conversation recalled by an aide. It's not a political signal. It's a documentary architecture of withdrawal order. Prouty confirms this. He transforms the Taylor McNamara field reports into the language of 263 directive. Deliberate, methodical, directed by Kennedy throughout. This is a top-down document. It's not one that McNamara and Taylor came up with. It's really Kennedy directing it. It's a predetermined outcome. It's critical for this audience that people understand this. This report was written by Krulak's office from Kennedy. Remember, Prouty works for Krulak at Kennedy's own direction through 14 plus White House meetings. Prouty states the report was ready and waiting to be handed to the visiting delegation upon their return. McNamara and Taylor went to Vietnam to provide institutional cover and field validation for a conclusion Kennedy had already reached. The withdrawal language was in the document before they touched down in Washington on October 2nd. Sullivan tried to remove it during drafting in Saigon. He thought he had succeeded. McNamara and Taylor reinserted it in Taylor's office that morning, approximately 80 minutes before meeting Kennedy. The entire trip was structured around a predetermined outcome Kennedy had directed. This matters enormously. It forecloses the revisionist argument that withdrawal was a McNamara initiative that Kennedy merely approved. That's not true at all. That's a fabrication. Kennedy built it, McNamara carried it. 50 plus high level meetings in 1963, at least 14 included Krulak. Krulak's writer Prouty. That's the chain. Let's talk a little bit about the Honolulu conference. Who was there? 48 hours before the assassination, official agenda is NSAM 263. That's the agenda. Withdrawal. Who's there? Russ, McNamara, McCone, Bundy, William Bundy. That's Mac's brother. George's Mac's older brother. Both went to Yale, Skull and Bones, all that stuff. Senior Vietnam Rose. Hillsman, Harkins, Felt, Forrestal, Lodge, a lot of others. Who's not there? Mac Bundy is in Washington. Now I'm getting different reports. I've seen Morley do an analysis and said he was there. So some of that needs to be reconciled. From the work that I can tell, he actually wasn't there. But when I first started looking at it, he was there. But my understanding is he in Washington when he drafted it. I'm not sure that it matters a whole lot. It seems like it would make sense that he would be in uh, Honolulu. However, when you look at the draft of 273 on November 21st, you could make a case that he has to be in Washington to make the case that he visited with the president about it. Okay? So that might be why we have a discrepancy on where was Mac. The full attendee picture for this audience is approximately 45 individuals in total. Beyond the name principals on the slide, the conference included CIA Far East Division Chief Colby, Undersecretary of State Harriman, many others, quite a few, 30 plus additional individuals. That's a lot of people. Okay. Think about that. That is a lot of people. And we're talking about either a de-escalation of Vietnam or escalation of Vietnam. The president's directive is to talk about de-escalation of Vietnam. So this is really interesting. What's missing? Officially recorded, and kind of slow down with me because this finding by Peter Dale Scott is one of the most structurally important evidentiary threads in the NSAM 263-273 debate, and it's almost completely absent from mainstream scholarship. The official record of the Honolulu Conference documents 279 through 322 in Volume 4 contain no reference to North Vietnam. Not one. The conference officially discusses NSAM 263 withdrawal implementation, training timelines for Vietnamese forces, post-Diem government stabilization. Nothing about escalation in the minutes. Okay. Why is that? That's kind of interesting because that's what happened, right? So what's Bundy doing drafting language for escalation at that time on November 21st? The planning for covert action against North Vietnam when the contest was never in a Kennedy document or statement. Okay. So I consider, this omission is extremely important. And FRUS, just so you know, stands for Foreign Relations of the United States. This is the State Department's official declassified documentary series, gold standard of primary record. Okay. So this is why the North Vietnam silence is structurally important. The official record of the last major Vietnam policy conference under Kennedy contains no reference to the country Bundy was simultaneously authorizing operations against in Washington. That's not a gap in the archives. That's a gap in what was officially acknowledged to have occurred. The first uh, foreign relations document from that entire period to mention North Vietnam is document 327, a secret memo of conversation between Hillsman and Lodge, dated November 24, 2 days after the assassination. There are actually three versions of that document, which we only know from a footnote, because Hillsman created separate versions with different distribution limitations. Three versions of the first North Vietnam document with restricted distribution issued post assassination. Now, here's what makes the silence kind of damning. The briefing books publicly available at the Mary Farrell Foundation do contain Op Plan 34 through 63, a detailed plan for covert operations against North Vietnam. Op Plan 3463 was in the briefing materials. Joint Chiefs of Staff Chairman Maxwell Taylor had approved its preparation. It was not shown to McNamara. The Secretary of Defense was sitting in the room in Honolulu. It was not shown the escalation plan that was in the briefing books for that meeting. At least that's what the record says. So you have three things simultaneously. The official conference record silent on North Vietnam action, Op Plan 3463 in the briefing books, but hidden from McNamara and others, and Bundy and Washington drafting paragraph 7 in 273 authorizing North Vietnam operations the very next day. Scott has officially called for the full unedited minutes of Honolulu, not the published version, the raw record. Those have not been fully released. Perhaps the committee, can get access to those if they haven't been burned or destroyed like others. The fact that they haven't is itself a data point. Why haven't they? This is a big meeting. The Pentagon Papers compound this. Scott documented that they were edited to end Kennedy administration documents abruptly on October 30th, leaving the November 20th through 26th window the most consequential week in the entire Vietnam policy transition conspicuously thin in the official record. So you can see where all this goes. Because the North Vietnam gap isn't isolated evidentiary curiosity. In the beginning of a document, causal chain that runs directly to 58,000 American deaths. The key fact that almost no one teaches is the CIA moved before Johnson signed 273. The CIA guidance to the Saigon station for intensified op planning, cable 84972, was dispatched November 25th. Johnson signed NSAM 273 on November 26th. The institutional machinery was moving one day before the president's signature was even on the document. Here is the full chain as the record documents it. Honolulu Conference, November 20th. Op plan in the briefing books, not an official record, not shown to McNamara. Bundy's draft, November 21st. Paragraph 7 authorized North Vietnam operations and actions. Kennedy never sees it. Kennedy never knows about it. He's in Texas. CIA guidance to Saigon, November 25th, before Johnson signs. Johnson signs NSAM 273, November 26th. JCS approves Op Plan 34th, December 15th. Johnson formally approves December 21st. Ops began February 1st. The Pentagon Papers call this op plan an elaborate program of covert military operations against the state of North Vietnam. Seaborne raids, sabotage, agent insertions, psychological operations, more than 2,000 covert assaults. This is no small deal. It's a massive operation. It's conducted by South Vietnamese commandos under U.S. direction. The program ran parallel to the DeSoto destroyer patrols in the Gulf of Tonkin, and we all know what happened on August 2nd, 1964, and the controversy behind that. So the real question here is, who directed Bundy? Okay. The first draft of NSAM 273 was completed November 21st in Bundy's handwriting. I'd like a copy of that, and I would need to go to the Bundy papers and see if we can find those. And just actually maybe see how smooth it is. Maybe he's copying from something. Maybe we can get an idea, or can we tell if he was thinking while he wrote it? But the first draft was completed November 21st, the day Kennedy flew to Texas. Kennedy, of course, never saw a single page. And the opening line of that draft is itself a forensic exhibit. It reads, "The president has reviewed the discussions of South Vietnam which occurred in Honolulu and has discussed the matter further with Ambassador Lodge. Both statements could not be more entirely false. On November 21st, Kennedy was not at Honolulu. He was in Texas, and he had no way to discuss that with Lodge. Lodge was still in transit. Their scheduled meeting was November 24th, 3 days away. This is a huge gap. The document was written in the past tense, as though a completed presidential review and a completed conversation had already occurred. The passive construction the president has reviewed requires a president who had actually reviewed it. On November 21st, the president was not Kennedy. A document generally prepared for Kennedy would have been held pending the Lodge meeting. Instead, it described transactions that would only make sense after a transfer of authority had occurred. The question the record cannot answer is who directed Bundy to write it. Now, what we can establish is Johnson's documented this direction of NSAM 273 is associated with his November 24th meeting post-assassination. Some researchers have talked about it being the 21st, or that it's his handwriting. The problem is there's a lot of discrepancy on that. I don't know that we have to get that ironed out, or we will get it ironed out, but preserving this distinction kind of deepens a problem. If Johnson didn't direct the November 21st draft, someone else did, which is interesting. And consider all the people involved in Honolulu. NSAMs are not self-generated, and they're not generated by Bundy, and they're not generated by Johnson, the vice president, without direction. They require direction. Where did it come from if it didn't come from Kennedy? That came from someone while Kennedy was alive, and the official record is silent on who. The mechanism of substitution is Kennedy's withdrawal architecture ran through Krulak and Prouty. The reversal ran through a parallel channel. Krulak and Prouty wrote 263. They're excluded on 273. Why? McGeorge Bundy, William Bundy, Hillsman, Pentagon staff that Kennedy did not supervise, authorize, or review. That is extremely telling about foreknowledge and direction. Bundy to Newman in 1988. Johnson directed key alterations because LBJ held stronger views on the war than Kennedy did. That's the post-assassination phase for the November 24th corrections. The important clarification for this audience is De Eugenio and some critics conflate the Bundy-Newman interview as proof that LBJ directed the pre-assassination November 21 draft. That's not what Newman documents. Newman's record is specific. Johnson's direction is associated with the November 24th post-assassination meeting, not 21st. The pre-assassination draft predates any documented Johnson direction, and the ARRB examined handwriting notations on draft one and found attribution to LBJ inconclusive. The two phases must be kept analytically distinct, and keeping them distinct actually deepens the problem. If Johnson didn't direct the draft on November 21st, someone else did while Kennedy's alive. NSAM 273 assigned 10 paragraphs, 8 nearly identical to the November 21st pre-assassination draft. The pre-assassination text is the structural substance of the final document. Hillsman, Bundy circulates the November 21st draft to William Bundy and Roger Hillsman for comment. Hillsman responds one day after the assassination that the draft is fine with only minor modifications. The connection of this audience needs to hold together. Hillsman called a document fine on November 23rd. That document initiated a military escalation policy. 3 months later, in February, he's fired. Russ fired him for opposing that escalation policy. His own word for what he approved became the policy that ended his career. If he genuinely agreed with the document, why was he the first Kennedy era official fired for opposing what it set in motion? The most coherent explanation is that fine was not the substantive agreement. It was the response of a man in institutional shock 24 hours after the assassination, navigating a transition he had not anticipated, approving a document he did not fully process. His subsequent lifetime of testimony, Kennedy would not have escalated, is the better guide to his actual views. The fine is the outlier. His firing is the corroboration. Who is Hillsman? Kennedy's personal fact finder on Vietnam, the man who since 1962 had argued the war was a political struggle, not a military one. He called a document reversing Kennedy's withdrawal policy fine one day after the assassination. He's then fired for it. Hillsman moves to publish a book in 1967 called To Move a Nation, the first book by any policymaker to publicly dissent on Johnson's escalation. National Book Award finalist, maintained for the rest of his life that Kennedy would not have escalated. The institutional circle, Hillsman's replacement at the Bureau of Far Eastern Affairs is, of course, Mac Bundy's brother, William Bundy, the man who circulated the pre-assassination draft. The man fired for opposing escalation is succeeded by the man who helped architect it. His papers are at the JFK Library. The November 23rd memorandum and whatever changes he may have made may be recoverable, but that's not been fully examined. I'm going to skim over this, but this is just a parallel narrative operation going on pretty much at the same time from November 22nd through the 25th. You can see an institutional operation going. Obviously, there's not enough evidence to convict Oswald. Every one of you guys on this call understand this evidence about Hoover directing RFK and LBJ and the memo, the Katzenbach memo, all saying Oswald did it alone, and obviously not enough evidence to do so. I want to move on to Robert Kennedy's complete testimony because it's important because it's been fabricated by the mainstream historical community. There is no doubt Revisionists cite the 64 oral history. The RFK says his brother had no intention of withdrawing. That's the wrong interview to cite as definitive. Here's the complete record. The president felt that if he had been reelected in 64, he would have pulled out of Vietnam. He would have settled it. That's Robert Kennedy to Walter Cronkite, February 1968, broadcast nationally. At the time of his death, President Kennedy had decided that after the 64 election, he would withdraw from Vietnam. He was going to take the political heat and get out. That's the John Bartlow Martin, December of 67, the same historian who conducted the 64 interview. In May of 68, California campaign, my brother was going to get out after he was reelected. He told me that personally. This 1964 interview represents political positioning pre-election. The 67, 68 statements delivered across multiple occasions consistently with no political benefit to fabrication represent his considered judgment. Dick Goodwin adds the institutional corroboration. Not once did any participant claim that we had to send combat troops because of previous commitments. The claim of continuity reserved for public justification. This really got me upset because I went to two book events where both of these authors showed up 60 years after the 60th anniversary. Mark Upgrove, who's head of the LBJ Foundation, why is he writing a book about JFK? And Mark Silverstone. And both of them basically talk about N-263 and are assigning that this is JFK's war and not LBJ's. It's not just about the war. It's about cover-up of the assassination. And it made me wonder how much who instigated the ideas of these books at the 60th anniversary, maybe as a hangout or a limited distraction on Kennedy and make sure that Kennedy owns the war and that we handle the 263 issue. And both of these guys ignore 273. This is a choice to do that. Both these guys are smart. They know about 273 and its institutional legacy management, and its kindness at its worst is just fraud. It's just historical fraud. The central question the record can't answer is the House Select Committee of Assassination probable conspiracy based on acoustical evidence, obviously, but this pre-assassination NSAM 273 draft, without his architects, without his knowledge, through a parallel channel, constitutes evidence of foreknowledge that a policy reversal was coming. NSAMs require direction, and it's pretty brazen to draft one of these without the president's knowledge. The November 21st draft required that direction. The silence on this evidence is really amazing. The question that responsible scholarship cannot continue to defer was the Vietnam reversal a consequence of the assassination or a purpose of it? Given that 263 happened in October, 273 happened when it did, I think it's a consequence because of the required time to plan the assassination itself. You can figure that answer out on your own. But the continuity myth collapses under three independent witnesses who cannot be dismissed as partisans. Dick Goodwin, which I just quoted, and then recently this just came out, and I think Morley just wrote an article about it, and I didn't know about it until I saw his article yesterday. That Evelyn Lincoln had an addendum that was released a year ago from the JFK library. And in it, she says his death was, not only a conspiracy, but she talks about Vietnam. And she says in his October 63 tape, preserved in her records, if we are able to withdraw 1,000 troops by year end, that would be our schedule. And then, of course, Prouty. The reversal through NSAM 273 could not have occurred through bureaucratic evolution. Prouty would know. He's not one of us. He's not a JFK researcher. He's a fact witness. He was there. He drafted 263. It required coordination coordinated institutional action at the highest levels. What he's saying is this is a Pentagon issue. This is a Joint Chiefs of Staff issue. And that's why I say Kennedy's murder is bigger than Vietnam. It's a Joint Chiefs of Staff issue. His exclusion and Krulak's from the 273 drafting signals that whoever initiated the reversal knew Kennedy's architects would not cooperate. And I think I went a little over my time, and I apologize.
Hey, great job, Dory. We could have had you go longer on that. Excellent work.
It's hard to get all that in 30 minutes, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, it's a complicated subject, and yet you did a great job. I mean, I think one of the most important things there is chronology, right? Just to get that timeline straight in everybody's mind about what was going on before and after the assassination in regards to Vietnam. And it's certainly, I think it's hard not to see it as sinister, in terms of this policy change and how it went down. So excellent work, Dory. I'm sure some folks have some questions. I'm think I'm supposed to hop in here next. Dave, are you there? All right. No. Well, I've got
He's
Dave,
back.
I do have
Go ahead, Dave.
I have some slides to share. Let's see if we get lucky on this and it works for me today. I'm going to go ahead and hit the share button here. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So can you see that?
It is it's coming up. Hold on just a second. Yep. Now just go to the slideshow tab up there
Yeah.
and let's see if that'll work for today.
And right there, hopefully we got something, I think, right?
Click it again. From current slide, click that again.
I think it's because it's showing up in a different window, on me. Okay.
If you go back to if you stop share, now that you've got that open, hit stop share and then do the share again, but pick the window that pops up where it's full screen, and that should do it.
All right.
Hit stop share.
I'm hitting share up here, and it's not. Are you seeing any? Are you just seeing the slideshow? All right, good. All right.
All right, now I've stopped your sharing, so now go in and click share again, and then pick the window that has the slide that's full slide.
I
See if
see
that
what you're
works.
saying. Yeah, all right here. That do it?
Yeah, now we're seeing it. If you go up here to where it says display settings, click that.
Display.
At the very top, it says display settings. It says show taskbar, display settings. Do you see that?
I'm not seeing it.
Okay, well, we can see your slide better that way instead of having all the other, toolbars and stuff in the background. It's just a little smaller on the screen, but we can see the slide.
All right, well, let's just go with it. I've just got
Okay.
a few anyway. I apologize if my setup here is not conducive to what we're trying to do, but all right, let's go with it here. So I've got some things that I like Dory I've talked about before, but also maybe a couple new things to kind of add into the equation. I just want to focus a little bit on the deception element. And of course, a lot of this comes, John Newman spent a lot of time on this, as most of you are aware. Um, you know, that we do have evidence of the fact that the United States military was feeding false information on the course of the war, Vietnam, to JFK. There's a lot of a General Harkins, head of the Southeast Asia Command, was trying to project false optimism on the course of the war, primarily to JFK to probably keep Kennedy engaged in this effort. Let's not forget that, as JFK even said that, he ultimately refused to invade in Cuba. He went with a neutralist settlement in Laos. I mean, the military had, with their very aggressive anti-communist agenda, had to be concerned that, the same outcome in Vietnam was going to happen as far as JFK was concerned. So maybe they had their reasons to project that false optimism, uh, hoping that Kennedy would stay engaged. Now, the problem with that is, and at some point the chicken's got to come home to roost, right? You, if they were in fact underestimating Viet Cong troop strength in Vietnam, at least to Kennedy, and at some point the reality of the situation of things on the ground is going to come home. And I think JFK came to that realization. He sent McNamara in fact-finding missions, of course, that though McNamara projected public optimism, I think he was going back to JFK and really uh, showing a more realistic tone about what Vietnam was all about. Uh, but one of the interesting aspects of this, and again, Newman covers this, and I've got a couple things I think that are interesting to add. That LBJ apparently had a back channel to the correct information, the Vice President of the United States, and that back channel came through one Colonel Howard Burris, who was LBJ's attaché, and that story has been out there for a while. I mean, obviously Newman's JFK and Vietnam stuff. Uh, but this document that I came across a few years back in one of the initial releases, not the most recent, um, and I'm going to try to get that up on slideshow. Will that help? And if you can't read it very well, but it's one of the more significant documents I think I've came across, and there are a couple elements to it. It's coming from Max Taylor. It's February of '64 after JFK's death. Johnson's now president. Uh, and it's expressing concerns about the inadequacies in intelligence procedures that resulted in placing before the president and his principal advisors a picture of anti-Viet Cong campaign, which is sometimes of an uncertain validity. He's saying, quoting, I'll say that again, that the intelligence being provided by the President of the United States was of an uncertain validity when it came to Vietnam and particularly Viet Cong activities. It's pretty much an admission that false information was, in fact, being presented to the President of the United States, at least up until that point. But now, all of a sudden, post JFK death, the agenda is to change. Let's be more accurate. Let's project a more realistic uh, image of what was going on in Vietnam. It was just, very, you know, explosive in my mind. Just it reinforces that idea that in all probability, JFK was being fed false information. Now they're wanting to clean things up now that Johnson is president. But then another aspect of this document, if you see down here where I have this bracketed thing here, that's not coming from me. When it starts talking about that's somebody made that notation on the document. It says specifically intelligence reports coming from several channels: the CIA, AID, USIA, the Defense Department, State Department, and military attaches. Again, interesting that I mean Phil Nelson, late researcher, great guy. I showed him this document few years ago, and he pointed that little point out that, in fact, when you look at the classified documents, folks, one of the things you'll see if you go through that, all the different releases over the last few years, starting with Trump 1.0 through Biden, then to Trump again, is a series of releases where many times they would release the same document but with still some redactions, and maybe next time they might eliminate redactions. What I think is significant here is that document went through a series of releases, but the last thing that was unredacted was the military attache part that's bracketed there. I mean, it was almost like, are we seeing some type of agenda here? What they're particularly sensitive about those folks, military attaches like Howard Burris. And I bring that up because another little thread of information that I came across in respect, this is kind of a new situation, and it comes from John Newman. That Newman has spoken about this in speeches before. I was aware of it. I've tried to get the actual document. I've never been able to get the folks associated with John to come through with that, but I know he has mentioned it publicly that they came across documentation that same Howard Burris took a commercial flight into Dallas the weekend of the assassination. That's pretty interesting stuff. The guy that was same guy feeding false information to actually the true information to Lyndon Johnson also flies into Dallas the weekend of the assassination. You can speculate all you want about that, I suppose, right? Okay, that's a little thing I wanted to bring into that. Well, let's something else here. Again, I've spoken about this before, but I kind of have a little more of an interjection into it. This document is was a 50-page CIA chronology, or if you want to know, explanation of what happened with the ZM assassination in Vietnam. My expectation is they never expected this to see the light of day, but it was a kind of an inner investigation by the CIA about how everything went down with ZM and his assassination. And the CIA takes great lengths through the course of this as it's very informative, but they still kind of take we're innocent of everything here, though they really weren't. I mean, I'll point out the recap here is what I have, the final page of it, which is the most enlightening. The CIA was not in favor, according to them, of any decision to abandon the ZM regime, but I like this, but faithfully carried out instructions. Okay, we didn't really want to do anything with ZM, but we're carrying out orders. Uh, and again, they project an idea that the South Vietnamese officers engaged in that assassination plot were on their own. They were just interacting with them in some respect, and they're trying to kind of have it both ways. Uh, Specifically, they mentioned the CIA officers involved, uh, Conine and Spira. I'm not knowing much about Spira. Obviously, Lucy and Conine, though, we want to talk about. Were the contacts with the coup generals, but only as approved and under instructions. Again, the idea that we're not really pushing the impetus of this. We're just doing our job. We're just maintaining contact with the generals. And again, Conine specifically mentioned at the general's command post throughout the fighting. And then the whole thing about, and then Conine, this is again, I've talked about this before about it's almost insolent on the part of the CIA that they're projecting this idea that, man, we really had the last two statements. They're just completely contradictory. Okay. Conine furnishes the generals with $65,000 to buy off opposition military units while the coup was in progress. So the CIA is making this claim that, we really don't have anything to do with this, but then they're paying off people that to keep them quiet about it or to allow it to happen. And then they make the almost opposite statement. The CIA had no hand in the assassination, had no foreknowledge of it. Okay, great. You paid the people involved, uh, and yet you wash your hands of the whole thing. Now I understand it. The whole storyline is that ultimately maybe the generals did in Vietnam that were in this plot decided on their own to eliminate the Ziem brothers on their own rather than just ship them out of the country or exile them or whatever. But still, that money, the fact that the CIA was actually engaged in the process of providing money as a part of a coup plot in Vietnam and Lucien Conine in the middle of all that. And I want to talk about Conine a little bit because I think there's some tie up here with back to the JFK assassination. I want to I want to segue over to the something that I think a lot of folks are familiar with because again, if you go back to the whole uh, course of events a year ago with there was a lot of attention paid to the release of the JFK files, a lot of national attention. A lot of folks, if you're on social media, and I am, I admit it. I mean, especially X, there were a lot of folks that were hopping into this story that really weren't. I don't know. I know my friend Matt Armstrong, if he's on X with me too. I think he might be on right now. I mean, he would vouch for that too, that there was almost an explosion of folks that became nouveau JFK assassination researchers that were hopping into all this. And one of the things that captured the imagination on social media was the Gary Underhill story, right? And I think many of you who've been on this a long time were already aware of that story. That story actually dates back to I don't know, the 1970s, maybe Ramparts. I don't know. Somebody can correct me on that when that first story was exposed. But there were documents that were released that were declassified with the Gary Underhill story. I mean, it's a story about a CIA agent, Gary Underhill, who apparently was on the night of the assassination was distraught and spoke to friends and family about that, these guys really did it in the CIA. He being a CIA agent and his own life was in danger. Ultimately, he calmed down, but of course, then yet another very questionable suicide on his part resulted. And that got a lot of attention nationally over that story. But what really wasn't spoken of a lot there was the fact that Underhill apparently spoke specifically about who was involved within the CIA. He mentioned specifically those Southeast Asian guys. I think that's the quote. And that put me right back to, well, who was he talking about? If Underhill's story was legitimate, who was he talking about? Who was in Southeast Asia? Well, at the top of the list, you've got Lucien Conine, who's just really all over the assassination scenario. He's working, he's obviously part of the ultimate plot against ZM. And we know that Conine was in ZR Rifle, okay, was a part of ZR Rifle, worked with Bill Harvey, who we're going to talk about later on today. And that I just can't help but think that Conine, who's in the middle of other assassination plots, how that might connect what Underhill was saying. And I think Conine is a guy that bears, I don't know, Rick Russo, if he's on today, we had some long conversation, great researcher. He could speak more about that, I think, about Conine's potential involvement in Dallas, potentially. Okay. So, let's see if there's have anything else here that I wanted to kind of throw out myself, some things I've come across. I think I've kind of covered that. And again, I want to congratulate Dory on a fantastic presentation. There's a lot there the whole Vietnam issue obviously was brought out by Stone's movie in 1990. He brought that story to the forefront. He took a lot of heat for that over a lot of things in the film, but I think as time wears on, and Dory did a good job of it's pointing out. In fact, I was not even aware of that myself, that even, you know, up to the 60th anniversary of JFK's death, we've got guys writing books suggesting, no, he would have escalated in Vietnam. He owns Vietnam, speaking of JFK. And that's just, I'm disappointed by that because I feel like there's enough, and I think researchers have moved the needle some on this in the last 15, 20, 30 years over this issue, that there is enough clear evidence uh, to show that JFK had no intentions of any massive escalation in Vietnam. I mean, I teach very specific things about the Vietnam War in my history classes, and I just make a point of driving this thing home that you know there was a overnight change in policy towards Vietnam. It's very clear. It's if nothing else, if you even without the documentary evidence that Dory Wiley just presented here earlier, uh, all you have to do is look at the track record of JFK, that you know, that he's not gone. The simple quote from the movie, why, he wasn't going to go into Cuba 90 miles away. Why would he go into Vietnam on the other side of the world with any massive escalation or any overt invasion? I think you need to draw a distinction between uh, special forces advisors that JFK sent in and actual United States military. I think JFK wanted to make a clear delineation between the two. And I think history has to fall on this side, regardless of what folks' thinking is about the assassination. You cannot pin 500,000 Americans and 58,000 American dead in Vietnam in any stretch of the imagination on JFK. And a lot of that falls, and I'm not saying it solely falls in the lap of LBJ. I mean, you can go back and say, well, we were in Vietnam even during the Eisenhower era. So, but to me, the documentation, history tells us, no, if JFK had lived, there would have been no massive war in Vietnam and that whole tragedy as it unfolded. So, well, I feel like I've covered what I want to get. We're running them bit behind, but I think we're good. Hey, Casey, are you ready? Do you want to jump right in with your aspects on Vietnam? Okay.
Yeah, I will. Am I on? Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Casey. We hear you.
Okay, good. First of all, I want to commend both of you guys uh, for at least giving us uh, a detailed version in of Vietnam and the beginning of it in a short form. And I've got to pat Dory on the back. I don't know how you get all that information in there in a short period of time, but I know as a teacher I had to do all that, and then I also got to a point where I was limited on what I could teach and how I could teach it and what I could teach. And so that's probably those three reasons why I'm not teaching anymore after 50 years. But at the same time, I got to a point where, history is very, very important, and you can't just sidestep it and say, okay, we're going to go to another section here and forget about that, and maybe we'll come back to it. And so I tried to do that with the JFK assassination. And of course, a lot of the administrators says, so you're teaching 2 weeks on JFK? And I said, yes. I said, it's very important and it's relevant to what's going on with the Vietnam War and then the aftermath of Vietnam. And I want to let everybody know right up front, I am a Vietnam veteran. And usually what a lot of people will say is thank you for your service. Well, thankfully I got home alive, but there's 58,000 soldiers that did not. And since that time, I've been asking the question to senators, congressional representatives as to why in the hell were we there to begin with? Okay, well, take a step forward in the future. Why are we in Iran? I don't even want to get into that. But at the same time, what? You got 58,000 people murdered, killed in Vietnam, and it wasn't even a declared war, at least by the standards that we look at the Constitution and the congressional representatives and the senators. But I want to divert just a little bit to Lucien Conein. My first library presentation this year on the murder of John F. Kennedy. You have to understand, I live in Kansas City, Kansas. Okay, and Kansas City, Kansas is the home of Wyandotte High School. Now, Wyandotte High School is particular to my family because my dad graduated from Wyandotte High School in 1938. And he was the first graduating class. But when this Conein thing came up, I found out that he was going to Wyandotte High School. And I'm sitting there going, my dad's already deceased. And I am going through his books at home, his annuals, trying to figure out if Conein is in there, and he is in there. But Conein did not. He came to America, came to the United States, family settled in Wyandotte County, and then went to Wyandotte High School. Did not graduate, but was supposed to graduate in 1938 when my dad did. Now, when I bring this up, especially in Kansas City, Kansas, people are looking at me saying, are you saying that? I said, yes, I am saying you have a covert intelligence operative who went to school at Wyandotte High School and became a CIA operative, an agent, provocateur for the United States in Vietnam and other places around the world. But specifically, I've always felt from my readings that the Diem assassinations, both brothers, was a prelude to what was going to take place on November 22nd, 1963. And I think the CIA, who I don't care if they wash their hands like Pilate did, I don't care whether they did that or not, their fingerprints of intelligence are all over that assassination. I firmly believe that the CIA was telling President Kennedy, do not screw around with us over here. We're in charge of this crap, and you're not. And this is what's going to happen to you in another couple of weeks down the line if you don't bear in mind what's going to take place in Vietnam. That's what I've always felt. Now, some of the documentation that's been brought out, and especially the documentation that Dory Wiley has brought out, I stand by what he has brought out. I use that in my presentations, and the presentation that he gave today gave me more insight to what is going on beneath and behind the scenes. And I think that's where we have to go. We have to go behind the scenes. We have to figure out what's going on. But not all of that is recorded history. And I know I argue with some of the researchers that, not everything is in documents. Well, you're right. It's not in documents all the time. But you do have hearsay, you have innuendos, and then you follow up on that hearsay and innuendos. For an example, when I used to live and teach in Emporia, Kansas, I gave a presentation down there back in 1976, I believe, And I had a guy in the audience comes forward and he says, so this is Dealey Plaza. And I said, yeah, it's a picture of it. He says, can you come down to the Santa Fe Railroad depot? And he says, I own a building down there where I store seeds and wheat. And he says, I had a vagabond, a person that was riding the rails at that time. He says, I hired him to clean the place up and gave him room upstairs. And so he drew a picture on the wall. He says, I never really associated it with anything. And he said he signed it. And he says, this was about a week to 2 weeks before the assassination. And so, I'm curious. I said, okay, fine. Let's go down. Let's try to figure it out. Who this guy is. Well, since that particular time, I can tell you he's painted the wall over and he is deceased. I suppose we could pull the paint from that wall and go and figure out what it was. But when I went down there, I looked at it and it was a picture of Dealey Plaza. Like in all the pictures that you see of Dealey Plaza, where the three roads converge under the railroad tracks, the whole thing. And I said, do you know who this guy is? And he goes, C. Holt. I said, C. Holt. I looked down there, didn't know that much about Chauncey Holt at the time, but I'm sitting there going, my God, I said, I'm going to have to do some research on this. Well, by the time I got through about 2 or 3 years, I had moved on to Kansas City area, came back and tried to do research on this picture that the guy wrote or drew on the wall, a mural, so to speak. And it was signed C. Holt. And that kind of stuck with me until we got to one of the research areas with Gary Shaw in Dallas, Texas, in the late 1980s. And it has always stuck with me about the name Chauncey Holt. Chauncey Holt was a person that he could copy, and I know he could, and he sold pictures, and that's what got him in trouble in California, in San Diego. He was selling pictures for millions of dollars, but he's the one that painted them, and he painted them from memory. He'd go into libraries and art museums and copy these things down and sell them. So anyway, as the real McCoy. So anyway, I kept that in the back of my mind, and sometimes you go down a lot of rabbit holes, and I thought that this was a rabbit hole to begin with, but then again, when I saw the letter C. Holt, and I go, oh, God bless, this might be something that I need to do research on it, and I still need to do research on it. But don't have the time, but at the same time, you begin to wonder, it's Chauncey Holt in Dallas, and we can argue that until the cows come home. But for the most part, I think the questions that both David and definitely Dory are questioning here is, when did Vietnam start? Why did it start? And basically, I think the question is, where was McGeorge Bundy? I mean, I have that question too, because I come across several different books that quote that show McBundy was in Washington, D.C. McGeorge Bundy was in Washington, D.C., and that he ended up being in the bunker of the White House, controlling the communications between the White House and also Air Force One, and what to do with President Kennedy's body, and that he was in there along with the head of the Secret Service, and they were directing where the president was going to be autopsied, who was going to do it, how he was going to get there, blah blah blah. Which is, if you follow that information, it is a conglomeration of messes. It's like taking a golf ball and cutting it halfway in half, and then trying to put all the strings back together. But then the entire assassination of JFK is like that. But I believe that, looking to try to figure out whose war it was, well, I can tell you right now, it wasn't JFK's war, okay? But our history books will you know, point in the direction that JFK was there when it started. And I go, no. I said, you got to go back to 1954. You got to go back to the end of 1945. And I'll bring this up as kind of an anecdote to this thing. In 1945, prior to the dropping of the two bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the OSS and the ONI teamed up with a guy by the name of Ho Chi Minh. And it's not in your history books, but you've got to read John Newman, read some of the books that he has put out about Vietnam, read let me see, Fletcher Prouty. And when the United States teamed up with Ho Chi Minh, Ho Chi Minh led them all the way through into China, and they were in preparation for the invasion of Japan from the mainland in China, Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia. All that stuff is going to be in the future. But it was Ho Chi Minh that led the Office of Naval Intelligence, the Office of Strategic Service, and set all these boundaries there. Now, did he have ulterior motives? Yeah, because he wanted to be accepted as the new leader of Vietnam at the end of World War II. And at the end of World War II, if you go back and you find out the United States turned Vietnam back over to the colonial individual leadership for the French, and exactly what Ho Chi Minh did not want done. And so Ho Chi Minh basically turns toward China or the Soviet Union in order to divide Vietnam up, North and South Vietnam. And then it becomes a religious war, the Buddhists against the Catholics. So anyway, a lot of people don't realize that Ho Chi Minh helped us to end that war, but we didn't invade Japan. We dropped two bombs on them. Okay, so that as an aspect, that's where we go with the Kennedy assassination. Who started this war? Why was it started? Who are the benefactors from it? I can tell you right now, oil, big oil was a benefactor from it. The major corporations that were in Dallas and Fort Worth alone. And I think Eisenhower basically said, beware of the military industrial complex. Well, we got military industrial complex all over the United States. But for the most part, man, I'll tell you what, Fort Worth and Dallas were, I would say, might have been the hub of all the things that were going to be put into operational use to make commercial things and military things and get all these contracts for the Vietnam War. Now, if McGeorge Bundy, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, Dory, but did McGeorge Bundy help JFK write or the National Security Action Memorandum 263, or was it JFK that put a stamp of approval for McGeorge Bundy to sit back and say, okay, you're going to carry this with you to the Honolulu conference, which again, was he there or was he not there? Man, I have him in Washington, D.C., but then I also have him sitting over there with these 30 other individuals at the Honolulu conference.
So two issues there. One, he had no input whatsoever, and he was purposefully excluded from input on 263, which makes his authorship of 273 all the more suspect. Now on the Washington thing, and I kind of hinted at it, and I agree with you. I think they needed him in Washington to kind of help direct things, but he was supposed to be. Why would he be in Washington? There's no need for him to be in Washington. This is a huge conference where everyone is. He, as head of the National Security Administration, he's supposed to be out there. He should be in Honolulu. The fact that he is in D.C., I think, is a little bit damning as well.
I agree, and thank you for setting me straight on that, because I'll tell you, I would more believe your research than some of the other research that I'm coming across that basically has him sitting at a table there in Honolulu. But then again, at the same time, he took an early flight. This is the information that I had gotten before, that he had took an early flight out of Honolulu, flies back to Washington, D.C., is there by the 21st, and then blah, blah, blah. You have all this rigmarole that is going on as to who does what, who starts what, and it kind of goes from there. And I've always felt, in fact, when I spoke last time, somebody asked me, they said, "Well, can you pinpoint who do you think is responsible for the murder of JFK?" And I go, "Yeah, the Joint Chiefs of Staff." And they looked at me and they go, "Excuse me?" I said, "Well, yeah, go to page 563 of your American history book, 20 years ago, if you have books." I said, "You're not going to find it in any of these books." But I said, the people who hated JFK the most are the Joint Chiefs of Staff. And every one of them hated him because they thought he was chicken shit. Okay. And that is probably brought out a heck of a lot more by Curtis LeMay. But you go to the United States Army, and I'm telling you what, Decker hated him too, just like everybody else. But they kept it under wraps to a certain extent. And JFK walked out on them several times. So Dorian,
Well,
yeah,
I think we've had the benefit of more release of memos and stuff in the last 30 years from Joint Chiefs of Staff to help us come to that conclusion. And so when we think about the Oliver Stone movie and how he got Prouty in at the last minute as, Donald Sutherland, and how he focuses on how, Vietnam War is the reason Vietnam. I think that set a very popular notion that, hey, this was about the Vietnam War because, and that all came upon Stone pretty quickly. I'm hoping I'm getting a chance to include him or visit with him, in this documentary we're working on because I, I can't imagine, if you look at the pile of evidence the last 30 years that point to the Joint Chiefs of Staff and how he wouldn't come to that conclusion now that it's bigger than Vietnam. It's much bigger than Vietnam. And of course Jim Douglas did the best job of explaining that in his book. And I got to tell you, that's when I got my eyes open to that for sure that, hey, wait, this is way bigger than Vietnam. And this is about treason.
yeah,
And that made more sense to me because I always thought, well, I can see, some people wanting to go, hey, let's get rid of this guy so we can have a war and make money. Okay, but that explains some of the people. Not everyone's driven by money. Some people are driven by power, right? And some
yes,
people are driven by what I would say is misplaced patriotism, you know, and I'm empathetic to that. And I hear very few researchers talking about this, and not that they should. But I am empathetic to the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Put yourself in that room with the evidence they have of all the back channels to Khrushchev and Robert Kennedy in their face relationship with Russia. And the thought process for them their whole life have been, we win wars. We have the ultimate weapon. We're ahead. We can win. We kill Germans. We kill Japanese. We can kill Russians. Ike's our hero. Pretty boy comes in, sleeping with everything he can, buys his way into office, and now is telling us we should have peace with our enemies. They have no respect for him. And yet
yes,
they have all this evidence, which we lined out on a slide earlier, that shows him guilty of sympathizing with the enemy and they truly believed, I think, that he was putting the country at risk. If you or I on the Joint Chiefs of Staff, will we have the courage at that time, with that knowledge, with that background of World War II, to say, no, that's wrong. Let's seek peace. And I shudder to think what my answer might be.
Hey, I want to jump in on that too from Casey,
yeah,
Dory. I think we have to definitively think that there are at least some or most of those in the Joint Chiefs of Staff believe they could win a nuclear war. They had gotten to that point that
yes,
the calculation was, and we can look at LeMay specific, is that, you know, we've got an advantage. We'll lose X amount of people, they'll lose more. That they had actually gotten to that point where,
And that sounds stupid and ludicrous now, but it was JFK that came up with the idea of mutually assured destruction. That
yeah,
it was
yeah. I
stupid.
mean,
And it
it
wasn't
to them
stupid
it
at the
wasn't stupid.
time.
Yeah, it's hard. I think it's hard, and I talk about this in the classroom too. It's hard for our students today to understand, when you go back to the Cuban Missile Crisis, that's what JFK was confronted with, uh, and Bobby. They were basically on an island, that they were surrounded by folks, especially in the military, that we've got to go into Cuba. That this was and whether it ultimately led to a nuclear confrontation in World War III, it didn't matter because we can win. And that's what they were faced with, that mentality that if the Kennedy brothers had not been there at that point in history, I tell that a lot to my classroom, that we may not be here now. I mean, if you want to, I spent a lot of time talking about presidents and where we rank in terms of prestige, and polls have been taken. I think it was C-SPAN that did a poll of 200 American historians, and they ranked presidents in order. And where does Kennedy lie? Well, maybe in the top 10, even though he's only been around for 3 years. But if Kennedy accomplished nothing else, he may well have accomplished an idea, that the very fact that we are still here, that humanity survived that extremity, or extremism, that existed within the national security state of the United States, and specifically the Joint Chiefs. Go ahead,
Well,
George.
you hit the nail on the head because what we can't, because of this assumption that the Joint Chiefs of Staff had, the war was winnable. We had a weapon. We had an obligation to do it, use it. And Kennedy coming in with something different, with something that he totally believed in. And he knew his life was at stake. And he tried to warn people through Arthur Crock and the New York Times, and with the 7 Days in May movie, and telling people, in his speech in Fort Worth, addressing fear while his left hand is shaking while he's talking, praying on a way over and saying, hey, if they're going to shoot me, they'll shoot me with a rifle. I can't do anything about it. He knew,
Yeah.
and he was trying to send warning signs, and yet, you know, sacrificed himself knowing full well he was at risk for this. And you're right. The evidence is today is that we're still here. What those guys couldn't see because of their pride and ego, we could all see as children doing those stupid drills of getting under our desk at five,
Good
6, and
Lord.
7 years old. And I remember thinking, this is not going to save me. And I'm but a child, right? And and every one of you probably had the exact same thought.
Absolutely.
Well, and let's not diminish or forget, JFK's American University speech, June 63,
Yeah.
where he really puts himself in opposition to this Cold War thinking, and he clearly delineates a, a, a dramatic change in America's foreign policy that he wanted to administer. And you know, that we are not, this famous words about, we're not a Pax Americana enforced by our weapons of war. I mean, the Russians heard that,
The
and
Russians embraced it. They
they
see it
embraced
all
it.
around
Yeah,
their country, and yet
yeah.
locally, Kennedy was attacked for it. That's just
But
so
Yes.
the,
sad.
yeah,
Absolutely.
but you have to note that the Joint Chiefs heard that too.
Oh yeah.
It
Yeah.
cut both ways. And, there was obviously tremendous opposition to the test ban treaty in the fall of 63. Yet somehow JFK won public support, because I think he ultimately had the American people on his side, that we don't want this either. There's some, we can extricate ourselves from this madness of the potential of nuclear war. And that put him in total opposition to the Joint Chiefs in many respects. And that might, Casey talked about motive. I mean, if you want to look at the potential participation of people inside the military in this whole event in Dallas, there's your motive. So,
Uh,
Casey, got something to add to that?
yeah,
Great conversation here. I love it. Go ahead.
I'm gonna wind things up real quick because I know we're probably pretty much out of time, but uh, uh, kind of what Dory was saying about, maybe we ought to put the shoes on the other foot, or at least look from the point of view of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. And it's been a while since I've been able to do that, but I'm reminded of Gene Hill, assassination eyewitness in Dealey Plaza. My first 5 years of research, I would, or I should say, Brian and I would take Gene Hill out to eat, and God, that woman loves steak. So we had steak with her almost every weekend that we were down there in Dealey Plaza, and she would come to speak to our students. And she looked at me across the table one time, and she says, "Do you hate Dallas?" And I kind of looked at her and I said, "Why do you say that?" She goes, "Well, because you talk like everybody down here hated Kennedy." She goes, "I'm from Dallas. You need to understand that he was my president and I was there to cheer him on in Dealey Plaza." And I just melted. I sat back and I said, "I've never looked at it from that point of view." And she says, "You need to." And that was like 45 years ago. And I think maybe that's what Dory is saying about the Joint Chiefs of Staff. If we were there at that particular time with all the material that we saw, wow, I'm not so sure if I would have said, "Yeah, let's go ahead." That's crazy stuff. But not to kill Kennedy, but to at least point out the idea that we have the biggest guns and the biggest weapons, and we got to be careful what we're doing. So, thank you guys, appreciate it.
Can I just add something there, if I may, on the mainstream media and the JFK got us into a Vietnam concept is still propagated. Even if you watch this Netflix documentary about the Vietnam War, it's amazing. What I like to do, I just skip over to the third, and the fourth episodes, which give you the version of the Vietnamese, what they went through. Okay. If you say 58,000 US troops, we're talking about how many millions of Vietnamese were killed in that conflict. So, and it's still being propagated by Netflix. That JFK is the one that got us in.
Larry, I
Yeah.
haven't watched that. Did they address, it being JFK's war versus LBJ's war?
They skew it more towards it was a JFK situation, and more like LBJ inherited it. I mean, you'll be amazed. With just the first one. That's why skip over to the final two episodes, and you'll feel better.
Well, I think it's important to note, from a history standpoint, that no president ever wants to be a guy that loses a war. And uh, you can make the argument, well, the war got passed to Johnson when he became president, and he's the same mentality that I'm not going to lose I'm not going to lose in Vietnam. Even if it was a no-win situation. And I would make the argument that Vietnam from day one was a no-win situation. Without trying to prop up a government in South Vietnam that was unwilling to fight for themselves, it was totally corrupt, did not have the hearts and minds of the folks. Even American can-doism, even the most powerful military in the world could not overcome that. And history proved that. But Johnson didn't have the political will to get out either. And I think the evidentiary record suggests that JFK would have, look at Bay of Pigs. I mean, he took the blame for that. He could have just passed it all off under the CIA. He didn't. He said, "I'll step up." JFK demonstrated ability to accept the consequences. And ultimately, I think in 64, as he had said, he would have extricated himself from Vietnam, but he never got that opportunity. So,
Yeah,
any other comments about that? Go ahead.
yeah, I want to make a point about the idea. I want to go back to John Newman and back in 1993 when John Newman was in Dallas, and he was paranoid. He was paranoid, marching up and down the aisles, thinking that, my God, I can't have anybody put my name on this or get pictures of me. And I think he was paranoid. And I think for a very good reason, because I was finding out at that particular time that Newman was getting documents that, uh, according to our Constitution, maybe Congress, with the idea that that material inside the White House would not be released for 30 years. So we were working on a basis of release of those military documents and White House documents that were by law held up for 30 years. So 1993 to 1963 is 30 years. And so no wonder Newman was sitting there going, my God, he says, I'm just trying to figure out how Vietnam started. And I came across this whole Kennedy thing. And so I think a lot of people who hear us speak don't realize that, number one, there was a 75-year period put on the Warren Commission documents, and a great deal of those have been released, if not all of them. Of course, we were told that all these things have been released, but uh, and somehow we end up, somebody finds something somewhere. I remember John Newman says, "Look at," he says, "I'm going to show you this file." He says, "I was looking for this file for probably about 15 years." He says, "I couldn't find it because it was inappropriately filed in somebody, and it was put into another file." And I'm sitting there going, well, then how did you find it? And he goes, "I found it by accident. I just started going through every file." But at the same time, uh, as researchers, there are a number of places where we can go to find research and bring material out. But the American public is probably not aware of the idea that there are uh, numbers of years that are placed upon some of these things before we can even open them. The end of World War II and some of the documents that have been released at the end of World War II had a number of years before you could even see those things. And some of them at the end of World War II, good Lord, guys, 1945. We still have some of those documents that are either redacted or they're closed. National security, you can't get into those things. So that's what we're up against. And I know a lot of people will sit back and say, well, especially like there's 81,000 documents out there. Have you read all those documents? Well, hell no, I haven't read all those documents. Have any of you guys read all the documents? I don't think so. But at the same time, uh, they're now out there, and what, another 63 years, maybe we'll find some more answers. But thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Great. Hey, Dave, you think we ought to just go right into the Axie stuff, right? I mean,
Yeah, I think since we're running behind 10 minutes at the moment, let's go and just go into Axie, and then we'll save the open discussion for later on. So with that, we're going to switch gears from JFK and Vietnam, and we're going to go into the part two of our discussions for the day. This is going to be about Axie with David Denton, Casey Quinlan, and Bill Simpage. So, Dave, I'll turn it back over to you.
yeah, I assume I don't have to reshare anything, right? You guys can hopefully see my screen, or I need to reshare this, Dave.
You'll need to reshare.
All right, here we go again. We've been playing, having
And
fun with that, right?
make sure when you're sharing or when you're running through your PowerPoints, make sure you're hitting that right arrow button so that way you're advancing your slides, because I think a while ago you weren't advancing your slides.
Okay. All right. Gotcha. Okay. Now, hopefully you can see that, right?
Yep, I've got that. Go ahead and go up there to slideshow.
All right, get that out of the way there. All right. How are we on now?
Yeah, you'll just have to because you got those split screens, you'll just have to go over and click on your individual um, slides there on the left.
Okay. All right. Good deal. All right. So you can see that first one, right?
Yeah.
Okay. See if I can get that bigger. All right. So, uh, and again, this is some stuff we've bought that I've gone over before, but I think it's important. There's some, again, I always try to bring a little bit new stuff into the stuff I've looked at before, and I think Casey and Bill can certainly add a lot. And it really is something that kind of segues from what we just got done talking about. I mean, Casey, postulated that, about the potential military involvement with the JFK assassination. Well, if there is an operation, this small, the acronym AXI, you know what, Casey could probably tell you what AXI actually stands for. It's an acronym for a small secretive counterintelligence unit inside the United States military. And some new documents have come out in recent years that really kind of make them look very suspicious in a lot of ways. And again, we're going to try to elaborate on that as we go forward here, all three of us, and we get a shot at that. So,
Yeah, David, look, let me go ahead and tell people what it is. ACSI is the Assistant Chief of Staff for Intelligence. And like you said, it's right there in the United States military and it's in the Pentagon.
yeah, and it's interesting. It's kind of a ambiguous in a way because it actually refers to it almost sounds like an individual person when you like you just said, but it's really evolved. I think he ultimately evolved into an operation, a small group of individuals. Although John Newman's looked at a lot of this, and he pointed out to me once is I don't think it was that small. He thinks it was more bigger than that. And so, what is your definition of small? I guess I mean you guys can potentially elaborate on that. But it has a military history. If you look this up, I mean, you know. The Defense Department's official history suggests that AXI was a small special purpose military unit created in 1960 to coordinate the intelligence activities of the Army Technical Services. Uh, Dory has spent a lot of time talking about Fletcher Prouty, of course, the liaison between the military and the executive branch. Prouty once referred to AXI as the black intelligence arm of the United States military. That's not painted in a positive light, is it? And again, I've said this before, but I've always found it intriguing that I came across a document associated with one of the key figures of AXI. Her name was Dorothy Matlack, as a key member of this. And there's a lot to this document that I uncovered from the National Archives. One I have highlighted at the top. This is an approval of her as a liaison with the CIA, meaning that she was already a member of, as you can see down there, and I have also highlighted, she's a member of AXI. But this form is basically bringing her into agreement with the CIA. That is going to be a theme here about this I spoke yesterday about interconnectivity on a lot of levels, the interconnectivity between the CIA and folks in Texas. Well, here you have interconnectivity between the military intelligence operations and the CIA itself by simply, there's going to be a couple people here, Matlack is one of them, that are actually representative of both agencies. But let's go back to the top right-hand corner where it talks about 1958. That totally contradicts what I just put up earlier about, the official military history says this operation didn't begin until 1960. But here's Matlack in 1958, apparently all already part of an agency that supposedly didn't exist. I've never settled that contradiction about why. What was Prouty talked about the actually being a black arm, meaning they were dark, I mean, why was the military not forthcoming about when this organization actually began operating prior to 1960? That's a question I have not resolved. But let's talk about Matlack a little bit. I mean, digging deeper into Matlack's whole situation. I don't have it here on this slide, but it discusses Matlack as monitoring uh, folks that were leaving the United States military and going to Russia. Okay. Well, obviously, this was Oswald's potential scenario that she was monitoring these folks that were what their operations were in Russia, in terms of potential assets inside the Soviet Union. I mean, that's you can't help but think that Matlack had her eyes on one Lee Harvey Oswald. I mean, that's and that further confirms that and then I think Bill, in fact, I even quote Bill on this about particularly when Oswald comes back to the United States, that they would, Matlack is mentioned, Sam Cale, another Axie member, Colonel Sam Cale is mentioned. Uh, we'll mention more about him in a minute. That met with one Haitian businessman named Clamard Charles. That de Mornfield was making the conduit. Of course, and we all know that George Mornfield was Oswald's handler in Dallas. That in possibility, this whole thing wasn't about some making a financial contact here between the president of Haiti and Charles, but had more to do with maybe gaining access to information about that guy you're handling down there in Dallas, Lee Harvey Oswald. That meeting occurred in April of '63. And then another individual that pops up here who's particularly CIA, Tony Ziankowski, comes up, as the domestic contact division in that meeting. Ziankowski, and I hope I'm saying that correctly, but he is an interesting character as well. I mean, Ann Tatro pointed out to me that Ziankowski pops up as a guy who takes over Oswald's P.O. Box office, P.O. Box address after the assassination. What was going on there? I mean, these guys are all seemingly Matlack. These people are all circulating around Oswald. Is the point? And I pulled this up again. Here's a little thing on Matlack. It's always interesting that when some of these folks on the way out, it's interesting. Well, I'll be talking about Harvey later, and this afternoon I'll be bringing that up about they kind of made a big issue about Harvey on the way out when he stepped out of things. It's it's interesting when folks are kind of given the I don't know, you hear about golden parachutes. I don't think Matlack got anything financially after she exited the military in Axie, but they certainly made a big deal about her exploits during her time as a member of Axie, glorifying her contributions. And I just wonder about that, why they went out of their way to make such a big deal about Matlack and her contributions. Well, we all know about Operation Northwoods, and we should about the Joint Chiefs. And here again, what Casey spoke of earlier about potential military involvement. Man, I mean, and of course, Northwoods is pretty common knowledge among the research community. I get that, but when you put it in context, the extreme level of attitude the military had towards taking out by all costs Castro, willing to conduct any number of almost insane operations, false flag and otherwise, to try to eliminate Castro and present these to Kennedy in 1962. Uh, they had no limitations. They were willing to. They discussed blowing up uh, airliners and blaming it on Cuba as a terror operation, conducting some, remember the main incident, attacking Guantanamo Bay. Hey, if John Glenn happens to blow up on the launch pad for you know, the first man into space, we'll blame that one on Castro too, if that happens. They had all these suggestions about ways to get to Castro. And of course, the Kennedy administration thought they were pretty much insane. And again, that just shows the wide gap between the Kennedy administration and where the Joint Chiefs were going. Was Axie an instrument of that extremity or extremism? I think you can make that argument. And again, another document, I've mentioned this one before, but I think it bears looking at again, is the fact that, on this very document about Axie's proposals for what to do with Castro, they're very clear about it. And I have highlighted in there number two that, how do we get rid of Castro? Let's assassinate or kidnap him. I mean, in blunt terms, that's the solution. The willingness to conduct assassination demonstrates the extreme nature of what Axie may have well been about. And further down there, actually down at the bottom of that, they also discuss the idea of using some form of biological warfare on Cuba. These guys were serious people in terms of their desires to eliminate Castro and maybe, what that might entail in terms of Dallas. Finally, I mean, I think this is important too. I mean, we mentioned Sam Cale. What I have here on this screen, I actually have we saw Matlack's file. Well, this is a 201 file on Sam Cale that, Sam Cale was Axie, but he was also CIA while working in Mexico City. And I think in 59 or 60, Cale mentioned that I don't even know who I'm working for, whether I'm working for the CIA or the military. That confusion, you know. Some of that also, and I'm not going to get into the whole Viciana argument that's been posed before. John Newman's brought up those things about, who was Viciana? Was he military? Was he CIA? The Alpha 66 figure. I know Larry could get into that some too, I'm sure. But maybe the point is, again, whether we're looking at who was running Antonio Viciana, the man who may or may not have been, with pointed out the story about Phillips and Oswald being together and the Alpha 66's radical activities prior to the assassination. The important note might not be whether to argue whether these guys were CIA or whether they were military. I think the point is they were both. that this that there was almost no distinction in some of these activities and cooperation that was going on between the military and the CIA. And I think that's probably the biggest thing we could take from the documents that have been released in the last few years. And so I'll leave it at that. I think do we have is Casey next, Dave? I think we're going with Casey next.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that'd be
Casey's
fine. But
next, and then Bill Simbage is the follow-up.
Yeah, well, I will just pass it off to Casey. I think he's got a lot on Axie. Him and I have talked and discussed a lot about this over the years. So I'll just flip it on over to you, Casey, and take it on, man.
yeah, I'll take it. But I also want to give Bill Simpich enough time because I know David, we're ending the open discussion at what time?
Open discussion. I mean, we're basically between now and 1:30. We're having this discussion, open discussion, and then lunch. So,
I think we're
Okay.
good, Casey.
Okay, what I'll do is I'll take up a little bit of time, but I want to turn a lot over to Bill Simpich, at least that he has some time. But I want to make a couple comments here. I know Dave and I, we've been online talking to each other on the telephone for weeks, months, years, and we've been talking about this AXI program and who is AXI and the definition. Let me give you the definition that I have right now, and I pulled this out. Yeah, yeah. It says on September 1st, 1954, the Assistant Chief of Staff for Intelligence, AXI, officially redesignated the CIC Center at Fort Holabird, Maryland, as the United States Army Intelligence Center. However, that intelligence center is now in Fort Leavenworth, and I don't know. I was one of a very few people to be asked to go to Fort Leavenworth uh, to attend a 4-day seminar on Afghanistan. And I was the only teacher that took that up. And I was there with colonels and captains, and I was answering and asking questions to General McCaffrey about what was going on. And one of the reasons I was there was to inform my students that the draft is still there. The military draft is still there. It probably won't be used because the military doesn't like to have draft people. They want to have the soldier that's gonna they're gonna pay a soldier. And I asked General McCaffrey. I said, I'm a former draftee, and then I re-enlisted for 1 year. But I said, so how much would you what would be the bottom line that you would pay these soldiers to come back in? And he says, I wouldn't come back in for less than 180,000 a year. I said, well, I'm a teacher. Can I sign up again? And he started laughing. And I said, no, don't laugh, General, because I said, teachers don't make that much money, but I also know a little bit about how much money you make on the outside, millions and millions of dollars because you were this former 4-star general, so on and so forth. But anyway, I was going to sit back there and ask him about all these different ingredients that go into the intelligence apparatus that we know as the intelligence agencies in the United States. And as researchers, I get confused about what AXI is, who the CIA is, and then the history. Again, if you go back to the to World War II as it came back over in the 1950s from the OSS, the Office of Naval Intelligence, and then the FBI has their own investigative agencies. So you have a conglomerate of crisscrossing going on as to who's in charge, who actually repels and sit back and say, well, that's not my job. That's with AXI. And I know David and I were talking like, who the hell is AXI? Well, again, the Assistant Chief of Staff for Intelligence, and I know you have a document there that says 1960. I've got one online that everybody can look at, and it's 1954. And then again, you jump around again, and you have all different dates on there. Well, I think that's done on purpose. But at the same time, I can't prove that. But when you come up with a definition as to what this is, you can give all three of them as far as I'm concerned. But at the same time, we're dealing with a unit that's inside the Pentagon, and it may be small in conjunction with what is actually the number of personnel involved in the Pentagon. But it's a small unit. It's a very effective unit and very secretive. And so little by little, we get documents out of the National Archives that is signed by some individuals, and they are assigned to AXI or some sort of a military intelligence area. And so what happens is that we shift back and forth as to who's responsible, who's in charge of this. I think the I think AXI is directly related to the CIA. I think they're in military intelligence, and I think they're all of the above. But if you're looking, I guess, for official documents, I'm probably going to turn this over to Bill Simpich, because I think Bill has done a pretty good job trying to figure out what this is, where it's going, and how to get into this. But I'm going to throw out a couple things here for a while. We had pictures of an unidentified FBI agent in Dealey Plaza picking up either remains of JFK's head in the small grassy area which would have been on Jackie Kennedy's side, and or the possibility of a spent round in that particular area, and he was identified as an unidentified FBI agent. And it came to our attention. I know Gary Shaw has done a lot of research on this, but at the same time, it could have been Sam Cale. He looks like Sam Cale, but I think maybe with the new AI technology, maybe Larry, we could probably get into that and see who that person is. However, Gary brought it to my attention. He says, well, how about Sam Cale? Or not Sam Cale, but FBI agent Vincent Drain. And he showed me a picture of Vincent Drain. And I said, holy cow. I said, yeah, I would go with Vincent Drain as the unidentified FBI agent picking up stuff in Dealey Plaza. Now, he's FBI. I don't know if he has access to, or if he has access to the military intelligence with AXI and things like this. But you get a number of documents that written down at the bottom is AXI. And so who was in charge of AXI? And if you say Assistant Chief of Staff for Intelligence, well, Assistant Chief of what? The Assistant Chief for the Pentagon, or the Joint Chiefs of Staff? And I think we kind of have to decide what that is. But at the same time, I don't have an answer for that. So I vary back and forth. But let me throw this out at Bill Simpich. Bill, can you identify that? And I'll turn it over to you for a little bit, and then I'll come back in.
Give me the question again, Casey.
Well, a number of documents have come out of the National Archives and have been released with AXI at the bottom of that particular document, and with a person's name. And Matlock was one of them. Sam Cale was another. But at the same time, we were trying to figure out who and what was AXI, and what role did they play in covering the murder or prior to the assassination, and we're trying to figure out who controls this agency.
I have the name. I can't drop the name for you in this moment, but I can drop it in the chat after we're done.
Okay.
The structure of AXI is also kind of beyond my Ken. I thought you gave a pretty good description. Security. Let me use an analogy here. The security force for the State Department was literally only 15 individuals. AXI is quite a bit larger than that, but I would venture to say they're nowhere near the size of the CIA. The problem we've had with AXI is, as you said, they're so secretive. We have almost no documents on them. I've done some research looking for a good précis on AXI, and I'll be the first to say I haven't found one that I liked in terms of giving me a global structure. They literally do not want us to have their information. NSA was the same way. ONI was the same way. These are old organizations, far older than the CIA, and they've got their own way of doing things, and they don't answer. They didn't answer to the ARB in any significant way. We've got the documents we have from AXI number in the hundreds. Same with NSA. Conversely, as you know, we're talking hundreds of thousands for both FBI and CIA. So it's a major problem. Do you have more you want to add, Casey, at this juncture?
Well, let me just add this, and then I'll let you run with it here a little bit. at the end of World War II, um, out of out of the OSS office, um, you have a number of people who were assigned through William Donovan, General Donovan, and also Alan Dulles. And a number of these people will end up in covert intelligence operations, basically through the CIA, military intelligence, and some of them through Axie. Very few do we see of them, but those people will end up being heads of at the end of World War II when they come back in and filter through, and we get all these things out of Congress saying that we're going to create this arm, this link in the Pentagon or uh, the intelligence apparatus inside the United States. We have these same people at the end of World War II that will end up being the heads of these institutions, and those people have direct access to and through William Donovan, who's no longer around, and at that time Alan Dulles was, and James Angleton, and some of those same people were at the behest of Alan Dulles and James, well, not James Angleton, but William Donovan. But I wanted to point out that whole thing was brought over into the United States and then put into the National Security Act, 1946, 1947. But I just wanted to give the people a little bit of background as to where some of these people came from and how some of these agencies, especially in the military, I know military has all different types of establishments inside their apparatus, and a lot of that is not it's not feasibly releasable, and a lot of that is tied up in 30 years until after the 30 years after the fact, after it was closed down. So yeah, that's what I just wanted to add on that, Bill.
Well, great. Thank you for asking me, Casey, to join this panel. And I'm going to get right to the heart of what I can offer. I consider my work on Axie a work in progress. I don't pretend to be definitive. But I've learned enough along the way. What I have learned is by studying individuals rather than the agency itself, because, as I said, I have not found a source on the agency that I like. Let me start again, as I did yesterday with dessert first, because I think it helps people get a sense of the world we're entering here. I don't know how many of you, maybe you could show your hands, are familiar with the Special Services Division over at the Dallas Police.
Yeah.
I see a few hands, not a lot. So let me warm to it for a moment. The Special Services Division was run by people who were not exactly Army intelligence, but they were Army reserves. They were familiar with and interacted with Army intelligence, had a background with Army intelligence. And I'm speaking specifically of George Lumpkin, who was the head of the Special Services Division in the 50s, and then his pal, Pat Ganaway, who was head of the Special Services Division in the 60s during the time of the assassination. Special Services Division, they're often known as the Red Squad in many cities in the United States because one of their traditional tasks is going after communists because their beat is generally intelligence, narcotics, and gambling. In other words, the underworld, if you will. But that covers a lot of ground. And when you think about it, it covers the same ground we're covering. It covers intelligence organizations and the mobsters and people who are exiles, who are, in many cases, running narcotics like the AMOTs to pay the bills. And so when you think about it, these folks are actually more important than most of the Dallas police in terms of our story. Yet we know relatively little about them, even though they're a central figure. My analysis of the Dallas police, I've been studying the Dallas police for many years. And like Peter Dale Scott, I've come to the conclusion that they are basically a creature of the rank and file is loyal to Army intelligence and the Ku Klux Klan. And I say that because the Ku Klux Klan was a major social organization at the time. They're not anymore, but they were very big in the 1960s during the Civil Rights Movement. And Lieutenant Butler was the head of the Klan. Lieutenant Butler his George Butler by name. He ran the Juvenile Bureau, but he also did a lot of work in intelligence. I don't believe he was formerly Army intelligence, but he worked very closely with Pat Ganaway. And you can find Butler's name today if you go to Dallas and go to the police administration building. The name of the building is the George Butler Building. We had a conference right by the Lorenzo. We had a conference at the Lorenzo Hotel, and I walked over there because it was literally across the street during the conference, and I knocked on the door, and it was in the morning, and I met this guy who was just a full-blown fascist. He was totally hostile because I knocked at the door rather than rang his bell, and it was first thing in the morning, and I gave him a big smile. And I said, is it open to the public in any way? I'd like to take a look. And he goes, what's your interest? I said, I'm a JFK researcher, just to push his buttons because I could already tell I wasn't going to get in. And I got the world's most hostile reception. It was wonderful. So maybe you all can try your luck. But my point is that there's still this hardcore over at Dallas Police, as far as I could see. This building is basically filled with their trophies. And so if any of you locals know a way to get in through, a friend at the police department, that kind of thing, I really urge you to take me up on this proposition. Pat Ganaway was pals with Jack Ruby. And I say that because Ruby, first, Pat and Lieutenant Butler interviewed Ruby during the 40s and 50s as part of their organized crime search. And it got so intense that they wound up testifying about it to Estes Kefauver, the senator from Tennessee, in 1958, and told a lot of their story. And so Ruby was a known quantity to them then. And Ruby found himself at the Special Services Department, where again Ganaway was running, working with Lumpkin, and he had a secretary named Mary Hartford, and he was there all the time between 1956 to 1962 to obtain liquor permits and the like, because he was running his clubs. He was so close to Pat Ganaway's secretary Mary Hartford that one police chief referred to her as Ruby's wife. This illustrates how well Ruby was connected with the police. It was estimated that Ruby knew between, the low estimate was 50, and that was from Ruby. The high estimate from other cops was he knew hundreds of the police. And this is how he got access, of course, to the show on Friday and Saturday, and of course Sunday morning when he killed Oswald. Everybody knew him. They had cards. They could go in there. They could get free drinks, all the rest of it. So Ruby was well known to the Dallas police. He was well known to the higher ups at the Army Reserves. And there is a distinction between the Army Reserves, of course, and the AXI. You had the 112th Military Intelligence Group in Dallas, and they were AXI. And they were basically the pals of the Secret Service. And this is too long to get into, but I think that if you want to understand how Kennedy was killed, the first thing you have to do is look at the Dallas police and look at the Secret Service. And by analogy, that means you have to look at AXI as well, because AXI was controlling the ground game with the Secret Service that day. As many of you know, there was individuals who posed themselves as Secret Service with cards and the rest of it that they showed to people right there at the grassy knoll when people were trying to get closer to the scene of the action in the immediate seconds after the assassination. So Axie played a dual role. They assisted the Secret Service, but I think you could also say that they were surveilling the Secret Service and the ground as to what they were doing minute to minute that day. Now, in terms of the immediate aftermath of the assassination, it's important to keep in mind that there was a search of the building, which led to the sixth floor, which led to Oswald being a suspect. As far as I'm concerned, for not a lot of good reasons. I'll get into those in a moment. The individual who led this search was George Lumpkin, former chief and of the Special Services Division, Army Reserves, and deputy chief of the police department at that point. So Lumpkin led this search, and in the middle of this search, Roy Truly came up to Lumpkin and Roy Truly, set the stage here, was the superintendent of the building. Within seconds of the shooting of JFK, Truly was with a police officer named Marion Baker. Baker and Truly met Oswald somewhere in the building. It's disputed as to exactly where, but it's undisputed that Baker pulled a gun on Oswald. And one of the most interesting things to me about all this is that I don't know anybody else who had a gun pulled on him that day offhand, except Oswald. And it was in the first seconds. And he didn't get shot. And Truly, by all accounts, was a man who vouched for Oswald in that moment, saying, this man works in the building. So he wasn't shot. I don't know, but there's no reports I have of Baker pulling a gun on anybody else. And if anybody else has stories about people having guns pulled on them those first minutes, please let me know in the chat. In any case, so Truly and Lumpkin confer in the moments after this event, and by the time it's done, Truly has somehow, whether it's true or not, has told Lumpkin that he doesn't know where Oswald is. Now, why he's focused on Oswald in this moment, after he's one of the few guys he's actually seen, we don't know, because this gets to the disputed roll call. The roll call allegedly occurs on at least one, if not two occasions in the next 2 hours. And the claim is made by Ganaway, who's now the boss again of Special Services, also an active Army Reserves officer, that Oswald is the only man missing. And this isn't credible because there's no credible reason to believe that he's the only man missing when it's well documented. And there's many articles on the subject of the roll call. All you have to do is look it up at Education Forum and you'll have more information than you needed, saying that, in fact, there was more than a dozen people couldn't get access to the building in the moments after the shooting, but they couldn't get back into the building because the building was locked up. Now, the building was not locked up, however, by Lumpkin for the first 20 minutes or so. It was an open building, which allowed whoever was up on the sixth floor, I do believe somebody was up on the sixth floor, at least pointing the gun, if not shooting, to escape. One of the strange things about this assassination, of course, is why would you conduct this at the sixth floor anyway when it was so incredibly insecure? People were working, laying, flooring there all day long. So whoever was involved in this, whether they pointed the gun or actually shot, had some pretty good backup. But that's, again, a discussion that goes a little bit too far. My point is that Lumpkin did not engage in the customary security procedures you would do when you're trying to capture a suspect. They left all the back doors open, left the front door open, left the stairways open. There was basically, you can see from the reports that there was no effective security those first 20 minutes of the building. And you can see that Ganaway admitted and was the one, in fact, in front of the press saying that there was no Oswald at this alleged roll call, which I don't think even happened. So they, within the first 2-3 hours, these two men were central in getting Oswald to the center of attention as the alleged suspect, even though there was no evidence until the following day about the rifle allegedly being in his name and the rest of it. So where this leads me is to Jack Creighton, who was a financier and an oilman, to be exact. And he wound up running for governor on the Republican ticket, which wasn't very powerful, even in Dallas during that era in '64. Ran against Connally, lost. The Republicans were generally considered the hard right wing in that era. Creighton was also the head of what was called the 488th Military Group, which was kind of a group that's better known orally. I know Steve Thomas has done a lot of work trying to document this group, and there are isolated newspaper references to it, but it seems to be largely on paper. Creighton is one of these guys who is a source saying that there was dozens of military intelligence officers within the Dallas police, and Creighton and Lumpkin worked together to hire this guy named Ilya Mamontov, who was a Soviet exile. And again, he was active with the hard right groups within the White Russians. And Creighton and Lumpkin got Mamontov in front of Marina the next day and got Marina to talk. And Marina made some statements saying that she didn't know much about the rifle. And by the time Mamontov was done with his version of the interrogation, it made it sound like she did have knowledge about the rifle and that it did resemble Oswald's. And Peter Dale Scott is very good on this. He hotly disputes Mamontov's interpretation. So this is another example of Army intelligence people being in the center of the investigation and turning things in their direction. Now, I want to turn for a moment here to what time do I have? I don't want to. I got about 5 more minutes, so I'm going to keep this to the point. Vesiana spent an inordinate amount of time trying to hide his information with Axie itself. I myself and then Malcolm Blunt confronted Vesiana in Bethesda in 2014 and quizzed him and re-quizzed him about his relationship with Axie. And he said that he only had one fleeting contact with a man named Pat Harris, also known as Milton Hubbard. You can read Milton Hubbard's deposition. Milton Hubbard goes into extraordinary detail about his relations with Vesiana. It was not a fleeting contact. And that he had contact with many other Axie people. I've read a host of the documents tying Vesiana with Axie. Newman's book extensively, it's the best source about telling the entire story of Vesiana's time with Axie. It documents how he drove the White House crazy, Vesiana as an individual, while performing maneuvers with the Army during the middle of the Cuban Missile Crisis. And, I can't help but mention that this is just like Harvey did, which got him fired during that same missile crisis period in October, November of 1962. Now, I've been looking very closely at Jack Anderson's sources because Jack Anderson, I believe, was cruelly used by Harvey and Roselli in particular when the report was done by the Inspector General in '67, tying the CIA and the mafia together in plots to kill Castro, which really kind of, in my opinion, blew Harvey and Roselli's cover because almost right away, Ed Morgan leaps to the fore as a source to Jack Anderson. And Morgan was Roselli's attorney. And the story that he starts telling is that that this was backfire to the assassination. Roselli and Harvey make it quite clear in 71 when they dive into the fray more directly with Anderson. And they may be involved as early as 67. I just can't prove it yet. Where Harvey and Roselli are feeding him the story about Castro did it, that we had sent guys over to Cuba. Yes, we did do that. But Castro got to him and created a backfire where, in fact, these guys or forces like them were directed by Castro to kill the president. Then in 76 and 77, you see Veciana joining the fray. And he's defined as Mr. X. And if you go into the documents about Mr. X and Veciana, you will see almost right away the CIA at this point starts commenting on all of Jack Anderson's columns because they are fascinated by the story just like we are. And this is 50 years ago. We were hot on the trail of possibly getting Harvey and Roselli indicted back then, 50 years ago. Harvey's named as a suspect by the HSCA, by people like Dan Hardway. And yet they wiggled out of it. And the reason why was because of people like Harvey and Roselli telling these stories to try to free themselves of blame. And Veciana. What did they all have in common? And the CIA even comments on it. They try to lead all investigators in the arena of Castro did it. When you tell lies and you plant red herrings, this is classic circumstantial evidence of consciousness of guilt. And I want to end with one last bit of, again, what I like to call dessert, because it's the fun stuff to look at and to think about. And I'll drop my best stuff in the chat here, including this lead. Harvey had a buddy named Neil Prue. And Neil Prue was, you can see him, for example, you never see his name in handwriting on a single Mary Farrell document that I can find. But you do see it, I should say, not in print, you don't see it, but you do see it in handwriting. You see it all over the Mexico City documents with Anita Pataki, who was Harvey's second in command, monitoring the Mexico City machinations in 1963. And Neil Prue, it appears, was also playing a role of a major named Watlington in Axie. And we've got a whole separate page on Watlington, which I will drop into the chat. Watlington even had two names. He had a real name, who was and then he had what I believe was a faux name. But I think at least one of these Watlingtons was in fact Neil Prue. And what I'm going to close with is cross-designation among the CIA and Army is very, very common. There's every reason to believe that Morales, for example, was also cross-designated with CIA and Army. As David said, in many cases, these people are the same people. Sam Cale was Axie, as has been brought out. And Sam Cale his wife was a woman named Lucy Muggles, and she worked in the press in Dallas with people like my favorite police officer who worked with Westbrook, and that's Jerry Hill. So they both worked in the amusement section of the newspaper in Dallas in the 50s. And they had close relations with a number of the same people. So it's very ingrown. And if you follow the individuals, I think that's the best short path I can offer. And again, I'll drop it in the chat for more information on these characters. So that's all from me for now. Thank you.
Hey,
Bill, I wanted to bring out something you brought up, Mamatov.
Yes.
Mamatov.
Uh-huh.
Um, uh, I recently came across some documentation and some articles that his wife, and I think both of them are deceased now, but did an interview and said that basically she was coming home for lunch on November 22nd, 1963, and she usually got there at a certain time, and she said it was probably between 12 o'clock in the afternoon and maybe 12:15. And she saw her husband leave, and there were three black sedans pull up in front of the house, and he got into one of them, and they took him away. And then her son got home, and her son said basically, I mean, she asked him why he was home. He said, "Well, the president's been murdered. Turn the TV on." And so she found out later on that her husband, who was a translator, was called up by Crichton to come to Dallas, or come to the Dallas police station right around 12:10, 12:15, so that he could interview and interpret the wife of the alleged assassin, Lee Harvey Oswald. And she says it was probably about 12:15. And I'm sitting there going,
Good.
12:15. Wow. Yeah. President hadn't got to Dealey Plaza yet. So yeah, interesting stories. Yeah.
Well, I want to encourage anyone who's considering doing a FOIA to include AXI in your search, because I predict in the next decade or two, we're going to get tens of thousands of documents from FOIA and the JFK Records Act. We know where to look for these documents now. We had really very little idea about how to do that even 10, 20 years ago.
I have a question for you. Well, I wrote this up in my book, Bill, about William Morgan being Axie, as well as his partner, Eloy Gutierrez Menoyo, who actually had an Axie number, and his venture into Cuba in December of 1964 was sponsored by Axie. But everybody, the William Morgan story, is such a fascinating story, and where there's always been this conception that he went out of, he was not CIA, he was not sent by American intelligence. Obviously now we know that he was, but Axie was always the central player there. In fact,
Agreed.
when they caught Menoyo, they caught him with the latest military hardware, weapons, and everything. And Axie was very nervous that he was going to spill the beans. Quite the contrary. When he was put on national TV, interrogated, he never spoke anything about who had sponsored his mission. But it's quite clear that it was Axie.
He had as you said, he had an AXI number, and so did Vesiana. And Manoyo was part of that big Operation Omega, which Vesiana may or may not have been part of. And that dragged on until Manoyo was captured in January 65.
And Eloy was the only one that had the cojones to go. He said, "Hey, I'm going, forget it. I don't need any help." He goes in there with four guys, and the whole concept of supposedly the populace, people were going to rise up, just as he got there, was a total lie.
Hey, on Manoia, can I just jump in there?
Yes.
One of the documents I came across, I've spoken of before, was a document where I believe it's the FBI is notifying the United States military that I believe it's Traficante was considering knocking off Manoia.
Yeah, over the dead.
Because he hadn't made payments on military supplies or something. But the point being that Hoover went out of his way to point out that Manoia, member of Alpha 66, was in trouble. He wasn't notifying the CIA that he was in trouble. Hoover was notifying the United States military, which gives us further confirmation of what Manoyo's connection was. Hey, one other quick thing. I want to bring up to Bill and Casey both. One name that hasn't come up yet in our discussion was Brandy Brandstetter. Could you guys kind of elaborate a little bit about how he fits into this picture? Either one of you? I'm just kind of, I have a cursory knowledge of that, and I was hoping you guys could enlighten us a little bit about maybe his potential role here.
I didn't read Brandy's book, so I'm at a disadvantage. I do know that if you one of the things that interested me the most about his story was that he had a place out in Acapulco. I think it was a hotel, and he and
Yeah.
Beaujolais, the French spy who worked with Angleton a lot, Beaujolais was terrified for his life after the assassination, probably because he knew too much, and ran to Brandstetter's place. Peter Dale Scott's always been interested in Brandstetter. I don't know much about him except to say that I think he was a friendly face. I'm not convinced that he knew anything. Casey, do you have anything I don't have on that?
Well, basically, a lot of the information I've been getting about Brandy Brandstetter, comes from J. Gary Shaw and some of the books that he's given me to look at and read. My impression is that he's a colonel. He's a colonel, United States Army, and I would say he's a floater. He floats back and forth between Army intelligence, AXI, and he's around individuals that, for the most part, are directly involved in either the assassination itself or the investigation of the assassination. And I really respect what Bill Simpich brought out about the Dallas police and the interconnections there. And I wanted to ask Bill Simpich. You said that the 112th military detachment was all AXI.
That's my understanding. The military intelligence group, and I believe they were directly under AXI command.
And how about the 488th military detachment in Dallas under Crichton?
That was also, as I understand it, a military intelligence, which again would be under AXI. But there's a film here between the reserves and active that I don't want to pretend I have fully mastered, because 488 is so dimly known. There's yet another group called the 4150 group out in this part of the world, and you can find a little bit more about it on the Education Forum because Steve Thomas writes about it. And Lumpkin was the head of this particular military intelligence group that was tied to, I believe, the 488th or the 112th. So they're all interconnected. They're all intelligence. They're all army.
David, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, Gary.
Yeah.
Let me jump in here just a minute. This is good stuff all morning, and I've listened to all of it with great interest. One of the things, Bill, is Brandstetter is all over the place in this thing. And if you read his two books, you'll see it. One of the more interesting things was he was in Dallas meeting the night before the assassination with people like Vincent Drain in the Secret Service and talking about the bubble top. You know, what does Brandstetter have to do with that? And you look at his life, and he's connected to Creighton, to Cale, to Mike Howard, to Vincent Drain, to George Lumpkin, and he's quite a character. And his papers are at the North Texas State University Library. And if anybody has time, it would be great to go up there and look through his papers.
And Gary, that's in Denton, Texas, correct?
In Denton, Texas, yes.
Hey, I'm just jumping in here. I mean, I think it's important, my teacher thing coming in here about how we distinguish this. So you guys are basically delineating the fact the 112th, correct me if I'm wrong, was more of an active unit, and the 488th was more reserve folks who had other things going on in their lives. Is that the way to delineate that, Casey? That these guys?
I think so. I think Bill hit on that directly, and that's why I wanted to, at least bring out the difference between the 112th and also the 488th, and one was reserved 488. And I think there's another organization under another numbered organization under 488, and I'll try to find it and see if I can pull that up. But yeah, I think both of them are there. One of them was told to stand down, and the other one came in. But I don't know if any other the other people who were assigned to the 112th showed up. I think there was one or two people in Dealey Plaza at the time.
By the way, David, I'm still Zoom user today.
I'll fix that.
Y'all are trying to keep me in what's the word? Incommunicado? Bill, you look good.
You do too, Gary. Pleasure to see you.
Good to see
you. You brought up what, Beaujolais?
Yes.
Let me see. Coup in Dallas, they hit on Beaujolais quite a bit as maybe a potential assassin, but at the same time, somebody who may have put together assassination teams and brought them into Dealey Plaza. And if that's the case, of course, we can't prove any of that, but if that's the case, I could understand why he might be fear for his life and maybe run to an area maybe with let me see, he went to Acapulco, correct? And
That's my recollection.
yeah. In fact, I think I have a picture of a couple people in a pool or just off to the in the surf there, and I think that Brandy Brandstetter is one of them. And I don't know if the Beaujolais is that. I don't think Beaujolais was there to have his picture taken.
By the way, Bill, Baker had his gun out when he was still on the south side of Elm Street.
He was in a hurry.
He was going to shoot somebody.
Well,
You
hey,
know,
Is this?
Dave,
do we have any? Did we want to maybe open it up for some questions, some great discussion here?
I wanted to ask Bill. It had something to do with what he said yesterday about Veciana's Army records. In what year was he in the Army? Obviously, the U.S. Army had to have been in the 60s, because if he's exiled in 1959. Do you know when he entered the Army?
I don't know when he entered the Army or even if he entered the Army. My belief is that he never formally entered the Army except as a source. He was a contact. They gave him a number, like they did to Manoia. I don't have anything indicating that he was with them before 62, but I know he was with them up to, and I think beyond, at least as far as 64, because there's a document saying.
But not in the normal sense of going to boot camp and stuff like that.
None of that. That's right. Right. I don't have any evidence of that at all.
All right.
He was a financial guy.
Right. He's a banker. He was a banker.
Right. He was not a boots on the ground. He was Julio Lobos.
Yeah, they sent him to Bolivia, and that's why they sent him to Bolivia, to hide him.
Right. So quite a character, but even that shooting in 61, I'd be interested. There's not enough paper for me to figure out if that bazooka attack was really coordinated by the CIA or by Army Intel.
You talking about Chile in 1971?
No, 1960.
Okay. You're talking about in Havana.
That's right.
Okay. I know. I know what you're talking about.
That would be interesting to try to find some more paper on that.
Right.
Because David Phillips claims that he was there. I don't think David Phillips set foot on the island after early 1960. He was just too hot. I stand with Newman on the degree of danger Phillips was in, because his cover had been blown.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of documents showing that his cover was known to other people, and it was dangerous for him to be there any longer. So that whole question about the relationship between Veciana and Phillips, I think, is really challenging in the wake of Newman's revelation.
I think that everybody has always been focusing on Maurice Bishop, but I think the other cryptonym Michael Choden is much more prevalent in the documents. And obviously, you know, when he was he started at PB Success, he was Langevin, Peter Langevin, but he was also always a master of propaganda. So
He was a propaganda guy. He was very, very good at that. And he became a heavy hitter, as we all know, in 73 in Chile. He was the head of the
right.
operation that took out Allende. So I don't say that Phillips was unable to do CI and FI. I'm saying he didn't have the history of doing CI and FI until after 63. I think
Well,
that's kind of the difference.
he was chief of station in 4 different cities. Okay.
Like DR in 65, was he?
Dominican Republic, Brazil, 2 different cities in Caracas.
Right, right. But that's all later in his career.
Right.
Yeah, up to 63, he's all over the propaganda map. And as we know, he was central in taking over Guatemala due to his propaganda acumen and was very important in 61 at the Bay of Pigs for the same reason. But that's a long cry from saying he was boots on the ground in Cuba in 1661. I just don't believe it.
Bill, what's your, I know that's been a hot debate, and what is your position on, do you actually feel that bottom line, did Phillips meet Viciana? Did this whole thing go down? I mean, what's your impression?
Well, my impression is this. I consider David Phillips and Tony Veciana two of the best red herring people in the business. They're very, very good at it. I could tell lots of stories about these two men, but for example, I just came across this week, for example, Phillips is made public in 1975, right after the Chile operation. And he's saying to the Newsweek, of all places, he's still in the process of disengaging from the CIA. He goes public and says, we know that Oswald was rebuffed from both the Cuban and the Soviet embassies in 63, which is fine in and of itself. That's the common knowledge. But then he turns around the next year and says to Mark Lane and everybody in that audience that we're going to find out that Oswald was never there. So which is it?
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. I don't care which way you go on that. I'm saying this guy is a master at confusing not just the general public, but the research community itself in deciding which way is up. I've resolved this. Veciana is kind of the same way. My favorite story about Veciana, to be very short, is I spent a lot of time trying to understand the Peter Pan operation, where thousands of middle-class kids from Cuba were shipped out of the United States, shipped out of Cuba into the United States because they had heard that they were going to be taken away from their parents for one reason or another, and because of childcare, because of the communist government, all this kind of thing. And then Veciana admits in his book, in his biography, that he was the one who started that whole story and has great regret for it. I'm like, great regret? You've done this to thousands of people on your side of the fence. You've broken up their families. You've ruined the lives of these young people. I mean, I can't tell you the degree of contempt I hold Veciana. I think he's one of the most contemptible individuals I've come across. I don't have any respect for him except as somebody who is really well versed in red herring stories and a firm believer in his ideology. So I'll give him those two things. But he's willing to throw his own people under the bus in one of the cruelest ways imaginable. So with that said, I just don't believe anything Phillips or Veciana say as a rule unless it's on paper and it's ideally written by somebody else.
Did that happen before the revolution?
No, it happened in 60, 61, 62.
After, okay, I got you.
Right, right. So the Operation Peter Pan, or Pedro Pan, as it's also known, has been a source of severe scrutiny by people trying to pin it on the CIA. And I don't think you can pin it on the CIA. I think it was probably, if anybody was involved, it was probably Army Intel, but it was most importantly run by Veciana and his people, who were largely, if not completely, independent of the CIA.
Any significance here that his sister was married to Rogelio Rodriguez, the head of the embassy in Mexico City for Cuba at the time in 1963?
Oh, I think it's enormously significant.
Nilda.
Yeah, yeah, no, the whole Nilda story. I mean, this is one of the another one of the stories that Phillips tells. Phillips tells that Nilda was given a large amount of money, if I'm not mistaken, Larry, in the street, and it kind of jibes with the story of Alvarado giving a large amount of money to Oswald. It's the same kind of nonsense story.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, so I don't believe the story of Nilda, but I think Guillermo Ruiz is obviously very important. I think that he was, in fact, he worked both sides of the street. Ruiz is implicated by Veciana as being a pal of his that he could have worked with in 62 and 64, as I think you know, Larry. And so the Ruiz story,
Well, Ruiz is the
I
guy that
won't
was
get
supposed.
into here, but please.
Yeah, Ruiz is the one that was supposed to be on the Cubana airplane that day of the assassination, right?
I think it's true. I think Ruiz ran out of town because he had been working with Win Scott as well as the
Yeah.
Cubans, and he said, "Oh my God, my cover is blown." You can look him up at Mary Farrell at AmAuto-1. I made a mistake back in my book, and I thought that he was affiliated with the AmNob operation, which I'm no longer convinced of. But he was certainly used by people and used other people. So it was kind of like a double agent, triple agent, if you will.
So you think when Scott had him schedule that flight on the 22nd?
No, I think he ran from Win Scott. That's my bias.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he needed to get away.
But
Hey,
that was very
one quick.
suspicious. It played
Just
right
let
into
me.
the hands of those who wanted to, blame Castro.
It
Hey,
was
let
a
me circle
very
back,
tight
guys, for a
situation.
minute on Viciana, and I know we're running out of time. I just want to make one other quick point when we examine that story. Viciana's there is a 201 file on Viciana that the CIA had interest in him, and that file discusses that Viciana was resistant to CIA infiltration. But at the same time, it also suggests that Viciana would be willing to listen to somebody higher up in the agency. And so there's that duplicitous thing there about was he or was he not CIA? Was he or was he not military? It just seems like he's playing both ends. I kind of think that's how I see it.
Well, I agree with you. And we don't have any good paper of him working with the CIA after 1962. We do have good paper of him working with Army Intel 62, 63, 64. That's what I would offer.
Okay. Well, hey guys, I think we're time situation. We're getting close here. Great discussion. I really appreciate Bill, Casey, Larry, your interjections on all this. Dave, I think maybe we want to stick to our schedule, take a brief lunch break, right, and reconvene back at 1:30, right?
Yeah, I believe that would be a good idea. Let's go ahead and break for lunch. And as a general reminder, please do not be discussing and having heated arguments during the lunch hour. You don't have to leave the room, but if you want to have discussions,
Food
please
fight.
Yeah, food fight.
chat feature. Please use the chat feature. The recording will still be going on, and the video will be the room will still be open, so you don't have to sign out, then sign back in. But go, guys, go have a good lunch, and
Yeah, I'm gonna go grab a
we'll
hot dog and be right back. Okay.
we'll be back at 1:30.
That's what
Hey,
I was
David.
going to get.
David, I wanted to say one thing about Bill Simpich. Bill Simpich's research on the Dallas Police Department and the interconnections before, during, and after the assassination are remarkable. And if you guys ever get access to see what he has done, it's tied in directly to the assassination prior and then afterwards.
Thank you, Casey. Appreciate the kind words.
Yeah, Bill, again, thanks for being a part of this, man. Appreciate it. Okay.
Salute.
All right, we'll see everybody back at 1:30.
It's hot dog time.
Great show. Great show.
Okay, it is 1:30, everybody, and we are coming back with our last discussion topic for the day. As soon as we have Larry Rivera turn his camera on, so I know he's here, then we will kick off the Morales and Harvey portion. There he is. Welcome back, Larry. All right, so for the next 2 hours, we're going to be talking about Morales and Harvey. We'll be starting with Larry Rivera, then Chad Nagel, David Denton on Morales, and then on Harvey, we're going to go and lead off with David Denton, Chad Nagel, and Larry Rivera. So we're going to just do a little bit of swapping back and forth. And with that, I just want to also point out that the replay for yesterday's portion of our Researcher Summit is live. It's on the website, and it's also on the YouTube channel. The easiest way to find it is to go to projectjfk.com, click on the Past Conferences tab at the top of your screen, and it'll be the very first one in a black background. And also the chat log from the interactions between the attendees and the speakers is there in the area, so you can download that. And then if you highlight on different links and you copy and paste those into a browser, you should be able to view most of those. And with that, I see Larry getting his PowerPoint up. Larry, why don't you go ahead and put that in the slideshow tab and make it go full screen? There you go. All right. And with that, take it away, Larry. Be sure to unmute your microphone, please. Nope, your microphone's still muted.
Gotcha. All right.
There you go.
Well, what can we say? Oops. What can we say about Vincent C. Peeble? Okay, also known as Stanley Zamka, also known as Manuel Mendez, also known as Dr. Miranda. Okay. Now, I think I mentioned it yesterday. I think it's an insult that we only have 61 pages of this guy's records of his 201 file, when in fact it stops, I think, around 1965, and we know that he was in Vietnam, and we don't have anything. And I'm sure Bill, can attest to that. And I think it's an insult. There should be at least 2,000 pages. We don't see any fitness reports after 1965. And the reason is obvious, because the fitness reports tell us that this guy was the best. Okay, a one-man gang is what is quoted as being contained in his fitness reports, and consistently the best organizer, the best trainer, and I feel that he's gotten a raw deal, as a reputation over the years, because we do not have enough information on David Sanchez Morales. And it just so happens that when they released these 61 pages, they're at the file, the ear of that identifies the file, Vincent C. Peeble. And Vincent C. Peeble, I consider, was the star of PB Success. When you couple that with the document that's out there, it's almost a 500-page document. In fact, Brian was able to get it to me today. It's been on there on Mary Farrell, and it describes everything about PB Success. And let me tell you, there are still areas that are redacted on PB Success. And Vincent C. Peeble was the star of that. And we get this from one of the 61 pages of his 201 file, dated March 4th, 1954, where it's talking about his relationship to the highly sensitive activity known as PB Success. And we're going to find out real quick why that was so highly sensitive, and what it was all about. Well, it was all about bananas. The United Fruit Company. Now, I'm gonna quote and cite a very, very important video there on YouTube about this. It's only 18 minutes. If we have time later on, we can run it, but it's very, very interesting. The repercussions are still being felt today with the migration, of Guatemalans, from their country because of what happened during this time period where United Fruit practically controlled the entire country. For example, in the early 50s, it owned 40% of any arable land in Guatemala. And the arrangement was likened to a state within a state. It also controlled its most important port of the Caribbean, Puerto Barrios. The annual profits of United Fruit doubled the total revenue of the entire country of Guatemala. How about that, Casey? During the Jacobo Arbenz-led land redistribution, 1.4 million acres, 234,000 of the 550,000 acres owned by United Fruit were expropriated, and the company was compensated $630,000 by the government of Guatemala, which was fair value at the time for that land. However, United Fruit considered this to be unfair because the value of the land was being calculated based on tax returns, and guess what? That had been cooked and manipulated. So you get what you report, and the true value they wanted more than $60 million, 10 times higher. Now the Dulles brothers, of course, John Foster and Allen, had close ties to United Fruit, with Allen having sat on the board of directors of the corporation. And as head of the CIA, Dulles was in a unique position to create the CIA front that ousted Arbenz and replaced him with a military general by the name of Carlos Castillo Armas. Seems to be the same blueprint throughout this time period there. Now, Dulles mobilized over 100 agents and committed $5 million to PB Success. Imagine how much that would be in today's dollars. Now, the key components of PB Success was psychological warfare, PW, and uniquely, we have to mention him again, qualified David Atlee Phillips, also known as Michael Choden, also known as Peter Langwiman, was put in charge of this part of the operation, and really it's the reason why it was successful. So this is the video that maybe
back in September of 2019.
Okay, but anyway, I highly recommend it. If we have a chance, we can run it later on. Now, after a PB Success, the CIA report, PB Success Final Report, Foreign Relations of the United States, 52 to 54, Guatemala. Still redacted, like I said. It spoke glowingly about PVAL's importance to the success of the operation. The one signing off is none other than the famous Rip Robertson, who was the go-between between Somoza of Nicaragua and would later have an important role in the Bay of Pigs, where he was joined by Sanchez Morales himself. This memorandum from Rip Robertson is what appears to be a victory lap, heaping nothing but praise on Vincent C. Pival, also known as David Sanchez Morales, a bona fide super organizer of paramilitary personnel. One of the events during this time was that he organized to have Soviet armaments discovered in boats on the Pacific side there of Guatemala, and then have that as an excuse, to bring in their the control, saying that the Soviets were trying to spread the communism into Guatemala, and that's the exact excuse that they used actually in PB Success, that the communists were going to take over. So anyway, they recommend him, highly, and he's a superstar of this operation. But other agents, and I like pointing this one out because E. Howard Hunt received the commendation, and Goodpasture got in on the action, putting that feather in her cap early in her career. For Sanchez Morales, of course, it was his debut with the CIA. If there ever was a dream team of operatives, this would have been it. Besides the ones mentioned, there was John Purifoy, the ambassador at the time, Tracy Barnes, Rip Robertson, David Adley Phillips, well before he was four-time chief of station, Michael Choden, and the very well protected Vincent C. Peval, who was mentioned 9 times in the report and deferred with name not classified. So I have found scattered documents on Sanchez Morales. This is one of the most impressive to me. It just says David Morales. It's not in the 61-page file that was released. Again, I found it scattered about, and it's like a short autobiography that he offers here, and it goes through certain time periods, 49 to 53, and then 55 to 60, et cetera, et cetera. But the one that caught my eye was this one. From 71 through 75, I served as a counterinsurgency advisor on Latin American affairs to the Joint Chief of Staffs in Washington, D.C. So he was answering to the Joint Chiefs. That's the way I interpret it here. And here's a picture of who those guys were. Of course, Wheeler, LeMay, Taylor, and Shoup. So he was pretty high up, despite there not being that much information. And at the end of this short presentation, I'm going to propose something. I'm going to show something that is really, as far as I'm concerned, upsetting. As far as advancement, which might have been curtailed, and I don't know why. One of the most closely held secrets about David Sanchez Morales is what kind of a man he was when he was not away thumping communists, assassinating heads of state, training and running the AMOTs, and overthrowing governments. Before the 2025 release, even his birth date, 26 August 1925, had been redacted. The new release removes the redactions and shows a more tender side to Morales, who had eight, count them, children, 4 daughters and 4 sons, and appears to have married a high school sweetheart, as they were both of the same age. Now, this only came out in 25, in March. So every time since this file came out, which hasn't really been that long, about I believe 2018, 19, and they've always redacted and redacted, and now finally it gets released without the redactions, and this is what they were hiding. Okay, so considering everything we now know, it would appear that David Sanchez Morales was the CIA superstar operative in covert Latin American operations during the 50s, 60s, and others, where he personally was involved in leading the CIA's war against Fidel Castro and the communist regime he ushered into Cuba in 59. His leadership and devotion, once you read his fitness reports, it's very obvious. And like I said, being described as a one-man gang, and these suggests Morales was much more qualified to be chief of station of any country in the world than many of those who attained the position. 4 of these worked in Mexico City at the time of the JFK assassination. Another one worked alongside Sanchez Morales in Cuba in late 1950s. This guy was Alfonso Rodriguez, also known as Earl Williamson. He achieved his dream in April 1968 of being chief of station, in Costa Rica. So it is obvious to me, and whoever looks at the little amount of information that is there, he was passed over many times for promotion to be chief of station, and seeing some of his contemporaries achieve the position must have been maddening. I don't know about any of you guys, why this happened. I mean, even a woman, if you look at the bottom there, Charlotte Zerum Bustos, the famous Charlotte Bustos Videla in the Bustos cables. She ended up being chief of station in Trinidad and Tobago in 75, I believe. Thomas Keenan ended up in Jamaica, okay. Lawrence Barker in Nicaragua. And like I mentioned before, David Atlee Phillips 4 times. And I don't think, what happened there. But I think David Sanchez Morales needs to get a little break here as far as his reputation. I'm done there. Hello. Anybody home?
Sorry about that, Larry. Go ahead.
Hey, David, or Larry, I got to agree with you. There's got to be more than what, 60, 61 pages inside the documents. And I agree I'm sure that's all they want to put out.
Okay.
Larry, where did you find these in the regular dump of the documents that came out? Or did you find it someplace else?
They're just like when I say scattered about, you have to go to and you run a search by keywords, and if it comes out, it comes out. If not, but yeah, the one on,
So
on the one if you're talking about the Joint Chiefs, that's amazing to me, something like that. And I don't know if people have ever seen that.
But you went to the narrow website and then you just plugged in the search and then these
No,
documents.
no. This came from Mary Farrell.
Okay. Oh, but these are the documents that were released in 25.
Yeah, because like Bill was saying, and Bradford, they immediately upload those,
Right.
as soon as they're available. So, from there.
Yeah, because they're searchable. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, but I like I said, who knew that he answered to the Joint Chiefs,
Right.
Larry, anything else, or we want to go
No,
on?
no, I'm good. Anybody, whatever you want to.
Okay.
I got a question for you. My understanding is Maxwell actually was off the Joint Chiefs of Staff at 67 and then put on another task force after he resigned of his own volition in 1967. He was put on another task. Does anybody have information in regards to that? Because I noticed that photograph was in a period of 71 to 70 something.
Mhm.
And my understanding, he wasn't on the Joint Chiefs of Staff during that period.
Mhm. Well, it's like you point out, it's from the time period. So, it's that the point is, that he had that type of relationship is amazing. Wonder what was discussed, between these, and hey Curtis, what's going on?
Okay.
Well, hey, Chad, are you ready to go?
I am ready to go.
Great. I'd
I've
like
also,
to
I
give
also
you
have. Can you hear me?
yeah. I was going to introduce you, but if you want, do you have a question for Larry first?
No, I think actually mine will complement Larry's quite well. I mean, he did a great job, but we won't overlap too much, which is pretty good because we didn't coordinate. But I just have a PowerPoint. Um, do I just open it? I mean, what?
Dave, I mean, you want to share it. I
Yeah,
don't know.
Chad, you want to open up your PowerPoint, have it in the background,
Yeah, I mean,
shrink it down, and then you'll click on share screen, and then you'll be able to pick which window that you want to share, which will be your PowerPoint window.
so share up at the top, it just says share, right?
Yep, that's correct.
But it does it no, actually that's that looks like sharing the document or move or copy this presentation to the cloud to
No,
share.
no, no. You want the share button on Zoom. At the bottom of your screen, you should see a button that says share.
Oh, I got it. I got it. Okay. And then I go into my own what? Into my own.
Once you hit the share, you're going to see a bunch of windows that are open with you'll want to put the blue outline around your PowerPoint presentation.
Yeah, we can see it now,
So,
Chad.
Chad, you should have it. Do you have it open on your desktop?
Yeah, I mean, can you guys
He's got
see
it
it?
on the screen now. Go ahead and
You're
go
gonna
to
see you're gonna
go
see
to
the screen to your desktop, and then just click on the document on your desktop.
Uh,
he's got it on the screen, Larry. Hold on
I got
just a
I got
second.
on
Oh,
the
great.
screen. I don't know whether I should go full screen or just leave it like this. I mean, it doesn't matter to me.
Well, here's the thing, Chad. Go ahead and go to the slideshow button up there on your toolbar.
Slideshow up here. Okay.
Yep, click on that, then go from the beginning or whatever current slide you're using there on the left side.
Uh-huh.
You just hid your taskbar. Click on slideshow again. Now, right there where it says from current slide, second one from the left.
Uh-huh.
Keep going. Second one from the left.
Play from current slide.
Yep.
Yep.
Play that one, and then that should go full screen.
Okay. All
Hey,
right.
let me
There you
go.
go.
Yeah,
All
I
right.
mean, this is just me compensating for my, lightweight as a researcher. My rudimentary Photoshop skills allow me to do some little nifty optics here. But anyway, just to get on with it, thanks very much. I'm flattered to be here.
Hey, Chad, can I just go ahead? I didn't get a chance to introduce you because I know some of you
Oh
might be
yeah,
new to
sorry,
some
sorry.
folks.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah.
Just for context here, Chad has done a lot of great work on Substack on Jefferson Morley's JFK site. I invite people to read the articles on there. He's done a lot of good work in regards to both Morales and Harvey coming up, and I think he's also got some things forthcoming. But I'm really excited about having you, Chad. So I'll just turn it over to you, and if you want to elaborate on some of the things you've been up to, and also give us some information on what you have.
Okay,
Okay.
let me jump in real quick. I just dropped the Morales file in the chat, the latest 2025. It answers all the questions that I've seen in the chat. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Again, I'm flattered. I think yesterday David Knight described Bill Simpich as a heavy hitter to explain why he put an extra H on his name, and I agree. I'm a 4-year intensive sort of JFK researcher, but so I'm not a heavyweight, but I've learned a lot from the likes of Bill and Larry Hancock and Jeff Morley. Because I live close to the National Archives, I can actually do quite a lot of primary research armed with sort of directions and suggestions from these guys about what to look for. It's been great. Really interesting. Mary Farrell Foundation luminaries taught me most of all about ongoing CIA operations at the time of the assassination and helped me to kind of put it in Oswald in perspective. So Lee Harvey Oswald is a kind of, vital nexus between those operations and the ambush in Dealey Plaza. So that's basically my background, and what I'd like to do with this short presentation is a kind of a reset that sort of explains why these two senior CIA officers remain among JFK researchers' top suspects for culpability and complicity in the crime, among a panoply of names we often hear: Alan Dulles, James Angleton, David Atlee Phillips, E. Howard Hunt. There's a list of these guys are pretty enduring among the top suspects. So I want to restate the origins of the suspicions before examining how the newly released files can further inform our suspicions. And Larry Rivera presented a few of the newly released files, and I'll present a few more in addition to ones he's already presented. Uh, and I like the idea of, an academic approach to interest a younger generation of researchers in this topic, which I think is very necessary. So if I hit the down button, do I get my next slide? Is that what happens? Yeah, I do. Okay, so there's a little fancy thing, and the suspicion of Morales, I think we all know this, arose from a credible, corroborated anecdote of something that happened in the spring of 1973 in a Washington, D.C. hotel room. So, in the presence of his closest and oldest friend, Ruben Carbajal, forgive me if I've mispronounced his name, and Morales's personal attorney, Robert Walton, Morales ended a drunken, hateful tirade against John and Robert Kennedy by sitting on the edge of a bed and saying in a low voice, "Well, we took care of that son of a bitch, didn't we?" And he was obviously referring to JFK, whom he blamed for the failure of the CIA-backed invasion of Cuba at the Bay of Pigs in April 1961. Now, as far as I can tell, Morales was still a serving CIA officer at the time he made that statement. His formal employment, if I'm not mistaken, ended in 1975, although I'm not sure of the month, and he died in May of 1978 while the House Select Committee on Assassinations was in full swing. But since former HSCA investigator Gaten Fonzi had recorded this incident in his book, The Last Investigation in 1993, there should have been plenty of time for the Assassination Records Review Board to make a concerted effort to secure all personnel and operational records on Morales. The ARB devoted specific sections of its final report to other officers like Angleton and Harvey. It should have done the same for Morales, and there's no it, it there's no explanation for why they didn't do that. I don't get it. They knew in advance. They didn't convene until 1994. But what we've learned in the intervening years about Morales, and what I learned from working with Larry Hancock and David Boylan on a 5-part series for JFK Facts about Morales, is that he was at the center of a web connecting Miami, New Orleans, and Mexico City, and that an effort emanated from all 3 of these locations to tie Lee Harvey Oswald to Fidel Castro, and immediately after the assassination, so assets or cohorts of David Morales were active in all 3 cities, disseminating the propaganda that Oswald had murdered Kennedy on Castro's orders. And since we have no record of Morales's whereabouts on November 22nd, 1963, we can't know whether he was in Dallas, but we do see his fingerprints all over the murder. And so the question is, what new information has emerged about Morales since the JFK file disclosures began in March 2025, and how do they affect our understanding of him in relation to the assassination? So this page goes sort of off my screen on the left. I don't suppose it matters too much. Whoops. But anyway, his 61-page personnel file was released in full. I agree wholeheartedly with Larry Rivera that it is incomplete. It's necessarily incomplete. I don't know how many pages it should actually be, and there might not be any smoking guns even in the complete version, but there certainly aren't any in this one. And if you look at the table on the left, which is partly off the screen, that is in the personnel file. And this is a kind of biographical table that runs from 1954, which was the year that, they achieved success in PB success. And down at the bottom, it goes, I think, to August 1973. Everything after February 1963 is blacked out with these kind of redactions that, clearly were not put on at the time of the ARRB. They were put on beforehand, and the agency must have just said, look, it's not relevant or whatever. But you can see there, these columns relate to his GS rank. The last GS rank listed is 15, okay? Harvey and David Atlee Phillips achieved supergrade GS 18. And while Morales never became a chief of station, my guess is that he did make the supergrades in the GS rank. That's like a civil service rank that tracks with a military rank. So we don't have any idea from February 1963 onwards where he was, what his position was, what he was doing. We have some biographical information about him in Vietnam and, Southeast Asia and Latin America. But, this is a classic example of just how inadequate the personnel file is. Okay. What it does reveal, in the lower right, you can see it reveals the extent of his authority. It says he was in charge. He was basically in command of about 300 people. Now that would be the total number probably of actual employees at JM Wave, but these were assets and agents and other things that he commanded. So he was very senior, even as chief of operations. He was not the deputy chief of station, but he was very senior. In the middle on the right, you can see an undated recommendation for the Intelligence Medal of Merit. And I put red lines around 2 things that were unredacted in the March 2025 release. One says base chief in Paxi, one says Nha Trang. Now, Paxi was the location of a black ops paramilitary training and operations base in Laos near the Cambodian border during the Vietnam War. Nha Trang was the nerve center of U.S. military and intelligence operations during the war, as far as I can work out. And you can see that Morales was in charge of a lot of people there. It says here, supervised 60 employees, supervised 45 employees. I mean, he was a big deal in Vietnam. There's no question about it. And so, why were these words concealed for so long? Because during this period, he was supposed to be a USAID employee involved in nice sounding things like community development. In fact, he was running hit squads into the Ho Chi Minh Trail and doing other lethal things, which would have been obviously embarrassing for both the CIA and USAID. And all of that period is permanently blacked out, as you can see on the left. But interestingly, at the very top right, that those two words, staff group, were unredacted as well in this. What this is a cover backstop document dated September 1975. And the two words basically confirm what Morales' old friend Ruben Carbajal said, and which Larry Rivera pointed to, which was that Ruben Carbajal said Morales had the kind of parking space at the Pentagon usually assigned to a general, not a sergeant, as is carved on Morales' tombstone. In fact, Morales was never a sergeant in the Army. I don't think he got above corporal. But anyway, where they got sergeant first class from is a mystery. As I've said, a propaganda operation emanated from Mexico City, New Orleans, and Miami in the immediate wake of the assassination. There's no documentation placing Morales in Mexico City ever, as far as I can tell. We have two pretty reputable authors, Richard Mahoney and Noel Twyman. I think they're solid. And they've cited documents referring to Morales in Mexico City without providing any details of what he was doing there. But a memo from the CIA to the ARB has been released in full now, and you can see it there, a section. The red parts were what was unredacted. And this is a memo from the CIA to the ARB showing that the agency had furnished Morales with a fake Mexican passport. And the CIA didn't want this released because they feared it would damage U.S.-Mexico relations, but now we can see it. And I think it's safe to say that the CIA would not arrange a Mexican passport for one of its officers if it didn't intend to use him in Mexico. Okay. We also have knowledge that the intelligence network of Cuban exiles created by Morales in Miami with the cryptonym Amot worked out of an adjunct office of the CIA's Mexico City station. Now, the Amots were Morales' human resources, and we know nothing about how he directed or supervised them in Mexico City. We know that after the assassination, the chief of Cuban operations in the Mexico City station, David Phillips, encouraged the story about Oswald receiving a cash payment inside the Cuban consulate to murder JFK. That was later debunked, but the fact that it happened amid Morales' assets and operations is significant. The Amots were there at the time. We don't, by the way, know who most of them were still. It's also interesting that Tony Sforza, another CIA officer who took over direct supervision of the Amots from Morales when Morales was, I believe, when he was moved to Task Force W. So Sforza and Phillips, according to a document that you can find in the JFK collection, and it's on Mary Farrell, they were trying to exfiltrate Castro's sister, Fidel Castro's sister, Juana, on November 22nd, 1963. Okay, now whether this is actually true or not, and she never confirmed it, it looks like great cover and alibi for both Sforza and, well, not Phillips. I don't think he was there, but certainly for Tony Sforza. So I think that's an interesting story. This story from New Orleans is, for me at least, one of the most intriguing. And this isn't, I'm giving background again. This is not something that was released most recently, but I do think it's worth recapping. There was this strange yet credible incident involving former U.S. Ambassador to Italy, Claire Booth Luce, who telephoned CIA Director William Colby during the Church Committee hearings and told him of an episode that happened on the night of the assassination. Once Oswald was under arrest, she received a call from one of her anti-Castro Cuban exile contacts in New Orleans who told her that Oswald had boasted when he was in New Orleans of his ability to shoot President Kennedy. And what makes this story for me so remarkable is that this contact told her that Oswald had come into some money while he was in New Orleans and had gone to Mexico City. And no one at that point should have had any idea that Oswald had been to Mexico City except for agencies of U.S. intelligence. So that information didn't come out until the Warren Report was published in September 1964. So how did these guys know this? And she couldn't name them except by their so-called war names. One of them went by Chilo, which happened to be the nickname of Isidro Borgia. One was Julio Fernandez, maybe Juan Francisco Blanco Fernandez, and one was described as a former student lawyer in Cuba, which matched the description of Manuel Salvat. These guys were all AmHint assets, and they're all trained by Morales in paramilitary, and all members of, by the way, the DRE. And they moved from paramilitary to propaganda when the CIA got cold feet about all the paramilitary stuff. And Richard Schweiker, who was on the church committee, urged her to establish their real identities, and she tried, but she said she couldn't do it. But what she did do was tell the same story to a Washington newspaper, the Washington, I think it's called the Evening Star or something like that. And you can see that's a segment of it, a section that I put on there, and it's part of a CIA document that's in the collection regarding these phone calls that she had with Colby. They're transcripts. And she told the same case. This is almost certainly a case of her covering her ass. She told this to the CIA director, and she didn't want to be accused of concealing or being complicit in anything, but I think this is very credible. So you do have a kind of Morales presence in New Orleans as well, even though, as I say, by that point, this DRE paramilitary thing, the CIA was trying to wind it down, and the propaganda thing under George Ioannidis was gaining strength. But the DRE included a paramilitary wing, and Morales trained them. Miami is also, to me, very important. We have this interesting tale of this fellow, John Martino, who was a mob-linked character working the sort of casino scene in Havana before the revolution. And he had known Morales personally in Havana before the assassination, and he actually published a book before the assassination, which is like a memoir of his time in prison in Cuba. And in that memoir, again, published in 1963, but before the assassination, he identifies Morales as a CIA officer working out of the U.S. Embassy in Havana. And he speaks of him in a very laudatory way, really admires him, real patriot. So Morales fled Cuba that year. He was forced to leave because the Cuban authorities issued an arrest warrant for him in connection with two murders. And Martino was imprisoned, and he didn't get out until 1962 when he obviously returned to the U.S. and became very active in anti-Cuban, anti-Castro causes. But immediately after the assassination, Martino began disseminating the story that Lee Harvey Oswald was a paid agent of Fidel Castro and had murdered JFK on Castro's orders. He went to the FBI, claiming that Oswald had visited Miami in 1962. J. Edgar Hoover was initially interested, but stopped pursuing Martino's leads after the Bureau found it couldn't confirm them. And we ought to remind ourselves that mobster Johnny Roselli, who was a close confidant of both Bill Harvey and David Morales, spread the same line that Oswald was working for Castro. Now, I mean, does this necessarily connect Morales to the assassination? Well, this guy's operating in Miami at this time. He knew Morales, and I'm sure that Morales probably kept him at more than arm's length. But the idea of his awareness and the coincidence with what was going on in Mexico City and New Orleans is a little bit too much for me to ignore at any rate. So the question of whether Morales was in Dallas on November 22nd, 1963, we don't know. We know that Bill Harvey wasn't. He was in Sardinia, Italy. And I've never seen anything connecting him directly to what happened there. But one interesting story that many will be aware of is that Juan Salvat, who was one of those Amhint assets trained by Morales, was a member of and was a DRE member, visited Dallas in October of 1963. And he claimed that he had heard that his contacts there um, said Oswald had been seen at Cuban exile meetings. So this is somebody who just a couple of months earlier had made a big show in New Orleans of spreading propaganda and clashed with DRE members. Salvat shows up in Dallas and, you know, knows that he's there. And I mean, that's anyway, maybe a tenuous link, but it seems kind of again more than coincidental. Uh, so basically that's it. Unlike for Bill Harvey, we don't know where Morales was. Um, the file releases on Morales from March 2025 onward have been inadequate. JFK Facts included files on the AmWorld program on its most wanted list, which was published shortly after they announced the task force, the declassification task force. It was a highly secretive operation aimed at regime change in Cuba. Um, we also asked for all the records on the CIA's own inquiry into the role of Cuban exiles in the assassination, which was done out of JM Wave and would have focused on Morales's assets like Amot and Amhint. They would have been absolutely key to any investigation like that. The CIA says they have none of those. They have none of these JM Wave inquiry records at all. I mean, that to me is unbelievable. But in any case, Morales's assets and contacts and agents would have been key to any such inquiry, which of course we know was shut down. And AmWorld, we do actually have apparently a lot of AmWorld documentation and records, but what we don't have are records on key CIA officers who would have been read into that operation, including Morales, but also David Phillips and Tony Sforza. So we don't know what their movements were during the run-up to the assassination, and we don't know, what they were doing and so forth. So that's basically it for me. I think if I hit the escape button, you don't have to look at my amateur Photoshop work anymore. I hope
Hey,
did I stay
excellent
within
work, Chad.
Thank you. Thank you.
Appreciate it. I'd like just to kind of put my 2.5 cents worth in a little bit on Morales, and then we can probably exchange a few things. And also, I think I've got a question for Larry and Chad. So hang in there, Chad. I want to come back to you on a couple things that get your impressions about it. Morales, let me speak first about because both of you guys have spoken about the files and what we don't have. I always come back to one of the files that was released on Morales where it actually states, I don't have it here in front of me, but that this file was quote unquote sanitized back in the 1970s, so many pages. So there's actually a document in the National Archives where there is an admission that they sanitized that file associated with Morales. And so maybe there are things that we may never see on Dave Morales. That's potential reality. The personnel file that Larry spoke of, obviously gave us an indication that Morales had a stellar reputation within the CIA. Larry mentioned the one-man gang aspect of his abilities to do just about anything. His work was of the highest order quantitatively and qualitatively.
I dropped the file there in the chat for anybody who wants to download it. Dave.
Yeah, it's a good read. And it speaks of Morales's versatility. I mean,
No shit.
areas of counterintelligence, sabotage, political action, propaganda,
Underwater demolition.
I mean, this guy was a jack of all trades. And then this is a point I make in a lot of things when I look at documents, especially associated with the CIA, that sometimes it's not what's said, but what's not said in terms of in the documents where they go a certain extent on things and then don't go further. Like with Morales, this quote suggests, in terms of Morales's abilities, a great number of miscellaneous activities that defy classification. So what does that mean? In talking about his abilities, he had a great number of miscellaneous activities that defy classification. What is it that Morales was good at that they don't want to talk about? I think that's what I take from that. I think those are important things to look at. I want to speak a little bit about revisit Morales and the Bay of Pigs. Um, and let's circle back. Dave Talbot does a good job in Devil and Chessboard discussing the potential. I talked about it yesterday about, was the whole Bay of Pigs thing really a setup to sucker Kennedy into invading Cuba? And one of the things I think, I'm not taking this off the top of my head, so if I didn't get all the details exactly, I mean, I think Talbot quotes from a CIA agent named Robert Armory, I think is his name, where basically he suggests that they didn't in the Bay of Pigs operation, they didn't send in their best people. They didn't maybe send in their C team, the JV, into the whole Bay of Pigs operation, which would be a further indication of its potential failure or need for a bailout. And if you think about it, who would want to be involved in who would want to be involved in an operation that was destined to failure anyway? I mean, you wouldn't want your best guys on something like that. And yet, Morales is there. I mean, if Morales is one of the best individuals the CIA had in all these type of operations, and the whole thing is doomed to failure in the first place, and they got a bunch of their lower grade agents involved in it, yet Morales is involved with that. He's the one guy my question for Larry and Chad both, what's your thoughts on that? If in fact the Bay of Pigs, the whole operation was an attempt to failure, if in fact these agents that were on the ground in this one were not the best, why did they stick Morales in there with them? Why was Morales singled out, being an exceptional agent? He was involved with the Bay of Pigs too. Any insight on that, Larry?
There's if you read Bloody Treason, where Morales was supposedly circling, in an airplane, watching, everybody get decimated down there on the beach. But then, and then later on,
that's interesting. I had not heard that story, but go ahead.
Yeah. But then we have this new document that comes out that even the Cubans, were blaming the CIA about this, and then later on it gets flipped over to Kennedy, okay, and that Morales was supposedly the most one to blame. I don't buy it, but the document is there. I cited in my book and everything. But I wanted to circle back briefly to what Chad was talking about Martino, because I also cite, in fact, a couple of paragraphs of Martino's book, because he actually verified that Morales, when he was in Havana, he kept sending reports about what was going on to Washington, and that they eventually replace the man, his name was Williamson, And the thing about Martino is that Martino mentions the name of Williamson, and I mentioned it earlier today. That was the pseudonym of Alfonso Rodriguez. If you do a search on Alfonso Rodriguez, you will get about 3,000 pages. But he ended up following James Noel to Spain as his deputy, as chief of station, when things got hot in Havana. But the thing about this is that Martino mentions his name, and so it sort of is corroborating a lot of the information that Martino wrote in his book. Okay, so I just wanted to, and he mentions Morales. Now how did Martino find out about Morales and Williamson, et cetera, et cetera? It depends. Like Chad said, he was 3 years in Castro's jails. He was lucky to get out.
Yeah.
It's a really good read. Yeah.
David, I would suggest that Morales's involvement would undercut the argument that this was intended to fail. I'm just suggesting that if he's there, they're not going to send one of their best guys for a project that was intended to fail. So that would suggest to the contrary. Just posit that, as opposed to saying, why would they send him if they intended to fail? I think the logical argument is that
Yeah, I'm not so sure. He was in an airplane watching them from above. Maybe the whole intention is to confirm they failed.
yeah, I don't think you risk a person like that. I'm just saying that to me, I don't think it's a data point to go there. That would be the contrary argument to have someone like him. And Robert, and what about Rip Robertson? Why would he? Wasn't he a top person? I would not think that. I think that they were expecting that the president was gonna that the force was under forced. I think they were hoping that the president was gonna take additional action, but I don't think it was intended to fail. I think it was intended to cause something.
I mean, if you read the documentation that's like an analysis, a CIA analysis of what went wrong with the Bay of Pigs, and Kennedy's still alive. They've got this Presidential Foreign Intelligence Advisory Board thing. They basically say that the CIA's over-reliance on State Department cover meant that as soon as diplomatic relations were over, which was before the Bay of Pigs, they didn't have any CIA guys left in there. David Atlee Phillips was worked for some kind of private venture there, so he was outside that. But Morales and all these other guys, they were like deputy consul, political affairs officer for the State Department, all gone in one fell swoop because the CIA was too lazy to arrange, commercial cover or at least non-official cover. That may have contributed to bad intelligence on the Bay of Pigs. Tony Sforza and Emilio Rodriguez were part of the Stay Behind team. I mean, pretty ballsy in my opinion, but they of course eventually had to get out as well. I think it was June or July of 61 they finally exfiltrated them. I mean, you know, one of Morales' the things that made him the most angry apparently was that many of his Cuban exile assets that he trained and that he knew, they believed that it was designed to fail. And they said that to him, and that just made him even more angry, probably at the CIA itself. That's my impression. I mean, I don't, who knows whether it was designed to
I mean,
fail.
and you don't want to have people like that have a blemish on their record. I mean, these guys are there to have successful operations. So I just think it may have been intended to fail, but I would not use the Morales's involvement as to reinforce that argument. To me, if he's there, he thought it was there to win and he would not be involved in something that nefarious.
Yeah, I think that's a good explanation, Larry. I mean, it's easy to understand why Cuban exiles were bitter about the whole operation and would take that attitude. And of course, Talbot reasons that he also brings in the element of the fact that Dulles himself seemed to be so disengaged from the whole operation to kind of further reinforce the idea that this thing that was flawed or whether there was some intent there. But what was the intent? Was the intent to, put the thing at critical mass and force Kennedy to come in? That doesn't necessarily imply complete failure. That means that they were hopeful that at the end of the day, the operation would be successful based upon a direct military intervention.
I mean, clearly at the beginning, they wanted this project to work. Then when Kennedy comes in power, the project changes a lot. And, so I think you have to put yourself in. It's easy looking backwards at history to make these assumptions, but I think everybody at that point in time probably thought, the project was going to incite and result in a positive outcome. And unfortunately, people had blinders, and this Chad said there was bad intelligence. And it's easy for people now to say, oh, they intentionally wanted this to fail. I don't think that's the way those people would have operated. That would be a blemish on their record. But anyway, we belabor the point.
David, I wanted to point out, I read a book several years ago, and I think I'm trying to figure out where I got this from, but it goes back to John Newman trying to figure out why we were in Vietnam, and the idea of documents related to Vietnam would not be released until 35 years, according to Congress. And I think this book that I'm referring to either deals with the White House files, the White House tapes, and the military files, which would not have been released until 30 years after the fact, but refer to the idea that Richard Bissell came to see JFK, and they said on the 11th hour, just before the invasion, and pleaded with Kennedy that we needed air support. And in these files that were just released, Kennedy gave him air support. Now, he told Bissell and Cabell went to see JFK. Bissell went in and got the information and came back and basically said to Cabell, he said no. And so I'm going to blame it on Bissell and Bissell's assistant CIA, and whether or not this thing was going to be a failure or not, the generation of hatred, I think, on to JFK, the fire was even lit more by the journalists who wrote books blaming JFK 100% for not giving air support. And this invasion was supposed to be like a D-Day invasion in Europe. And did it take place that way? No, it was cut back by Kennedy and all the other possibilities. And then information coming in that, CIA information coming in that the people of Cuba will rise up just as soon as we are there to overthrow their dictator. Hell, that sounds like Trump coming in saying, go ahead and rise up, Iran, because we're going to take out your dictator. It didn't work in Cuba, and it didn't work in Iran.
It cost Gutierrez Menoyo 22 years.
Yeah,
in
yeah.
jail.
But that's the thing that's important. Why we are here is history teaches us things, right? This failed in the Bay of Pigs. It failed with Iraq. It's now failing with Iran. We keep making the same mistakes for the same reasons. We don't have intelligence, and we have a lot of hubris about what's going to happen. And so for the young people who are on this call, or for us teaching young people, history doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes.
Yeah, and that's a great point, Larry. And like when you talk about repeating mistakes, when you have the most powerful military force in the world, in fact, in history, and we did in 1961 with the Bay of Pigs, we have today in 2026, there's always a propensity to say, we got to use this. I mean, we have this power. How do we execute it? What can we do with it? But that kind of.
And remember, when JFK was told, well, this is what's going to happen, and he would say, are you sure? And they would say yes, and JFK would say, I'm never worried about the first step. I'm worried about steps 4 and 5. And it seems like our planning for the last 6 decades has always been focused on the first steps. Look what we did with debassification, whatever that was. I mean, we don't plan well, but we're in the same situation now potentially as the Bay of Pigs.
It's a good point.
Just
Excellent.
letting, but we're trying to make this relevant to today's generation.
Anything else, gentlemen? Great conversation. Anything else to add on the Morales front?
When are we going over to Harvey?
Well, that's next, man. We can just jump right into it. I guess I'm the guy on that one. I'll start us out, and uh, then we'll go to Chad and finish up with you, Larry. Okay? So just so we can just kind of segue into this, I guess I need to do the old share screen thing again. Let's see if I pull this off here.
Excellent.
Okay. Is that it? Yeah, okay. Yeah, so hopefully, are you guys seeing that?
Yep, we see it, Dave. William
Okay,
Harvey,
good.
CIA,
All
real
right,
life
great.
James
All
Bond.
right, so uh, some of what I have on Harvey, I've obviously given before in different talks. Again, I always preface that, but I also kind of want to interject into some new stuff with it that especially what's been released. My stuff on Harvey is almost exclusively what I've looked at from the documents that have been released between 2017 and all the way through 24, 25. Um, and Harvey, that I invite everyone to go in and look at William Harvey's personnel files. And again, let me point this out. We actually did a FOIA on William Harvey. Waited about a year and got about 400 documents from the CIA. Most of them were all already in the collection and stuff were accessed, but they kind of saved a little time. We got a compilation of stuff coming from the CIA about Bill Harvey and his records all the way back to the early 1950s. And this profile I put together here on this one slide is really a combination of different excerpts from different parts of his file, basically, that give us a real description. Of course, Harvey described as the real life James Bond. In many respects, I think he was. He's described as someone is willing to be involved in a highly sensitive, extremely political operations. I think it's really important to note, and this comes back in during the Cuban Missile Crisis, that he was willing to go rogue, and I think I've got a document associated with that, and especially that rogue with what happened in the Cuban Missile Crisis, where Harvey basically he doesn't wait for the start of World War III. As things got so tense in October of '62, apparently he sent in a whole group of agents into Cuba to do you know black ops type work or crop destruction, things like that, anything to stir things up. And he had a group of people willing to do those sort of things. He the CIA, again, I think is a euphemistic term. He said he was moved into positions stronger than his superior officers. That's a nice way of saying he's out in front of his skis. He was willing to, especially in Cuba, not wait for orders. He just sent people in. He was tenacious and aggressive in his pursuit of the point of view. He had a coterie of officers loyal only to him, Harvey men. And again, this is, I think, a kind of thing where you think of, okay, if you're looking at somebody to carry out an assassination plot, you got somebody, a group of folks absolutely loyal to one man, even more so than maybe the agency. Here we go. Of course, Harvey was, in running the executive action program. I mentioned him with his connections as ER rifle with Lucy and Conine. He had that executive action capability. Okay, that's obvious. I mentioned this document yesterday. Again, I'm not laying these out. Another thing I would invite folks, maybe if you haven't heard me speak about this before, I would invite folks to look at the file associated with. You can find this the latest batch of documents are not indexed unless, as far as I know, within the last year, it's basically just go in potluck and try to find something. But the previous batches of documents released between 17 and 22, 23 in those range are indexed. You can search. And if you research on John Roselli, that document the CIA produced of their relationship with John Roselli, and the CIA admitting to gangster type actions that go between Mayhew approached Roselli, so on, so on. I think most people know that story. I mean, where Harvey's injected a story is when Harvey becomes, it gives a kind of complete chronology of the CIA's uh, relationship with John Roselli up until a point in May of 62. It's describes when Harvey took over as operational officer that from that point on, the CIA is not aware of what was going on with John Roselli. Not known by this office whether Roselli was used operationally from that point on. So why is the CIA not forthcoming about, even in a classified document, about what was going on between Harvey and Roselli from May of 62 on? That's how I take that. And I think that's very important. Again, it's an interesting document to look at. I mean, it just, the whole thing with Roselli, and his relationship, how he finally is taken down when he basically screws a bunch of people over a gin rummy game, I think, and ends up being prosecuted for it. You can read all about that. That's not, off the subject matter with Harvey, but interesting document. Harvey and QJ Wynn. And the whole QJ Wynn thing, and you can look that up. Who different folks have said different things about who QJ Wynn was, and his relationship, and whether in America or not. All those things. I'm not going to go too much depth on that, but it is important to note another extremely important document associated with William Harvey is the church committee interview that's, again, was released, I think, in 17, 18, somewhere along there, that you can find. The church committee interview with deposition, whatever you want to call it, with Harvey, associated with all these activities. This was right before, I think Harvey's out of the agency by then. He's close to death, honestly. But they're grilling him hard. And they want to know, in particular, assassination programs, the potential involvement with QJ Wynn, who Harvey was potentially running, and the assassination of Lumumba. And Harvey's pretty much in denial on most of those things. There's even some questions about whether this so-called QJ Wynn was in the United States or not. Harvey initially suggests in the document that he wasn't. They've got documents that suggest that he was. Then he turns around and suggests that, incredibly, that QJ Wynn was actually John Roselli. I thought that was almost humorous that Harvey would throw that out. And in that same interview, when the interviewers press him about assassination capability, that the statement I know I've said this before, but I think it's an incredible statement, that Harvey eventually just lets it all out and says, you want to assassinate and want someone to simply point a single officer to run everything, run the operation, kill the person, bury the body, and tell no one. And that was Harvey's explanation about how to carry out an assassination. And then what does that mean? I mean, the one-man gang thing. I go back to Morales and Larry's description of Morales as a one-man gang. Well, that's Harvey's kind of explaining that in that respect about assassination. So interesting. This document is discussing. This is kind of a jump back to what I was saying. How really upset even folks inside the intelligence community were upset with Harvey and his actions in Cuba during the Cuban Missile Crisis. Lansdale, in particular, here, that Harvey this comes from John McCoy, that Harvey had quote unquote broken his lance and would have to be replaced, after the rogue operations in Cuba. And at that point, of course, he's sent to Rome, and that's the next link in all this. And you can describe, his tenure in Rome as an exile. I think that's appropriate. And yet at the same time, that also puts him in if, as many of us believe, that the potential for the recruitment of foreign assassins with the assassination of JFK. I mean, here's Harvey, a guy who's involved in an executive action. He's in Europe. So you can put two and two together here and say, yeah, I mean, that would put him in a perfect position to potentially recruit folks that might be utilized as foreign assassins. So then the next thing, in the most recent documents that goes past this, the things I've just looked at, the thing that keeps popping up, and again, some of you other guys have looked at this, is Madrid. There's a lot of documents in different areas. I think there's a document on Operation Mongoose, but that describes the Mongoose mission. Again, you'll find that you can search and find that document. That came out prior to 25. You could probably index that document and look at it. But for whatever reasons, you think of Mongoose, obviously you think of a domestic operation, right? But there is explicit information about a CIA interrogation and recruitment center located in Madrid. And by the way, in the rolling releases from the documents, that was the thing that was continually redacted in multiple releases. And then it might have to do just because of, that it's a place. I can understand that the CIA or whoever was doing the redactions probably hurriedly, when these documents came out, thought we don't want to reveal the fact we got some operation going on in Madrid. I get that. But it was one of the last things before you finally see that the CIA was operating out of Madrid and it's also true that some of the Cuban exiles that they were utilizing were sent over to Madrid for that training purpose, which is strange. I don't know if Larry, if you caught any of that they would actually take some of these exiles that they were using and running and send them over across to Europe for some type of training. Interesting. But I wondered about making the connection with this interrogation recruitment center with Harvey. And the last significant document I came out with respect to Harvey was about that. I did come across in the most recent releases a document referencing the fact that Harvey is giving a report to his superiors on operations in Madrid, which tells me, if he's given a report on Madrid, he had to be there. And so that, again, that kind of makes another connecting link there. If Harvey's the guy that's recruiting foreign assassins for any operation in the United States, and he's connected to an operating center in Madrid the CIA was running, and he had all this motivation. Obviously, Harvey had tremendous contempt for the Kennedys, and that's actually a given. You can watch I think you go on YouTube and watch the interview his wife gave about years later after Harvey was gone, where she said, quote unquote, Harvey thought the Kennedys were scum. In one word, that was their scum. And so there's a lot of things here, man. I mean, you've got motivation, you've got access, you've got capability, And then I think the important thing is that's obviously come out a lot, and I'm going to I'm going to pass this off to Chad next on this, because or not, yeah, because I think they in Substack has done a lot of work on this area. Jack Reed, about new things coming to light about the possibility of Harvey being back in the United States. Uh, FFA records of possibly using an alias, but I'm going to leave that because I'm sure that's something that Chad wants to talk about. But that's basically the information I have on Harvey, and I hopefully we can give Chad and Larry a chance to kind of complement that. So, Chad, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I actually did log out and log back in because my screen completely disappeared. It didn't have
Okay.
my initials there. So I'm hoping, I think this time when I share my
Chad,
PowerPoint,
if you have a PowerPoint, you may have to reshare that. Okay.
yeah, I got to find it. So I guess I go into documents, right? No? How do I?
Should be on your
So at the
desktop.
bottom of your screen,
Oh,
you got a share button there at the bottom of your screen on the not on your computer, but on our Zoom. You'll see a share button if you go to the bottom.
okay.
You
Um,
should have an up
so
arrow.
hang on a sec. So share. So okay, so that's shown up, but now how do I know that it's oh I have to bring up my PowerPoint and then hit
Right,
share.
and
Yes, you
just
have to
click
open
on
it.
that.
Okay. Yeah, that's it. I think I might prefer to keep it not in maximum mode
Yeah, you're
because
good. That's what I've been doing.
things were going off the screen, and this way, you can see everything.
Yeah, I can see it very well, so you should be good.
Hey,
Okay.
Before you start, I got 2 points I want to point out for uh, David here. Number one, maybe we should bring Sylvia Marr back from the dead to index the files. And two, Otto Skorzeny is, and I think Larry brought this up, that's his hometown, Madrid.
Yeah, yeah.
It was
Casey and I talk some of that
inevitable to
often,
bring him
that
in,
connection.
Casey. It was
Yeah.
inevitable
You say inevitable what way, Larry? I mean, what?
because of the Madrid interrogation center, and
Yeah.
that's where he was based, and very possible that there were very, very close connections
Yeah, Madrid seems to be a key in a lot of this in a lot of respects. Yeah, definitely. Anything else, Casey, on what I delivered before we go on to Chad
No,
here?
I thought you did a good job. But the idea of Madrid, though, I mean, you can put Skorzeny there right directly after World War II, but Madrid also is a key point for uh, business associations of the United States and and the United States military there prior to World War II. There's a lot of historic information there that hasn't been brought out. But I just wanted to point that out. Nice job on Harvey.
Hey, and Larry, let me because I brought that up in the middle of that about that actually Cuban exiles were brought to Madrid for training. Do
there.
you
Amos,
have
and
anything on
yes,
that? Do you have anything on that?
absolutely. James Knoll was the chief of station there, and his deputy, and I mentioned it earlier, Alfonso Rodriguez, and those guys went crazy. Alfonso Rodriguez didn't even have any type of records to keep. He would go all over the place, and there is no evidence of where he went from one day or one month to the other. Okay, and James Knoll came from Havana, and that's exactly where the one of the main places where they stationed the best AMOTs, because it was Spain and it was Spanish speaking. Okay, now one thing that I wanted to, before we go on to Chad, you mentioned, and I found this very interesting, that Roselli started. I mean, Harvey started on the Roselli case in May of 1962.
Right.
Correct, as a case officer, and
Right.
that happens to be exactly when he calls for Cesar Diosdado to come in and help him with the mess that they had at Task Force W, because the Cuban exiles were overwhelming Key West. Okay, and apparently now I'm putting two and two together. Harvey said, "Hey man, I want to go over and work on I'd rather work on the Roselli case than with this thing with the Cubans. So let's bring Diosdado over, and help us out here." I just couldn't help it putting two and two together there.
Okay.
Was
I just wanted to share that you've also got Spanish-speaking officers in Spain who are trainers, and the best training these Cuban exiles are going to get is right there in Madrid.
And Larry, the document you dropped yesterday from the Ford Library
Yeah,
on the church, that he actually says in his testimony that they sent those AMOTs overseas.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, they found out around, they were doing even assassinations. Yeah, absolutely.
Hey, was Roselli using his pseudonym Colonel Rollins at the time?
In 63 he was.
In 63 was, but not in 62.
We don't know.
Okay.
I mean, we definitely know where he was in 63 in April, and I think Chad's going to talk about that, about the whole, the, the, the meetings and the receipts charging to QJ Quinn. And anyway, go ahead, Chad. Why don't you?
Yeah. Okay. So again, I'm continuing with a kind of a reset thing, but I will of course get into newly released stuff or stuff that was released March 2025 onwards. So Bill Harvey, I think emerged as a suspect pretty early on. David Talbot quoted Dan Hardway, the former HSCA investigator, saying the following: "We considered Harvey to be one of our prime suspects from the very start. He had all the key connections to organized crime, to the CIA station in Miami where the plots against Castro were run, to other prime CIA suspects like David Phillips. We tried to get Harvey's travel vouchers and security file from the CIA, but they always blocked us. But we did come across a lot of memos that suggested he was traveling a lot in the months leading up to the assassination." So for me, a key indicator of his possible involvement has always been something that appeared in handwritten notes attached to the transcript of his church committee testimony in 1975. They're kind of notes of a kind of 12-point program for organizing an assassination. And at least one of those seems to seems to relate to like setting up a patsy, and that's this. Now, this planning should include provisions for blaming Soviets or Czechs in case of blow. Well, you know, the Soviets through the Cubans, essentially communists, were blamed for the JFK assassination, with good old Lee Harvey Oswald taking the fall. And to me, that's always seemed critical. It doesn't mean that Harvey was involved, but he certainly, he certainly designed the sort of rubric for it. And he was, he had the means. He was chief of assassinations from 61 to 63. He hated the Kennedys. That's on record from 1961, I think, at least, or before. And as I say, defined the assassin and the patsy, and critically may have gone to Dallas in the fall of 1963 in the run up to the assassinations. It's never been established as fact, but it's always felt strangely credible. So I'm going to look at that, but let's look at his kind of connection to the assassination program. Executive action, the CIA's euphemism for assassination, is what they use in this 1967 CIA Inspector General's report, which is, I can't remember how many pages it is, but it's long. And it details the agency's efforts to murder Castro with mafia help. It's quite detailed, starting from Eisenhower and continuing until after JFK's death. The CIA systematically redacted Harvey's role from this IG report for decades. And so they obscured his role in events that were in the lead up to the assassination, and they only declassified the IG report itself in the late 1990s, full of redactions, heavily redacted. And his role came to light slowly from 2017 onwards in a series of declassifications, 2017, 2018, and 2022, and also uncensored the identities of key actors in the executive action story. So the IG report, it's 143 pages, I've even got it written, discusses his role extensively, including how Las Vegas mafioso Johnny Roselli ascertained that the CIA was sponsoring the operation to kill Castro. So he worked that out. Now, how do you think he did that? Well, he was a good buddy of of Harvey's, so that's probably how he found out. And the CIA didn't want Roselli's dealings with Harvey and Sheffield Edwards, the chief of the CIA's Office of Security, to appear in the public record. And note the destruction order and the confirmation actually appears right up front in this IG report. And it says there, retain it in personalized only safekeeping, destroy the one burn copy retained temporarily by the Inspector General, and destroy all notes and other source materials originated by those participating in the writing of the report. So this report, all the notes and all the operational diaries and everything consulted to write this report were ordered destroyed by Richard Helms in 1967. To me, that feels somewhat incriminating. It certainly doesn't, engender any confidence. Hatred of the Kennedys, well known. It basically surfaced sometime after his death. His widow, in a series of articles, there were 3 articles published in the Indianapolis Star in 1998 and 1999. A lot of you are probably familiar with the video that's on YouTube, which is from 1999, where she's, interviewed in her retirement home, and she says a lot of the things. But if you read the articles, it's really kind of interesting. She wants to set the record straight before she dies about her husband, who was supposedly a valiant paragon of virtue. And you can see here how she describes the assassination plot. She said it was Kennedy who wanted Castro killed, and Harvey, despite the grim violence of the spy game, had no intention of doing so because he believed cold-blooded murder for political purposes was morally repugnant. And she said they faked a few things, meaning Harvey and Bissell and others who knew about it. They pretended they were doing what Bobby wanted, but they disagreed so tremendously. In reality, CG maintains, that was her name, Clara Grace CG. These activities were no more than shams, so Harvey could keep his job while making the administration believe the CIA was carrying out his secret mandate. So it was all the murderous, vicious, homicidal tendencies of Robert F. Kennedy that was behind all this. And we know for a fact that he was not included in, I think it's a May 1962 meeting of the special group Augmented that he was a part of, RFK, and he wasn't there. And McCone didn't want to know. I mean, he was willfully ignorant. And I think it's fairly obvious that if McCone wasn't informed, that JFK wasn't either. So as I say, she's in a video. You can watch it online. She admits that her late husband and RFK were pure enemies. They viewed him as an idiot. She said her husband had to procure Italian prostitutes into Jack's bed 2 at a time on a visit to Rome. I personally don't think that's very credible. Why would, they rely on an openly Kennedy-hating CIA officer to be his, like, JFK's pimp in Rome? I mean, I doubt any of that's true. And there are actually a number of documentable lies in her articles. I don't have time to go into them now, but specific errors of fact, I don't know whether they're intentional or not, or maybe she's just, not all there. And as I think David said, she described the Kennedys, specifically mentioning Jackie, as really scum. So it's not a charming. She was actually a CIA officer herself. She came from the Women's Auxiliary Corps in World War II in 1943, and then she went on to be a CIA officer, and she took part in Operation Paperclip to get Nazi scientists U.S. government employment in the aftermath of the war. As I said, we don't have to spend a long time on this, but this is a section of his handwritten notes. These are already, I think, unredacted in December 2022. I can't remember whether this point 9, which says should have phony 201 in RG, which is the CIA registry, to backstop this. All documents therein forged and backdated should look like a CE or counter espionage file. So in other words, they're going to fake the assassin's file, I think. Now, the situation with Oswald, I mean, he has a huge 201 file. He has a huge file, but it's clearly not that type of file. So this probably doesn't really necessarily apply to the Kennedy assassination, but just the careful kind of point by point explanation of how an assassination should be carried out and how it should be made to look like something else really does make it, put him at the center of attention. And so I want to go over something that one of our JFK Facts contributors, Jack Reed, turned up in last year. I think he broke the story in September. And it's a great story, and it came out of the JFK collection. So this is from the newly released files. We're all familiar with the story of Mark Wyatt, who was Harvey's deputy in Rome. And he remarked to a French investigative journalist in 1998, "You know, I've always wondered what Bill Harvey was doing in Dallas in November 1963. Wyatt said he'd bumped into Harvey on a plane to Dallas in the run-up to the assassination. And then when he asked his boss why he was going there, Harvey gave some kind of vague answer that, well, I'm here to see what's happening, or something like that. Very strange. So David Talbot, who wrote about this in The Devil's Chessboard, tried some years ago to pry Harvey's travel records from the CIA. He was not successful. But of course, the CIA could dispel a lot of the mistrust and suspicion around this episode if it just released Harvey's travel records for the relevant period. It now says it has no travel records for Bill Harvey for that period, but something that turned up in 2025, or I should say Jack Reed turned up, might explain why, assuming that the CIA isn't just lying again or can't be bothered to do thorough research in its records, which is possible. So, in response to a request from the Church Committee in 1975 for additional information about ZR rifle, the CIA shared the following message with HSCA Church Committee investigators. It said, Mr. Harvey was issued the pseudonym Daniel M. Pressland in 1956, and he used this pseudonym until he retired in 1967. This is the only pseudonym he used in connection with ZR Rifle Project and Cuban operations. Mr. Harvey was issued the alias William Walker in May 1962, and he continued to use it while he was chief of the Cuban operations until he was reassigned in June 1963. There is no indication in the file that Mr. Harvey used this alias in connection with the ZR Rifle Project. There is no record that Mr. Harvey was ever issued or used a cryptonym. So now, as I say, researcher Jack Reed discovered this really interesting document released under Executive Order 14176 from the National Archives. You can see it on the left. There's with redactions and with redactions lifted. Okay. It's a request by the CIA on behalf of Harvey for FAA credentials. So it's the Federal Aviation Agency back then. It's now the Federal Aviation Administration, but it was the FAA. So what they did was they unredacted Federal Aviation Agency, and they also unredacted the name of the person at the FAA that it's addressed to, Mr. Charles F. Niles. And this was April 10th, 1963. And remember, the CIA is saying, no, he's about to be reassigned to Rome. He doesn't, need any of this stuff. The person that it's addressed to has been established. It's a CIA officer in the Office of Security, Nicholas R. Zubin. That's not a pseudonym. That is a real person. That for some reason they used his real name. But the recipient of the request at the FAA, Charles A. Niles, that is definitely a pseudonym. Most likely, Charles Niles was used by the person appointed by JFK to head the FAA. His name was Najib Halaby. This was also turned up by Jack Reed. He was a former Navy pilot and Defense Department official, and he may have adopted the name Charles A. Niles as an alias because the real Niles was this aviation pioneer daredevil pilot who was killed in a plane crash in 1916, and Najib Halaby himself was an aviator. So you know how these people do this, but we don't know. Charles F. Niles is still a mystery, but it's probably Najib Halaby. Now on the right, you can see this document. It's a receipt for authentication materials. Okay, and if you look at the date that it was signed for, it's the 1st of August 63, and it's for William Walker. This is for Bill Harvey to use the name William Walker, and it has all these, ID credentials underneath it, Michigan birth certificate, Michigan driver's license, Social Security. And then on the right, William Walker, Indianapolis, Indiana address, Social Security card, National Rifle Association. It doesn't say where this guy was born, from Indianapolis. The guy from Detroit, Michigan, he's supposedly born in Michigan. Okay. And it would appear, at least from the date, that this contradicts the CIA's claim that Harvey never used the alias William Walker after his assignment to Rome in June. And point three of this document that I don't have it as part of the little screenshots that I have there says it is understood that these documents will be used only for flash identification purposes in the US and Europe, meaning I'm going to flash them where I need to show who I am, but I'm not going to be able to board an airplane. I'm not going to be able to travel with them. So the CIA itself is at least authorizing the use of these credentials after June 1963. If Harvey did continue to use the William Walker as a William Walker alias, what did he use it for? Did he travel to Dallas in the fall of 1963? He would have had no business doing that as Rome station chief, no reason to go to Dallas. He had no personal or professional connections to Dallas, although it has to be admitted that Mark Wyatt probably didn't either. In later years, Mark Wyatt reportedly divided his time between Washington and Lake Tahoe, Nevada, but there's no indication of any professional or personal connection to Texas for Mark Wyatt either. So why was he on the plane? But anyway, if the CIA really has no records for Harvey, whether under his real name or under William Walker, could there be another reason? And this is something that Jack Reed and I have looked into a bit as well, but we haven't resolved it. Harvey's biographer was Bayard Stockton. I don't know if you've read it. It's the only sort of book biography on Bill Harvey out there. It's called Flawed Patriot, The Rise and Fall of CIA Legend Bill Harvey. And he describes in there a birth certificate document that he got from Harvey's adopted daughter, Sally, while he was writing this book. And Sally has since died. And Bayard Stockton, but I think Bayard Stockton might have it among his papers, which are stashed in UC Santa Barbara. But he didn't reproduce an image. He talked about a birth certificate document. He didn't reproduce an image of the document, unfortunately, but he did print the text of it. And it says registered number 14587, birth number 134, September 13th, 1915. William Walker, born to Sarah J. King of Danville, Indiana, then age 25, and Dreenan R. Walker of Danville, then age 27, a lawyer. Signed on September 21st, 1915, by attending physician at Maternity Hospital, Cleveland, so Cleveland, Ohio. Mother's usual residence listed as 757 East 90th Street, Cleveland. Copy of birth certificate number 8928 issued April 29th, 1959. Now, Stockton came across this stuff, and I put a few of the points down there in the bottom right. He somehow writes about this as if it's genuine. He said, he suggests Bill Harvey was actually born out of wedlock, and his mother wanted to conceal this from him until much later in life so he wouldn't feel inadequate or stigmatized by, the bastard stigma of the early 20th century. But in reality, Harvey was not born out of wedlock. He was born to Dreenan R. Harvey and Sarah J. King on September 13th, 1915, in Danville, Indiana. And Stockton I don't know what he ran with this for some reason, which is strange because his book's not badly researched, really. It's a bit of an apologia, of course. It's, he was a subordinate of Harvey, so he's kind of giving him the benefit of the doubt. But it leaves open the question of who arranged this. Did Harvey arrange it on his own outside of CIA channels? I mean, he usually relied on the technical services division for this type of thing, right? Gottlieb's shop, would produce these fake birth certificates, fake passports, fake everything, fake driver's license. But it would have, if he did have a birth certificate in the name of William Walker, he could have gone completely under the radar and traveled as William Walker of the FAA or something like that, and got a fake passport just the way Morales got a fake passport from Mexico and Panama. I mean, this type of thing happened all the time. So we still don't know where Harvey was, knocking around, where he was going in these months leading up to the assassination. and you'll see he secured this document, this birth certificate document, in April of 1959. This was shortly before he returned from Berlin as chief of station there. So he was getting ready to, and if he still had it, then all this stuff that he got in 1963, the William Walker fake credentials and the FAA credentials, I mean, there's just no telling, really. Anyway, so I think that that's kind of where I want to leave off. I think others have gone into more detail about his biography, but that's kind of where we are, and that's what the newest release I think has turned up about Harvey that's the most intriguing. So
But Chad, when we had talked about this on JFK Facts, there was a couple other interesting things that came up in a connection with Scott, with Jack's research. One was that Harvey had that week, the week after that certification is issued, he's in Miami, and it appears that he's meeting with Johnny Roselli.
yeah,
And there are receipts that he filed, which he's charged against QG Win.
yeah, QJ Wing. No, I know about those receipts, but they only go up to April 1963.
Right.
So what he's doing is, and you can actually find those in the archives, and it's like an original
Yep.
color document. They're like receipts from Europe, receipts from hotels in Florida and stuff. So he was bumping around internationally in April 1963, but we don't have anything after that. We've got a good, what, 6, 7 months until the assassination or whatever, 6 months, and we don't know, I mean, that's
But the point about April is that's the period of time when the FBI loses track of Roselli.
right,
Roselli, we know, is in Florida at the time.
right,
Um, and in Harvey's receipts, he's charging it to this account, right? Which is he's no longer working for it.
right,
And he's having dinner, and he also charges a first class trip back to Chicago, round trip
right,
ticket. So it looks
right.
like he's meeting with Harvey and they're talking about something. And then the other thing I have a question for you is if he's traveling under this FAA certificate, they may not have his name. He just has like a number, right?
Right. No,
So,
not only that, Larry, but I mean, we're focused on air travel, and of course there's this anecdote of him being encountered on a flight. If these are flash credentials, you don't need a passport to travel domestically. It's a connecting flight, you arrive in the States. But as you say, I mean, if he flies under William Walker and he's not even, I mean, I don't know the extent to which he was being watched that closely, but remember, a fake birth certificate will probably get you a driver's license. And I'm sure he drove around. I'm sure he drove down to Florida quite a lot, and who knows? I mean,
but I
he
guess what we
rented.
have to
He'll
figure
have
out,
he'll have rented cars. There's simply no. We would actually have to go through the DMVs of the. Forget the State Department. That's a one stop. We'd have to go to the DMVs of every state and figure out, hey, did he get a driver's license here? Did he, I mean, he was moving around. It was mentioned that he went
right?
rogue. I think he went
And
rogue in multiple ways.
right, and
And this is
if he's working on a assassination plan, he's got a lot of freedom. But here's the other thing: do we know if the FAA would keep track of people using this certificate? Like we have to kind of this is
I
a whole
asked that,
area.
I did ask that question. I asked it of Jeff, and I also thought about it quite a lot. I mean, the FAA, I think it's possible. I think it's possible, but the request on the left of these documents is that we want you to confirm that he's an employee of the FAA. Is that necessarily going to mean that they're going to have his travel records? I don't think so. The CIA has travel records because their employees, used travel vouchers and they had to get, either reimbursement or expenses paid up front. And so there's a record of where they went and when. And the FAA was just being used by the CIA to sort of provide a backstop. I don't know whether they would. They
Right,
might.
but my point is that we never looked at this agency before, right? Until
Right.
Jack's work. And we don't know how they accounted for the use because obviously this is not the only person that got this credential. So
Right.
is there a mechanism? Were they tracking anything? Or was this truly a black hole? And I think
Whether
this is
that, yeah.
for research.
Absolutely. I mean, I don't know. It would be interesting
You
to
know,
find out. But I will add that Jack has also done a thing about how um, the assassination operations, the CIA's assassination operations, were financed by a sort of channel that ran through like these black op type programs that were in any case kind of like off the books. I mean, they weren't accounted for properly to begin with, so it was an ideal mechanism or channel or conduit for Harvey to get money. And there's an article on it that was written in the past 6 months or so that Jack Reed did on that, and it makes fascinating reading. I mean, there's no smoking gun, obviously, but it's, this guy figured out he figured out a way to do things off the grid,
Right.
off the radar. So that's a key. I mean, he wasn't in Dallas on the day. He was in Sardinia, as I think Bill Simpich said earlier. But I mean, what was he doing? I mean, he was still in charge of ZR Rifle even after Task Force W got canned and
Right.
handed over to Desmond
And
Fitzgerald.
he's still charging the accounts. Like, how did
Right.
like,
Yeah.
amazing.
Yeah, I know. So I mean, he is clearly a prime suspect, and he deserves to be.
Yeah.
I just, that's kind of where we are with him, and that's the latest stuff I think that's interesting about him. Um, so
Chad, great work, man. And uh, also, I think Jack Reed is on our chat. I
he
just
might be here. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to, if he's still there, I know you mentioned this stuff a lot. I just want to
Yeah.
congratulate him too for all his good work that you cited.
But he was there. He was there. I don't think. Oh yeah, he is. There he is. John Reed is his full name.
So
But
terrific.
Groundbreaking work. I mean, it's one of the biggest breaks in the last year.
I think so. I think so. So he's on, but his screen is black, and I don't know, Jack, if you want to say anything. I don't know why his screen's black. Some people have
Yeah.
black screens. I had a black screen before too, and I had to log out and log back in. But no worry, we can hear you, Jack. So
Yeah, I'm here. I'm sorry. I had to switch over to set up. I don't have a camera working, but no, I think you presented it really well, and there are a lot of sort of loose ends that I'm still working on. Like you mentioned, the specifically on the FAA document, I'm to the point now where I don't think the FAA knows anything about it. I asked them specifically; they don't want to talk about it. My sense is that um, that document isn't real, but that they needed to backstop it when something went wrong, when there was some kind of a security breach. And so, like you said, they're asking, hey, if you are asked about FAA credential 4883, please say that, it was issued to William Harvey.
Wow.
yeah,
And so I am trying to prove that out. Now, some other people in the research community have raised this issue of, well, there were FAA firearms licenses or credentials that were used for CIA agents or officers who carried firearms on planes. There was a new law or regulation that went into effect early in 63 to that effect. There are a lot of reasons, though, why it doesn't really make sense that this would be one of those FAA firearms deals. The timeline doesn't match up. Like, why would he, because that went into effect in January of 63. Why would this all of a sudden in April why would they have asked or notified about that 2.5 months later when he had been traveling? We know he had been traveling. So it doesn't really line up. But the way that I'm trying to prove this out is my suspicion is there is a request and a receipt on pickup for that credential. I think Harvey requested it, and I think he picked it up. The same way as Chad showed the William Walker document that Harvey picked up. It's almost like a purchase order, right? You put in a request for it, you pick it up when it's ready, they sign for it. And the case I made when I filled out the FOIA is, hey, look, this should have been in the collection anyway. You put the other document in there. Why isn't the receipt for it? So, they'll probably respond to me in the next 10 years and we can sort this out for good. I think that would prove it. And there are a number of other things I'm chasing down on that, but it's certainly an interesting document.
yeah.
Hey, Jack, when you made your FOIA request, did you also reference the JFK Records Act?
Yes, and the executive order.
Oh, good. Okay. And when did you submit that?
Maybe a month ago.
So, if you don't get it within the appropriate time response, you can file an appeal through.
Yep,
Okay.
I'm going to.
Okay, great. Okay.
Yeah. So I think that one of the key things here, just in closing, to the way that I approach this FAA document is to think in terms of access. I don't know if it's access on a plane or to a site. I have my suspicions, and if I can confirm those suspicions, there'll be an article. I've written a lot about it, but I don't quite have it nailed down. But I do think it's all about access. And I think, at some point that was somebody discovered it. There was a security breach when he used it, and that's what kind of led to this document. I don't think this was planned. So more to come.
Hey guys, I want to make a point here, and I think the research that you guys have done is super, and it is relevant to what is going on with the current research right now. Years ago, when John Newman was going after Ed Lansdale to try to figure out whether or not he was in Dallas during the murder of JFK, he couldn't find anything where he could actually pinpoint paperwork, and he said he came across something, and I may not have the correct thing, but he said I went to the coffee cup file, and the coffee cup file, I believe, was the military installations where anybody who had access as an officer could come in and eat there, but they had to sign up. And so he traced Lansdale through the coffee cup file, and I may have that incorrect, but I believe he said it was the coffee cup file, and traced Lansdale into Dallas at the time of the murder of JFK through those coffee cup files. Interesting things, guys.
Right.
Well, gentlemen, hey, it's been a great conversation. There's still time here if anybody has any questions on the chat line, anything of really important information here that's come forth. Any further comments from anyone? Larry?
Yeah,
Casey?
yeah, I'd like to say something because nobody's talked about Harvey in Rome, specifically, and if there was any ulterior reason for that. And we already know that he was in Sardinia on 11/22, but the chronology and the timing, is there anything significant here? Rome?
Well,
I mean, I personally, I just quickly say I don't want to belabor it because I'm not really an expert, but my impression has always been that he genuinely was very sore about being posted to Rome. He didn't like it. Remember, all of his peeps ended up going off to Vietnam, I think. I mean, he was not he wasn't pleased to be there, but.
Right, we get the impression that he was disgruntled. That absolutely.
Yeah, and I mean I think there's probably something to it, but he arrived in Italy, which was obviously a key. It was a European theater for recruiting hitmen, and we know that he did that in Europe. And it was, and he got there several months before the assassination. I mean, what was he doing there? He might have set it up. I think he mostly did it when he was with Division D or Staff D. And that was what in 60. Well, that was when he came back from Berlin. He was put in charge of that. So that was pretty early 1960, and he starts to do all that. So that's when he laid the foundation of his hitman network. But whether he did anything, after he got sent to Italy is, yeah, I mean, I don't know. He could have. I mean, we've never, one of the interesting things about QJ Win is that we always just refer to QJ Win and we say QJ Win in reference to some guy, right?
Exactly.
And we have this Luxembourg pseudonym guy, but actually it's QJ Win 1 was the crypt attached to an individual, and QJ
Right,
Win was
right.
broader. We don't have any other QJ Wins. I've never seen a QJ Win 2, QJ Win 3. This is all stuff that, the agency had an incentive to bury, if not burn, so.
But I think he officially started in June, right, of 63 at Rome.
Yeah, well, that's what I was just
Yeah,
alluding
because
to.
there's a period of time from December November when he gets fired, October to June when he's officially stationed. But what is he doing in this weird interim period? That's the problem that
Well, he still had a ZR rifle for a lot of that period. I mean, that's the thing. He doesn't get canned from ZR rifle when he's
right,
canned from Task Force W. He's
right.
still in charge of ZR rifle. Nobody
To your
takes
point,
him
yeah,
off of that until yeah.
he's a
So
Task
putting
Force W,
yeah.
and that the transition is Task Force W to Rome, correct?
Well, no, the transition is actually Task Force W, and then that's removed from his brief and given to Desmond Fitzgerald and renamed Special Affairs Staff, as I understand it. So there is this period where I don't know what Harvey was doing except for being in charge of ZR, right?
He was sitting in a basement at CIA
Yeah,
headquarters.
yeah. But Task Force W was folded up.
Yeah.
But he was familiar with the basement because Staff D took up like a whole basement, I think. So
Yeah.
maybe he just kind of went back there and licked his wounds until they sent him off. But
He was stewing there
he
for
was
six.
stewing in his bitterness there, I
Right,
think.
right.
You
And he
know,
was still he probably never disconnected from the whole of, jam wave assassination attempts.
Yeah. But it's interesting. I mean, this is the thing about Morales. So Morales was I want to say 10 years younger than he was, right? Something like that, or maybe even a little younger than that even. Um, and Morales really owed his rise to Harvey. And you can actually trace the key moments in Morales's career where Harvey personally, and this is documented, is recommending him, and then he does get the job. He's promoted. So when Harvey gets removed from the Cuban thing, and so the whole, JM wave is basically becomes part of the past, what happens to his ability to help Morales? I mean, that must just evaporate. He can't promote Morales anymore because now he's been moved laterally.
right.
Right.
And if anything, I know that Larry Rivera said earlier that uh, uh, Morales never got a chief of station position anywhere, and he probably was bitter about that. But I don't think he. I mean, he still could have moved up. I mean, it just not through that. He wouldn't have had that kind of a cool assignment to be in charge of the whole thing in a particular country. But what all those things that are blacked out in his personnel file from like, whatever it was, February 1963 onwards, up until like 1973, he might have gone up the chain in some other direction. I mean, in Vietnam and then in Latin America, I have a feeling he was a very, very heavy hitting guy still.
Well,
Uh,
if you we were talking about Rocky Carbajal before, and he's known, and the people that knew Morales said he felt that he was more like a peon, and I believe that's Talbot also cites that specific information about Morales, that they treated him like a peon.
really? So Morales said that about the way the CIA treated him?
Rocky Carbajal, that he was like, their
Yeah.
gopher, their servant, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I guess I mean I probably forgot that and I probably read that too. Um, but yeah, he owed a lot to his patron Bill Harvey, who really moved him up the ranks. And Shackley gave him good reviews. I mean, he gave him pretty. I remember one fitness report rated him strong, which is not the highest rating, but it's still
Shackley said that's my go-to guy.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
He
And
got a good parking
Shackley brought him
spot.
to Vietnam. I mean, Shackley's the one who brought him over to Laos and Vietnam to do all that stuff.
But the one anecdote that really stunned me is in The Blonde Ghost, where supposedly Morales was parachuting with these communists and rigged the parachutes so they wouldn't open. And as they were
Yeah.
falling, to the death, he was,
Yeah.
yeah.
And it feels immediately believable. I mean, I can see him doing that. I mean, that's like, and he boasted this thing about him. I mean, he was a very heavy drinker and he had a big mouth and he boasted a lot about his exploits and all his killings. but that may have got him killed. I mean, I lean toward him having been murdered somehow. And I know that his family said, oh, no, no, it was a heart attack waiting to happen and all the rest of it. I mean, I'm with Rocky on this one. I mean, Rocky said, they got rid of him. He'd said too many things and they were afraid he was going to say more. And the HSCA was only just they only just became aware of who he even was. I don't think
Chad,
they
I
had
had
any
an
information.
observation about Harvey, if I could weigh in.
Oh yeah.
Two things you were asking earlier about what he was doing in the basement. Well, I found the other day that one of the things he was doing in the basement the last couple of months was learning Italian. And apparently he already knew German. So he had a facility with languages. That's probably why he was stationed in Berlin back in the 50s. And to that end, he had to learn Italian. And I think he suffered. What I've read is that once he got to Italy, his drinking got even worse, and he started falling down. And I think part of the problem was his lack of facility with the language. And what I'm trying to find out more about is how much time he spent in Sardinia, because I'm starting to think that might have literally been the base of the assassination, or one possible base. I'm operating on the belief that he was a focal point. And to wrap up this line of inquiry on Harvey, I noticed that you haven't touched on his relations with Elizabeth Bentley when he was with the FBI in 45, 46, 47, because Bentley was one of the great experts on John Abt, who was the attorney that Oswald allegedly asked for. Although we don't have videotape, we have secondhand statements saying that he wanted John Abt. And so Bentley was the woman that Harvey studied more than anybody else between 45 and 47 with the FBI. She was his biggest case. He wasn't necessarily the lead guy, but he was studying her. He was keeping 18 to 20-hour days working on the Bentley case. And Bentley was, in particular, she went to John Apt's house in, I believe, 1944, 45, and was put out as the person to be the conduit between the communists in the Soviet Union and this group that was basically communists, John Abt and friends, here in the United States. They had a whole government group that was communist friendly in the 30s and 40s, known as the Weir Group and the Silver Master Group. And so Abt was central to that, and he kept his role. It was pretty public that he was general counsel for the Communist Party during that era of the 50s and going into the 60s. So the notion of Oswald asking for Abt after the assassination, to me, is just as significant as Harvey and Roselli and everybody pushing their, Castro did it. Well, and that's where my research is going. And I urge other people to take a hard look at the relationship of Harvey and Bentley. Bentley, curiously enough, and this is like Harvey's death, like Morales's death, Bentley dies December 5th, 3rd, 1963.
Huh.
Wow.
So she couldn't talk.
Oh, yeah.
And she was interviewed by Harvey at some length.
Hey, I had a quick question, guys, and I was curious that someone might have an answer for this. Speaking of Harvey, especially towards the end of his life, and there's documents about Harvey's exit from the CIA, and it's interesting that I came across one document where they make a really big point in the documents about doing an exit interview with Harvey,
Yes.
the number two guy actually in the CIA. And then after, I assume that took place.
Yeah, there are memos that document that exit interview.
Yeah, and that the relationship between the CIA had deteriorated. Harvey apparently owed the CIA money. And yet at the end of the day, then there's another document that comes out where Helms expresses his gracious gratitude to Harvey for his expressed loyalty. that, and I see that as a kind of a document suggesting that, thanks for willing to keep your mouth shut about things. That's how I see it. But and Larry, maybe you brought was that an exceptional practice for an agent like Harvey to be doing an exit interview with a high level CIA official? I mean, any comments about that? The fact that the CIA went out of their way, they want an exit interview with William Harvey before he leaves.
It was October 4th, 1967 is the lunch. And then there's a memo on December 11th, on the memo on the conversation on the lunch. I'm trying to open it up to see what it says, but it's
Larry, do you see any record that he ever got a medal? I don't think he ever got a medal, and he was not listed as one of the 50 trailblazers either. I mean, it was really kind of like a.
Are you talking about Harvey?
I'm talking about Harvey. Yeah.
Well, Harvey got a medal. Harvey got a medal when he came back. He got a medal from Alan Dulles when he came back from Berlin. I don't know what medal it was, but it was a big one, and that's the only
right.
medal.
That was
in the 50s, right?
Right. Yeah, no, he wasn't. Yeah.
Good point. But I don't think he ever got one for the 60s and 70s.
No.
So he met with Sam Papage on October 5th, 1967. And this is about Johnny Roselli. Johnny Roselli is talking to him. This is right before the whole Johnny Roselli trying to blow the story about the Cuba business. And they're trying to make sure that Harvey's going to be a good soldier.
Yeah, so I get that drift. Yeah.
Yeah. And so he meets with Sam Papage. Osborne writes a memo for the record about the lunch meeting because Harvey called him. He mentioned that, and I guess he was also talking to the Inspector General. Remember, this is right around the time the IG report is issued. So he was talking to the IG officer. Right. I think they were trying to clamp things down about, what happened in 1960, 61. I think.
Well, gentlemen, anything else? I mean, some great conversation here, about a lot of different items. I kind of think Dave and I talked about really kind of if anyone we are scheduled to 4:30, we can go to that or not. Dave, I mean, we could open it up to any type of conversation. I know I almost hate to bring it up myself. I know Casey, you were asking us about the whole issue with, I don't know if we want to go there, but the whole thing about the Z film, right? The back and forth on that.
It's there, but I'm not sure if I really want to go there. But I do.
We're open on this. I mean, if you guys, there's been a lot of. I think Larry, you've been involved with that those conversations back and forth too about the Z film and its tampering or whatever. I mean. Is that a debate or not?
I don't know why it's a debate. Why do we care whether it was tampered with or not? It seems to me the important thing is there was more than one shooter, and that's what the grassy knoll information shows and other things show. So my question, I'm not arguing either way, my question is, why is the Zapruder film important at the end of the day?
That's a good question. And I guess some people are claiming that there's more evidence of a multiple gunman that has been deleted, but we have enough evidence.
Yeah, I mean, the importance is that it debunks the single bullet theory to me, unless you're a complete denialist or liar. I mean, it's obvious that Connolly is reacting to he hasn't been hit at the same time. I mean, he turns all the way around in the car, and they're trying to convince us no, a bullet had already gone completely through his torso, shattered his ribs and his wrist, and he's still turning around and looking at JFK. It's ridiculous.
I think the only thing, maybe I'm thinking, if people want to try to implicate the Secret Service, and some people are claiming that what was deleted was evidence of the stopping of the limo. Yeah. So maybe that's what they're trying to do.
But the Nix film shows the brake lights coming on. You can see it from behind, right? So that it's slowed way down. I agree with Bill that I don't think it really matters that much whether it was altered. And people have become really, I mean, Robert Groden gets very, very excited about any suggestion because he found it, and it's like
exactly
it's his thing, it's his precious thing. It can't be tainted, but I mean, he still got it. He put it on TV. Where I'm grateful to him for having done that in 1975. But I just, whether it was altered or not, I don't know. It's an interesting story, and I certainly think the way Doug Horn spun it out with Dino Brugioni and everything, it's very interesting. But I don't really know that it matters.
Yeah, and Bill, in my view, when the time he talks to Dino, it's like that's what 2009 or something. I mean,
Yeah, I mean,
people's memories are,
right. I
what
think
exactly how much of a thing you
yeah,
saw. And the thing is, even if the limo stopped for a second, a natural human reaction when you look around would be maybe to take your foot off the pedal or perhaps even put the brake on. It doesn't
right.
mean that the guy was trying to stop the car deliberately, right?
Yeah, no, it doesn't. I mean, I do actually think that Bill Greer is a very suspect character, but again, as you say, and I think going back quickly to Doug Horn with Dino Brugioni, to me, the most interesting part of that story was about the briefing boards.
Yes, yes.
Remember, because he
That's
prepared the
interesting.
first set, and they said no, we don't want those. Throw them away. It's like, what was wrong with them? That to me is very, very suspect.
And
And
we still
also,
have one of those briefing boards. One of them still exists.
that's
Right.
right. No, I mean, if you actually can go to the archives, you can see all of them now, Bill. We actually, Jeff and Margot Williams and I went there at the same time that we went to see those FBI files. Remember that they announced? It
Yeah,
turned out
yeah.
that it was just from the JFK task force. It wasn't super new. But
Right.
for some reason, they brought out these briefing boards, which I couldn't ever get to because the guy there who handles the JFK collection, Eugene Morse, he said, I can't get to them. They're oversized and they're in a cage and nobody knows who has authorization to go in there. But they did. They laid out all of them on these tables and we looked at them. And I
Is
thought
it
to
one
myself,
set or two set, Chad?
two sets.
Good Lord.
Two sets. I took pictures of all of them, actually, and I adjusted them so they fill the frame in the digital photographs that I took. It was tricky because of the reflections from the ceiling on the fairly glossy prints. But another thing that really, this is another thing that people don't bring up enough. And I brought up with Doug Horn, and I saw him at the hearing that he testified, and I asked him, and he didn't look like even he had really thought about it. And that is simply that why wasn't the film itself shown to Warren Commission witnesses? That
Oh,
all those
sure.
people they interviewed who were in Dealey Plaza at the time of the shooting, wouldn't you want to show
Oh,
them?
there's
They
a
didn't
reason for
even show
that.
it to Abraham Zapruder.
They
They
did
didn't
not
even,
want it part of the record. That's for a bunch
right.
of reasons. If any of the commissioners saw it or any of the witnesses, they would have to put the Z film in the record.
Would have been
And they,
too easy.
Right.
Well,
Yeah,
I
and the
mean,
Allier film the same way. But I wanted to ask you about the two sets of briefing boards. One last question. Did you notice any significant difference between the two? Because that's what people have.
I see what you mean. When you say two sets, you're talking about no, 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 no. I'm sorry. There's one set of briefing boards, but they're in two,
like
how do you
foldable,
say
right?
it? Yeah, like these folder things, they're attached by a sort of, you know, allows them to be folded up. So they're
Right.
between them is, but yeah, I'm sorry, there's only one set of the series of stills. The one that Dino Brugioni, I think, referred to that he was part of making, I think that may be gone forever. I think that might have gone into the incinerator,
Right.
folks.
But here's the question. So Bill, I mean, to answer your question, does anyone on this call that believed the film was altered, why is it important? Based on what, we know that there's enough evidence in that film to show that there was a shot from the front. Why is it important to debate whether the film was altered or not?
I
Just
think
not a, like,
I think there's some reinforcement of of evidence tampering. I think
okay,
that's not obvious. The discussion that maybe the CIA had their hands on it. I mean, but that's it. And then on the other end of it, though, even if it is tampered, the basic premise of what we have, like someone just said, head snap. Conley wasn't hit at the same time. Even if it was tampered, we still see a couple basic things that are undeniable.
I
Yeah.
mean,
And
So
I
I
used
want
to
to point
think,
out the argument is probably
but we know
minutiae.
the autopsy, we have questions about the autopsy. Why there's so much focus on the film? I think it's more important what happened to the Knicks film. I mean,
yeah,
things that are
probably.
not, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, by the way, I mean, you know, we also should remember that the film disappeared for 6 years, really, because it was shown in the Garrison trial, right? So that's 1969. And all of Doug Horn's focus is on whether it was altered on the weekend of the assassination. And I don't really think that I don't think that's a necessary. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but why did it have to be done then? The first time any member of the public supposedly saw it was in Jim Garrison's courtroom when, a court saw it. Now, this guy, Jacob Hornberger, wrote this book called An Encounter with Evil, and it's all about Abraham Zapruder. And one of the most effective bits in it is when he describes Abraham Zapruder on the witness stand in Jim Garrison's courtroom and cites his transcript. It's a very evasive answer. Is this your film? Because of course they have to authenticate it. It's a court. This is your film, right? And he sort of dodges and he says in the end, yeah, well, you couldn't really tell if a few frames had been removed. I mean, why would you say that? And then he implies that poor old Abraham Zapruder, who died the following year of stomach cancer, was racked with this fear and stress and guilt or whatever, and forbade his family from talking about it. We don't know any of that. That is totally speculation. But there was enough time to fiddle with that film if they wanted to do it. What I used to think they might have done was sort of cleaned off the rear hood of debris, which would have been more evidence of a shot from the front. But there's a famous photo of Clint Hill riding the limo and almost falling off. We've all seen it. It's a black and white photo that it's caught. The car's going really fast, and the trunk of the car is totally there's no debris on there that you can see. So
So Chad, I think that's interesting because I know that Noel Twyman had thought that they thought the Zapruder film was going to be used for the Warren Commission. So they had, say, from November to the spring to do any doctrine they might have wanted to do. But then you're talking about the fact that it was never shown. So the first time it was shown was, bootleg copy at Garrison in '69, and then the next time was Grodin on Geraldo Rivera, 75.
Yeah.
So there would have been plenty of time to alter it, but didn't have to happen that weekend, right?
Right. It didn't have to happen that weekend. And I mean, yeah. But again, I mean, it looks like
Mark is saying here that how come? So in response to the question that your question, Bill, Mark says in the chat, how can we know about the importance of what was taken out if we don't know what was taken out?
Yeah.
I mean,
Good point.
Bill, what is your response to that?
Well, my response is,
made.
It's a great question. It's all speculation, just like every other piece of evidence in the case. So why not work with what we've got and say, this is what we have. There may be alterations. And so what? This is what we have, and it's telling. We're wasting a lot of time battling.
Yes.
And
Exactly.
dividing the community on the
and if
subject.
I may-
We
Totally
all
agree.
basically
Let me
agree it's
say
just one
something.
marble in the whole jar. I want to finally turn to how did the Zapruder film get found in the first place? To me, that's almost as interesting. And the little I know is that Harry McCormick, the guy who wrote for one of the newspapers, I think it was the Dallas morning paper, he got a tip from somebody that somebody was out there filming. He ran out there and found him before he'd even left the plaza.
Wow.
I mean, we're talking minutes. How did he know? How did that happen? I mean, it's almost like somebody saw that guy and said, wow, that might help us, but for what? And did anybody ever interview McCormick? That's the kind of stuff I'm trying to run down right now, is the origins of those first hours of the Zapruder film, coupled with, of course, Dan Rather's ridiculous statement and the movements of Dan Rather that day, which were on national TV and shaped everybody's perception of the film for many years until we actually got to see it.
I'd like to.
The most
the Warren
important
Commission.
alteration. Can I say something right quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Please.
The most important alteration that was done to the Zapruder film is in volume 15 of the Warren Commission, where 312 and 313 are reversed.
Right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Now,
The other alteration, I don't believe there was any alteration. That's my opinion. And
You're saying the alteration was in the transport, the moving of the slides in the print.
there was no accident.
But not the actual film itself.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then J. Edgar Hoover finally came in and said, "Yeah, well, those were transposed." But I believe the Warren Commission actually had a chance to see the Zapruder film on January 27th, 1964, for the very first time. But they already had their verdict out that we have a lone gunman shooting from behind. And after seeing the film for the first time, everybody was quiet. And then they said, "Can we see it again?" And as they saw the film again, the questions was, and it was all around the room, that looked like a shot from the front. And I said, "Oh my God, I'm onto something here. Let's see what we have." And it went on, and then they sit back and they go, "Well, we have Oswald as a lone gunman, and let's just see if Oswald could have shot him from behind, and then run down those 6 flights of stairs, and then run on the grassy knoll and shoot him from the front." And I said, I don't want to read any more of this shit. But at the same time, you know, it's a debatable thing, and I'm not really sure. I guess with Bill, is it relevant? Because I think we have established the fact that JFK was shot multiple times.
And I was going to say, the only real tangible evidence that we have are the Newcomb tapes, which is the basis of my book, The JFK Horseman, on exactly what the motorcycle cops experienced that day, who were never called before the Warren Commission. A paltry 7 pages of testimony between Hargis and Martin, never brought Cheney and Jackson. Jackson, when he saw the film, said, "Look, that film has been hacked. It's been altered. That's not what happened down there on Elm Street." That's all I have to say.
All right, let me interject here for a second. All right. I'd like to point out the fact one of the questions was asked earlier was, why does it matter? Or, why spend the time working or discussing this? Well, let me point out the fact that most people that get into researching the JFK assassination, one of the very first pieces of evidence that they come across, or one of the very first videos that they're going to see, happens to be the Z film. So a lot of people will make up their decision at that point whether they're going to be pro-conspiracy or anti-conspiracy. The idea of not looking or dismissing the film, okay, we've been doing this shit for decades. New people, they're coming into this sometimes, especially younger generation of researchers or soon-to-be researchers, if they decide to take the time to do this and put the effort in, they have to look at it, so they're going to need somebody to explain it to them. So we have to still talk about it, but do we have to disagree? Well, we can agree and disagree. I've talked about this before, where there is a difference between adulteration and alteration. Is the film intact, or is it one of the other two? I think what we have to kind of come up with is I think our consensus is, and I know there's some that's been in the chat, they don't think that there's been any adulteration or alteration to the film. Difference is, do you know the difference between those two terms? So if you dismiss a key piece of evidence, especially photographic or eyewitness testimony or eyewitness statements, then you're kind of going in this with a set of blinders on. And you're like, okay, the film shows one thing, an eyewitness said something else, or a statement said something else. You have to look at the entire amount of evidence that's put forth, and then you have to figure out, look at the other films. Slowing down, brake lights are on. Was every film altered or adulterated? Perhaps. So if you take all the films and you especially like the copy of the Nix film that we have, or photographs from other films, and you line them up together, the films don't always coincide with timing. Now, I got into a debate with somebody recently, and they said, well, not all cameras film at the same frames per second, so you can't make that argument. And I said, do you understand the frames per second in 1963 was way different? They were more standardized in the 1960s than they were than what we have today. Not everything is 29.97 frames per second, which is kind of the standard of most cell phones or most video cameras. But again, you can change that as well, just like you can change a lot of different settings on video cameras or on still shot cameras. So that's what we have today. Back in the 1960s, most all the cameras were pretty well standardized. Now, do we know every camera that was down there? Well, we know the ones that were supposedly the photo or the cameras that were taking the photographs and the videos that we have in evidence. And I've gone back and I've went through each one of those cameras, the specifications. What did they film at? How many frames per second? They're all pretty well standardized. There's a couple of them that are different. So I know the question was asked, why do we give a shit? Or
Right.
why
And
do we
Dave,
care to
Dave, so
discuss
Dave,
it?
here's the point. Bill, for like Bill and I have, we were in a mock trial, right? And we
Sure.
have to introduce evidence. The film itself is sufficient evidence, assuming that you show that it's Providence, to show the shot from the front. The head goes back. What the supporters then have to focus on is, oh, that's not evidence of a shot from the front. That's the jet effect. That's something you can talk about, right? The idea that we're spending so much energy and time on trying to prove a negative, to me,
We have limited time.
right. And and
Correct.
and I think it does go to the greater picture when you start looking at other films that are missing or altered. Maybe this adds to that discussion slightly, but the issue is, number one, is that evidence of a shot from the front? And you go into the science. Now, maybe an unaltered version would have two or three more slides, frames of him going back. I don't know. The second issue is, could a bullet have gone through both men? You look at the science. But to get into this debate about whether it just doesn't seem like it's worthwhile given all the things we're dealing with.
Can I
And it
ask
just,
a question at this juncture? I'd like to aim it at David and the group because I think it's so important. I really am of the belief that Hargraves and Vidal Santiago are the dark complected man and Umbrella Man. And there's pixels, as I understand it, in the Zapruder film that are of great quantity, and I think with a photo analyst we could nail down if these people were the spotters at the Kennedy assassination. Nobody seems to care about this, but more importantly, photo analysts are breaking down who goes inside a football stadium.
yeah,
Why
yeah.
can't we solve at this date? It may take hiring a professional, but why can't, I'm asking David and the group, why can't we solve that question with the Zapruder film?
Well, I think the idea of being able to solve that, and I see the comparison that you made. If you look at the film quality of the Z film or any of the films for that time compared to what we have now, pixelations, DPIs or dots per square inch, it's harder for the algorithms of the programs that we have today because guess what? It goes back to what I just said. They're filmed at a different resolution. They're filmed at different frames per second. So can we go in and actually pick it out? Well, let me ask, how many people have seen a cop show on TV where the license plate is, obscured in a surveillance camera or on an ATM camera at a bank? They go to the police department. All of a sudden, they have the proper program with Movie Magic, but it's not totally Movie Magic. They actually do have the programs. I know I've used them. But can you take that grainy film and all of a sudden get the picture of the license plate and be able to read it word for word, letter for letter of what it is? Yeah, we've got that technology, but who's going to be able to take that and put it into looking at the films that we have or to try to go in and see who exactly is the Umbrella Man or the Cuban? Or can we see if we start doing that, now we're manipulating the film, we're adulterating the film to pull out what we want to see that's there.
And
But
plus that,
this
and
goes
plus
back
that,
to what
David,
this goes back to what we talked about yesterday. If we're going to do advanced analysis, we need to get money. And we got to find either, and I don't think that a crowdfunding is going to give us enough money, but we need to get reach out to foundations or, I just put an email out to Michael Connolly to see where he got his money from for his, declassification engine. If we could get money to do this analysis or convince the NIST to do it, which I would be skeptical to do that, we're not altering the original. We're using modern technology to try to pull information out, right?
Right. Yeah, we're not altering it. We're adulterating it to use technology to go back and look at that film and try to pull more information out of those pixels
Right.
in those films.
Right.
Or
And
in
then
those
Bill and
photos.
I would then be able to go and get an expert to testify about this is the process that's used. This is, acceptable and it passes the Dauber test. And then that's how you get that information out to the world.
Correct. And you know the reason why a lot of the higher up or the powers that be, I use that in quotes, powers that be, you know the reason why they don't want to do anything like that? Because then all of a sudden they're helping us uncover more information that goes against the government lie that was started in 1963.
And then, David, you add this. You add AI into this. And I'll tell you what, I've already seen 3 copies of the AI generated film, the Zapruder film. And God, some of the quality material on there is phenomenal. But I'm sitting there going, it's AI generated. And
Yeah,
Larry Rivera was telling me about that. And I'm going, you got to be kidding me. Is this the stuff that our kids today are seeing, the AI generated stuff? So, you can argue. Of course, I know Larry Rivera rebuilt the Zapruder film and took the points from 85 positions in Dealey Plaza, and he would send me stuff. I said, give me. Of course, we're watching the Zapruder film from these 85 different positions, and so I said, Larry, give me a view of the Zapruder film if I was standing on the grassy knoll. Give me
right.
Yeah.
And I'll agree with that, Casey. Here's the problem.
Yeah.
And it goes back to the speech that I gave in Dallas last year. AI is great as a tool, but can we rely on what AI is giving us? AI is going to sit there and fill in the blanks of something that's not there. So that's adulteration. AI will adulterate a document. It will adulterate a film, a photograph. Unless you go back and look
But
at
David,
different
recreations are used in courtrooms all the time. We have a Mark
Yes.
Johnson working with John Orr, and we're taking all of the extant photographs in Dealey Plaza to create a 3D image of the Zapruder film. So you could look at it from 3Ds using all the films from 360, right?
Right.
That's used in courtrooms. You have to show why it should be introduced, why it's reliable, and but yes, it's not the exact original, but it is sufficient to get into court.
Right. Now, and here's the question. And let me ask you this on a court, on an attorney basis question here. If you show something in a court of law, and I'm not an attorney, I don't play one on TV either, but you're the real deal. So I want to ask you, when you go into court and you have the original, do you show the original and then show the an AI cleaned up copy? And it becomes they admit it into a court case, but how does a jury or a judge interpret that? Are they interpreting it as now this is something that is just a cleaned up copy and they can see more, or is this something that I want to know, how does that evidence weigh in a court of law? I'm just curious.
So, and I'll let Bill, follow up, but you probably introduce the original Zapruder film, then you have your expert come in and say, and here's an enhancement, here's what we did. Obviously, that would have to be done first. The judge has to allow you to introduce that. Okay, we assume it gets passed. Then you show this 3D animation, you explain how you did it. And then it's up to the government to try to undercut it, saying why it's not legitimate or why
And
it's
it's the
not.
beauty of cross-examination. If the
Yes.
government's good, they can undercut your logic. And it
Right.
really boils down to who's got the most logical approach.
Right, right.
Well, and I appreciate that answer, both of you guys. Getting back to what Casey pointed out a while ago, the kids of today, what they're seeing, they're relying on social media, YouTube, TikTok, we've all seen how things can be deep faked or how things can be altered. So the problem is they see one thing of new technology that's touched a film. Let's just say the Z film, for instance. What we've seen of what's called the Lightbox edition. It's on YouTube. It's been out there for probably 10 years. It's a very great clean copy of the Z film. It's high definition. The problem with it is there's other versions like that, or that's AI based, and that's what the younger generation, the kids, the young people are seeing.
It's like Dale Myers. Dale Myers made a cartoon, right?
Right.
And it's and ABC accepted it, and I could
And
give
nobody
you
cross-examined it.
right. I mean, but when I get Mark, when
Yeah.
I get John Orr's team together, they can give me an hour why all the mistakes he made. Well, mistakes or distortions, right? But that's what you would do. You'd have someone, then it would be up to us to cross-examine it. And
But
and look at the Discovery Channels, other places. They will do it. They will do uh, supposedly a test, and when they describe the results, it doesn't reflect what's actually seen. Remember the one that said that the shot from the single bullet theory was they verified it, but then the shot came out of Kennedy's chest.
yeah,
And that
yeah,
was the horror of the Warren Commission. There was no cross-examination. Mark Lane wasn't allowed to cross-examine, and the guy who was supposed to be doing the cross-examination never did asked a single question.
Right.
And
Yeah.
let me just add this: David Knight, myself, and Brian Edwards, we meet once a week and have lunch on a Wednesday, and we will rehash a lot of this stuff out. Brian got so upset one day. He says, I usually don't go online and argue with somebody. And I said, you don't need to do that, Brian. He goes, well, he says, I got online. Well, he was online with this guy and he was telling me what was going on. And of course, David turns around and he says, are you sure it was a person? It could be a bot. And I go, God, that's where we're at today. And I said, my God, how do you know that?
I begin the first time when I go on like Quora or whatever, there are these people that have websites called debunking conspiracy theories.
Oh, yeah.
So right from the beginning, I say, you're not a credible person because you're not open. But even that said, you can't accept the evidence at face value. Bill and I went through a mock trial. The evidence has got plenty of flaws. You have to look at the evidence, go underneath it, and see if it's legitimate. People just accept, and then plus they want to defend America's honor. Conspiracies don't happen in America.
Yeah.
I think the thing is young people and us old researchers too, the ones who've been doing this for decades, and I've said it before, I'll say it again, using new technology to look at this older case.
Yes.
It's not a cold case. I mean, it's chilly, but it's not cold. But we have to take the new technology, look at all the evidence, go back with fresh eyes, an open attitude. The worst part about it is this. Some of our researchers that have passed, some of the researchers that are first generation researchers, some, and I don't say this is all, not all of them, some of them are not open to the idea of, doing what I'm suggesting here, because here's the thing, they have hung their mantle basically on their research when they first, brought the stuff out decades ago. And if they change that, all of a sudden their ego or their reputation, they don't want to risk that.
It's their life's work. It's very hard to say, I got it wrong.
Right.
Yeah. The one thing I like about John Newman is John will sit there and tell you, I may get shit wrong, but if I get it wrong, show me that I'm wrong so I can go back and fix it.
Right.
I have no problem being wrong. I want to be right.
That's
so
the
if you
secret,
find
right
something
there.
that is wrong, point it out to me and show me. Convince me that I'm wrong in my research.
Too many people's whole being and their notoriety is based on the theory they have touted and the proof that they have developed. And, I think one of the reasons that's great about Bill is he goes through something, he's open-minded and he may have a premise, but he's willing to relook at it, right?
Oh, I'm Mr. Confirmation bias. Got to admit it. And at the same time, if you're not willing to at least entertain the notion that you might be wrong and Lee Harvey Oswald acted alone. You really shouldn't be doing this work. That's the way I
Yeah,
feel.
absolutely.
Definitely not.
Hey,
But
one point, because I know we're winding down with time, and I know Gary's not on there right now, but I know that he
No, Gary Shore is on.
is what.
Gary Shore is on.
Yeah, if you're going to talk about me,
Oh, you're there. You're.
are you listed as user again, Gary?
yeah.
Every time you go out, you come
No,
back.
he's
as
he's
user.
actually
Let me
hiding
fix
behind
that.
his desk. I know
Yeah.
where he's at. Gary, I think what do you have? 8.5, 9.5 hours of Chauncey Holt, and I don't want to get into whether you believe him or not, but if I remember correctly, Chauncey Holt came out and said he was talking about QJ Wynn, and he says, well, QJ Wynn, it's QJ Place and QJ Show. And I sat back and I read that. I go, where the hell is he, at a racetrack? Well, yeah. He said he was at a racetrack writing things down, and he says, okay, Win, Place, and Show.
QJ is actually Luxembourg. We finally figured
Yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. Which is CIA based, right?
Right.
Okay. Yeah. You just you read so many things, and some things stick with you, and some of it's stuff that really doesn't make any difference. Okay.
Well, the last few hours has been great. We're looking at evidence. I don't think we need to prove that Lee Harvey Oswald is innocent. I think we've done that. We don't need any more information on that. And what we need to be digging into is things like y'all have done today, Morales and Harvey and what they were doing, people that we know deep down, and from the evidence that we can dig out right now, we're involved in it. And that's what I want to concentrate the rest of my time on.
Well,
You're doing a good job.
I agree with you 100%, Gary. I think sometimes what we do is we get into, what's been deemed the Dealey Plaza water cooler talk, and we've had several journey meetings that are scheduled for just a 2 or 3 hour block that takes on a life of its own and can go on for. And I think one time we had one close to 9 hours.
Yes. Last year.
It's great to get on and discuss every topic at will. I mean, that's why we set up an hour of open discussion or open forum on this.
I want to ask Gary if who was the driver of the Rambler? Was that Morales or what?
I always
I'd like
suspected
to- I
Herminio
don't-
Diaz more than anyone else.
Gives me that. Unfortunately. But there's still stuff we haven't seen. I just, as we've been talking today, I've been digging through files. Here's one from a lady that talked to the House Select Committee I've never heard of. And she said President was waving, had just passed when she heard what sounded like a firecracker coming from the direction of the railroad crossing. The car made a little pause, then took off. We all ran to the railroad trestle and looked in the boxcars. There was a lot of people looking in the boxcars. Now that's good stuff, and stuff you can believe in. And there's so much that we have not seen and may never see that we got our work cut out for.
Do we know
Gary,
where that
have
woman
you just
is?
added to the files? I mean, have you just added more things to your files?
Yes, sir.
Oh,
This-
God, and I'm
this is
supposed
a
to be
new
coming
name.
down to help go through those? Oh, my word.
Cleola Shields.
Ah,
And she worked at the same building as Zapruder, across the street from the school book depository.
and do you know where she was standing?
Yeah, well, she was standing. She said she and co-workers went downstairs for lunch. Let's see, she doesn't say exactly, but it was close enough that she saw Honest Joe's pawn shop
How
car
about that?
and before the arrival of the motorcade. And, how many does that make? The shots came from where.
What a guy by the name of Smith, a young man by the name of Smith, was standing on the sidewalk on JFK's side and said the shot hit him in the face. Says, I saw a shot hit him in the face. Cheney said he saw a shot hit him in the face. Well, okay, well that doesn't come from behind. So
Was
and
Smith
I'm
his
not
real
sure.
name?
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, I was going to throw in a while ago. One of the reasons that the car paused, and I can't remember who said it, but it was in a book, and it was a Secret Service agent. He actually tapped the brakes because he was driving into gunfire. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a natural reaction. I mean, I don't know what they're trained to do, but he wasn't a regular driver,
Mhm.
right?
Right.
That's the other thing.
Yeah,
But
the
if somebody
previous
was
driver
shooting,
died. Yeah.
if somebody was
Oh,
shooting
you're
at me
right.
from the
Yeah.
front, I'd stop.
Yeah. Yeah, well, you get startled, right?
Yeah, that's
I
right.
don't know if you're driving into something, the very least you take your foot off the pedal, you're going to slow down, even if you don't put the brake on, right? I mean, it's a natural human reaction to get startled and stop doing anything.
And then Penn Jones Jr. wrote that one of the reasons the car paused or stopped for a certain amount of time was because there was a police officer in front, a guy by the name of Officer Freeman, that stopped the car from going anywhere. But
Really?
I would venture to say that if
Freeman,
Greer thought that he was driving into fire,
Who said that? Who just?
I think Penn Jones.
No, I know, but who in the meeting?
Freeman.
No, the person who just said that in this meeting.
No.
I don't know.
No. Casey's saying that Penn Jones said this.
In one of his books.
I know that because
Well, Freeman was
Yeah,
riding.
you
in
brought
front.
that out, Larry.
Hey, Freeman was riding in front of the chief of police car.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what I thought. But
In between, he was in between the limo and the pilot car. Yeah. And that's what Penn Jones wrote about. He said it appeared that the motorcycle cop made it look like he had problems and that he was looking around and he stopped, and that's what made the limo stop. And he was making like looking around, like, trying to find out what was happening. That's what Penn Jones wrote. Okay.
But look, when we see an accident, everybody slows down, right? Right? That's human. That's actually human. What's going on?
well,
and
then
Penn Jones
then you
did
get
not-
all your. I was going to say you get all your rubberneckers who were in Dallas at the time when the ambulance pulls up about 12:19 to pick up the gentleman that had a grand mal epileptic seizure, and then leaves at about 12:25 and drives under the triple underpass. And here's the thing: everybody's gawking. Your rubberneckers are running up there, and then we say, well, why did that happen? Of course, then you have to interview the drivers and find out that they were sent down to Dealey Plaza 5 days in a row at the same time. And then you come up with all different types of theories on that too.
Well, the running to the grassy knoll is an interesting question because I don't know if I was standing and I thought that's where the shots are coming from. That's the last place I would run to. I mean, I think people saw people running and they were, again, it's sort of a version of rubbernecking. They're going because people are going there.
Yeah, but I mean, we were talking about everybody searching in the rail cars. Not a single car trunk was open in the entire parking lot. The whole time, the whole parking lot was cordoned off for how long was it? 2 hours? I don't remember, but they released the cordon soon after the news of Lee Harvey Oswald's arrest. But you're not going to search a single car? I mean,
Did you know that they took license plates down? One cop was ordered to take their license plates. That list disappeared.
Really?
Imagine
wow.
that.
I would guess, yeah.
That would have been an interesting.
And that's the problem with this whole case. The amount of evidence that has disappeared, whether it was right shortly after or has disappeared throughout the last 60 some years. We're basically looking at a case where we don't have all the evidence. So we've got to make conjectures and theories about what we're not privy to. And that's part of the thing with, the documents that's been released, which is the follow up to this, whole weekend that we've had. Yeah. Looking at those documents that have been released, unredacted, or some that are still redacted, and some that still aren't released yet, or they've been misfiled. we don't have the entire, we don't have the entire amount of evidence because either it's been destroyed, withheld, or deemed a threat that we can't see it. So until we get everything, which unfortunately we're not going to get everything.
So
We're not.
every Sunday, C-SPAN has a Civil War
Yes.
lesson, right? This is going to be something 100 years from now, people are still going to be talking about this. We're going to be people that are going to be having, right?
I'm not going to be talking about it then.
Well, they said that back in November '63, but it doesn't change the fact that we've got enough evidence now.
Yes, yes.
I wanna interject
So in
here.
100 years, will they have a JFK enactors like they do Civil War?
Oh my God!
Well,
No, we've already got a shit show of a circus going on in Dealey Plaza every year. We don't need
Are you
them
kidding
100
me?
years to reenact.
I would vote.
Especially-
I would vote to have Gary Shaw cryonically preserved, so that you can, when all the records come out, they can revive you, so you learn what really happened. You're entitled to learn.
Okay.
Hey,
Oh,
David,
yeah.
you're so right. It's become quite a show there down at Dealey Plaza. There was even that incident where Janet, Robert Grodin's wife, was involved in something there. But I wanted to mention Emmett Hudson, who was the lawnskeeper down there. And in the Knicks film, you see him running towards the picket fence with the other two guys there. And when he knows, and he said that there was gunfire coming from above him, above his head, that it appeared to be coming from behind him, but he's actually, in fact, running towards the gunfire. Can anybody explain that?
Well, don't you think it's funny, Larry, that nobody's ever come forward and saying, I'm one of those two guys?
Exactly.
Emmett Hudson's the only one we know of the three men.
I think one of the others is Jack Lawrence.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, I think one of the others very well may be Jack Lawrence. Jack Lawrence was the guy who ran into Lincoln Mercury and left his car there.
You know what, Bill? I agree with you.
Yeah, he threw up when he got in there and he was
told
muddy.
Emmett.
Yeah, I think the guy with the sport coat on that turns around first and exits the area was perhaps Jack Lawrence.
And
The
I
other
believe
guy in the
Emmett
red
said
shirt,
something.
I don't know who.
Emmett said something about, hey, mister, you better get down. The president's about to get shot. Do you know anything about that one?
No, I've never heard that.
Okay.
Now, allegedly, the guy that sat down with the umbrella man said something like, they just shot that guy.
Mhm.
So on the next film,
That's per Stephen Witt.
Oh, well, the thing is that they're running into the gunfire, the source of gunfire. That's not normal at all.
right? Yeah, no,
Well, if they knew that the gunfire was coming from there, it wouldn't be a problem.
right. I think people were just following other people, seeing that like they want to see what happens, right? But I have a question about the Knicks film because we had that lawsuit, where they were able to survive the motion for summary judgment. I heard that what we have is only a portion of the Knicks film. That's what the problem is, that there was a much larger version of it I don't know much about it, so.
Well, the Knicks film ended up with UPI.
Right.
All right.
Well, what's out there is that the whole, was there allegedly a claim that the part of it is gone, that we only have a small piece of it?
That's the
Oh,
thing.
no, it's just generations we're talking about.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, if you follow Gail Nix's book, where they took the entire camera, they delivered the camera completely in pieces, months later, and in fact, Orville said, look, that's not what I recorded, and the battle that she's had in trying to get the original back. And where some people said, you could see in the background there behind the picket fence, somebody there on a station wagon or whatever. But it's like you say, yes, there is still a lot of meat on that bone regarding the Knicks film.
So it's sort of like the Wegman and Darnell argument that, we have a fuzzy copy and we're trying to get
The better.
Okay.
So is the Wegman film out now? Were you guys saying that at the very beginning?
Oh boy. So
Yeah.
the Wegman film has been obviously in the news the last couple weeks. because uh, Jeff Morley went on a show and he said that Bob Groden said that Bob had the only original copy and that Bob was not sharing it with the world. And then Bob went on Bess Connell and he kind of gave the explanation of, he went to Long Island City, he made a copy of the 16 millimeter film, and that he has shared copies of what he made, in his various DVSs and DVDs. So there's been a little kerfuffle between the two of them now. I tried to research where the Wegman film could have been located. I verified, so there's a current NBC facility in Long Island City. I thought that was where he may have gone to, but while it's an older building, it was not, it's just a logistics hub for their vehicles when they send people out to go to news events. I did discover where the two film labs were in Long Island City, but in 1980, NBC took everything over to Fort Lee. And then in 1985, NBC allegedly took all of its historic films and sent them down to the Library of Congress, which then supposedly put them into this audiovisual conservation center in Culpeper, Virginia. So if the Wegman, so and Luna, when Luna wrote NBC, they said we can't find it, and people said maybe they're lying, and it's possible that they sent it to the Library of Congress, and it's at this Culpeper, Virginia facility called the Packard campus. So I sent a note to Luna's office on Friday saying maybe this is where you should look for it, and maybe have Congress ask for a copy, or at least take a look at the original. But then obviously yesterday we had a little kerfuffle with Bart on the Darnell film, which supposedly was 4K, but Leo and Bart just don't think it's a 4K version of what's in the sixth floor. That answer your question?
Well, David Denton, you opened up a can of worms, but I think the entire assassination is a can of worms. But the bad part about it is, or good part about it is, it brought all these people together, and I think you and David deserve a round of applause with the idea that we brought all these people together after 63 years, and phenomenal researchers as well as lawyers, some doctors, teachers, obviously teachers, professors, and anybody who has stuck with this for, well, I know I've done it for probably almost 63 years, but at the same time, somebody asked me the other day, they go, are you going to keep researching it? So I said, well, as long as there's material coming out. And I know on the 50th anniversary, my wife asked me, she goes, are you done? I said, hell no, they just opened up the files.
Well,
anyway, I want to say
still
thank you
married?
to all you guys.
Are you still married?
Casey?
Yeah, well, I'm on my second one.
Well, Casey, thanks for the kind words. I think we've had a great weekend, guys. I mean, it's a lot of things have come to light. I and we, we Project JFK and JFK Historical Group. We run our conference in Dallas in November every year, and some of the folks that were there been here, but we also have some folks that were not. And I invite everybody to Dallas in November. We're making plans again. We'll be looking for speakers, and we want to try a little bit of different format this time. I just got some comments someone sent to me directly about, hey, we really appreciated how we did it this time. Not just straight presentations and Q&A, but the conversation in between. I think people appreciated that. I hope folks enjoyed that. Once again, Dave and I appreciate in your support anyways. We'll be announcing our Dallas in November event soon. We're planning on it again this year. We invite everybody to that. We invite folks to support us financially. through donations so we can keep this thing going. Dave Knight, any final
Oh, and can I say
comments?
something before you get to Dave?
Yeah, Larry, go ahead. Yeah.
But Chad and I have a Thursday night podcast every Thursday night on JFK Facts.
Yeah,
If
I
anyone
noticed that.
has,
Yeah.
if anyone has new research they'd like to talk about, we have 100 people that show up every Thursday night. And I just want to encourage people, if you guys have something, and rather than wait till November, or if you want to have some preliminary results or something and talk about it, please contact Chad or I, because we're happy to have people um, speak. Sometimes Jeff is on, a lot of times he's not. But we have a regular Thursday night gig at 8 o'clock. So,
Larry,
um,
just I'm Zoom user there. I'm there every week as a Zoom user. So
Hey, I want to answer Ray's thing in the chat there. I would follow what's in the JFK the movie. That's about as close as what happened. You know, so it's hard to pin it on one particular entity because JFK has so many enemies, more than 10 at the time. So anybody else want to
I believe,
oblige Ray there, and tell them their opinion.
Larry, I believe that the best movie is the oldest one, came out in 1973.
Executive Action.
Is probably as close to the truth as anything that's out there.
All right.
Yeah, I think both of those films, Executive Action, which was the first one that I saw way back watching it on the floor as a young child, and then later on in the 90s, 91, when JFK came out, I gotta say those two films give you the two different perspectives. You get the perspective of the more or less the inside of the planning and the groups and the teams being formed, and the initial carrying out, and then you've got the movie JFK, which is the other side of telling. And there's a lot of films that come out where it's the same topic, but it's told from two different perspectives. JFK comes out and more or less is the fact of Jim Garrison and the aftermath, because it starts off pretty much in the beginning right with the assassination, and then later on you get flashbacks or so on of bits of information of what was being done. But yeah, I'll second that on Gary's comment. One of the very first ones that people should see and pay attention to is the movie Executive Action.
Right.
It's one of those that gives you the inside scoop, so to speak. On
I think you always have to figure out who paid for the bullets. And so I have a little more nuanced view in the sense that I think, Jamwave was involved in the planning, but I think that perhaps just as the CIA reached out to the mafia to try to kill Castro, that Marcel and me reached out to those guys to say, we need something to be done here. And that was feeding onto an appetite that for people who wanted to get rid of him. And I think Marcelo may have paid for it. That's just my view of the world. But clearly, and Harvey would have been the person that could find the snipers because he had connections with the Corsicans and also with JM Wave. So Harvey's at the top, I think, with Morales, and I think that the mafia helped pay for it. That's
Larry, real quick before we get off here, I want you to drop me an email, preferably tonight, if you can, or right after the meeting is done. Any details on the show you were just speaking of, so that way I can put it on the Larry Snaff tab on the website. So that way people that don't or have never been there, they can go there. And then, of course, while you're on there, give us a plug. If nothing else, they can go and look at our website and find the 2 days that maybe some of your audience didn't get a chance to attend. That's the thing. I mean, a lot of this is about cross. I don't want to say cross pollination, but basically, giving the information between the groups, because a lot of people know our group, they know David Denton's group, they know like JFKFacts.org and so on, but it's the fact of reaching across the aisle and promoting across the groups in order.
Yeah, we
for
did. We did
everybody to
Thursday
come
night.
together.
Thursday night we mentioned this program. I want to respond to Bentley Doyle in the chat that we talked yesterday about that film November '63. So you can watch yesterday's video, but the short version of it is that it's in post production, but they have no money, and it was all based on the Giancana kids or their family on Giancana's alleged role in the assassination. And my personal view is that Giancana was too busy stooping Phyllis McGuire, and he wasn't in charge of the Chicago Mafia. Arcaro was. He would have gotten permission from the commission. If the mafia was involved, it would have been Marcello Traficante, not Giancana.
Hey, let me just jump into, guys. I know earlier that some folks asked about some documents that I mentioned specifically. I know I did dump some of those uh, documents from the National Archives in the chat. If people want to go back and look at that, we might leave it open for a bit. I don't know in that respect. Yeah, hey, the JFK facts thing, I've been involved with that. I'd love to be on there to talk. If you guys ever had a moment, time, if you needed somebody, I'll throw my name out there. And I'd love to get on there and hear that podcast weekly, gentlemen. Dave, anything else?
Yeah, I'm going to do
cover any homework here?
Well, I'm going to do a quick outro here and a deal here with the JFK Project JFK website. If you go to the past conference section, there you will see the replays of the Researcher Summit today. Day 1 is already up here. Day 2 will be going up this evening, and then the chat log. Yeah, right there is day 1. The chat log is going to be located right here. And like I say, if you click the download button, it'll open up in a plain text document. And when you're in, I don't know how many of you know about plain text documents, but basically it's just a notepad more or less of each thing that was said. And inside that chat log, you will find, URLs or they're not going to be pointed out as an actual clickable link, but you can right click on them and then you can paste those into a browser, and that way you can open them up. Hopefully, most of them will open for you. The last thing I'm going to talk about here is, like David Ditton just said, the support that we get, not only from you guys showing up, but also the financial support helps us go, helps us keep running. The people have already donated this last 2 days. They're on the list now, but you can go on the homepage and underneath the help our cause, there's the donate now button. You can click that. And then also on the JFK historical website, I'm going to pull that one up here real quick. And that way I can show it. Their donate button is just a little bit different, but let me pull it up here real fast for you so you guys can see and know where it's at.
Hey Dave, if I go to tell friends, can they just go to YouTube rather than going to the page to look at the conference?
If they type in projectjfk.com or Project JFK in the YouTube search, they can find it that way. But the bad part about it is there's so many different things listed on JFK on YouTube. It's not always easiest to find that way, but what's nice about it is if they go to the website, they go to that video, and then in the bottom right corner says YouTube. They can just click that, and once they get there, they can subscribe, and then it's a whole lot easier to look at all the past videos. I'm going to move this.
Okay, so I'll just tell them to go to Project JFK to
correct. Yeah, correct. And then if you go to the jfkhistorical.com, click on the donate button, and then they can find the donation tab right here where it says PayPal donate now. So, we encourage everybody to donate to the two groups, whether you're here in the audience today or whether you're watching this on the replay on the website and on YouTube. Just because the conference ends today doesn't mean that we're not still accepting donations after this event ends. you know, the bills don't stop, unfortunately, just, you know, when we do a conference a couple times a year. So we have some people that donate on a monthly basis, and I do want to definitely say thank you again to those individuals. They give year round, or, you know, every month, or they give year round to us. So if you like what we do and you want to encourage, you know, quality programming, and if you feel this is quality programming, then please definitely, you know, as they say, give till it hurts. Just
Does the
don't
money go to
don't
both
throw.
places? Do both places go to the same spot? If you like,
No, that's why I'm saying there's there's a donation tab on the Project JFK website that you know funds Project JFK, and then the one that's on the JFK Historical Group funds the efforts of David Denton, and especially bringing the yes. And let me point this out: the money does go to Brian Edwards. Obviously, Brian is part of our group, and when you go to the donate tab, it says Brian Edwards. It's got his email, and then it says Project JFK CSI Dallas right underneath that. But Brian is the treasurer of our group, so it goes to him. He's the one that handles the financial aspects of our organization. So yeah, if you see that, yes, it does go. It is listed as Brian Edwards' account because, like I say, he's the treasurer of our group. If you go to David Denton, I don't remember exactly what it says, but I know both of those links are encrypted, they're secure, and you can give to your you can give your funding that way, and you can give by either if you already have a PayPal account or by credit card or debit card. I want to say it's been a great. I feel it's been a great weekend, great event. Even though we didn't get a chance to meet in person, we still get the opportunity to meet here, you know, virtually on Zoom. And I gotta say, I think this was a great endeavor that me and David put together, and I appreciate the help that we got from not only each other but also from Casey and Brian and Larry and all of our speakers. Without our speakers and without our audience, we're just kind of sitting here spinning our wheels. So it takes all of us to make this happen. And I just want to make sure that you guys understand that we appreciate everything that you guys do to support us by showing up, and your financial support as well. And also for being here to give your information to us. Go ahead, Bill.
No, I got to go, but thank you guys so much for great organizing all around. That was a terrific event.
As always, Bill, thank you.
I second that motion. We appreciate you guys a lot.
Well, we appreciate everybody, and
Thank
you know,
you.
it's good to see everybody, not just in Dallas.
hey Dave, someone mentioned in the chat that asked, when you make this announcement, do you go out to the media to to let them know that we're having this conference?
There are, like, when we do conferences in person, especially like the ones we've done in Kansas City or the ones we've done down there in Dallas, we reach out to them. The virtual ones, not so much, and mostly because of a couple of reasons. One, usually they don't want to pay attention to it, or they're, you know, they don't support it. Or if they do happen to give out information, then we end up with the Zoom bombers that come in and want to hijack our show or our program, and then I'm sitting here basically playing whack-a-mole. Let's just say this: every person that signs up, I always check them against our master email list and whether or not we've actually had them in person or virtually at one of our events. Just because, you know, I welcome any new people. Obviously, we want more new people to come in than what we've had in the past, but the new people that come in and they're checked against the list, it's like a background. I don't want to say a background check. We don't do that, but I check to make sure, because those are the ones I want to watch. And, you know, after doing this for the last few years, usually the ones that, you know, come in with a name that you don't know, those are the ones that potentially could lead to being a disruption. So, yeah, that's kind of where we're at on that, Larry.
Okay.
All right.
Well, guys, again, thank you very much. I appreciate your time. Thanks to all the speakers. Again, hopefully see you guys in Dallas, and let's keep this story going, keep it alive, keep doing our work, okay?
And keep checking out the two websites, projectjfk.com and jfkhistoricalgroup.com. That's where the announcements are going to be made first. and then the emails of the invites will come out after that. So please make sure that you keep an update and check on that, so that way you know first of when those come out. And then one more plug on it is, if you go on to the website, or if you go on to the YouTube channel, especially on YouTube, make sure you hit that subscribe button, so that the next time that a video is to premiere, you know about it before anybody else does. And make sure that the videos that you're viewing, hit the like, hit the dislike, whichever you feel at that point. If you want to make a comment, again, please be respectful. Please hit the like button. Damn it, we're not looking for dislikes. We want likes. So definitely.
The only reason we're going to hit a dislike today was because you're wearing a Kansas City Royal shirt when they're getting killed by the Yankees.
Hey, I support my boys in blue and my boys in red, no matter what. No matter who's whipping their ass at the time. But yeah, big KC fan, born and raised.
Okay, well, thanks again, and
thanks, Chad.
Yeah.
We'll see you Thursday.
Look forward to you in Dallas, and we will look forward to putting up a journey meeting soon. I don't know exactly when. I'm not going to make promises, but we will try to have a journey meeting here before too long.
Yeah, we know why you've lost all that weight.
You've seen my Facebook way too much. Hey, a lot of it is is getting my diabetes in check.
Yeah.
The Ozempic has definitely been a big help, and it saved me from going on insulin. So yeah, close to 300 pounds. I'm down to 178 right now.
Wow!
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Yeah, it's weird putting on a pair of 34-inch jeans compared to 42s and 44s.
How does your energy feel?
What's that?
How does it affect your energy?
I think I'm in better health now than what I have been since even before I was a teenager playing sports. I definitely, after breaking my back, I noticed I'm not carrying that spare tire in front no more, so that's taken a hell of a lot of pain out of my back and in my knees especially. But
the medicine itself hasn't affected your energy levels, right?
It really hasn't affected my energy levels. Now, when I first started on about the first 3 months, it was let's just say this. I felt run down, and of course, I have my own personal opinions, but the third month I was on the drug, I wound up in the emergency room having to have emergency gallbladder surgery because it slows down your digestive system, and then your body's still creating all that bile. Well, it turned mine into shit. Not literally, but it turned my body into shit, and I had to go in and they had to do an emergency gallbladder removal. So I didn't die, but I know what it's like to look like a Simpsons character, because I was so goddamn yellow the night I went to the hospital. They didn't bother sending me home in a way. They said, "Oh, something's not working right. It must be your liver." They checked the liver, the pancreas, and said, "Well, we know what it is. It's your gallbladder." And I said, "Great. Well, I can live without that." So, hell, it's like going through a divorce. You get to end up losing some of your weight. I said, "How much of that am I going to lose?" They said, "Oh, about a pound, maybe." I'm like, "Oh, well, okay, we'll go with that." But
well, I guess this portion of the program we could not record.
Yeah, pretty much. What
I was going to say, yeah.
So anyway, yeah, I think we what we set out to do, we did. So I want to thank everybody again for being here and participating.
All right. I'm glad you're feeling better.
Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate that, Larry.
All right, gentlemen, I'm going to check out. Dave, you ready to go? We all good?
Let's call it a weekend.
All right.
David, it's great to have the band back together again.
All right, man.
Appreciate that. You guys all take care.